Today's date is January the 29th, 2024. The court has before it case number DR 23-395909. It's entitled Alexis M. Fortner versus Eric C.K. Fortner. The petitioner, Mrs. Fortner, is present for today's hearing. She is represented by attorney Paul Francis Boyle, who is also present. Mr. Fortner is representing himself in this matter. He is present for today's hearing. On a prior date, the court appointed attorney Candace Brown as the guardian ad litem for the minor children. She's also present for today's hearing. The court has before it three motions. On September the 28th, 2023, Mrs. Fortner filed a motion to modify shared parenting post-decree, which is motion number 463340. On the docket, it's entitled as a motion for an immediate return of the minor child, Gabriel Fortner, in this matter. On November the 1st, 2023, Mrs. Fortner also filed a motion to modify parental rights post-decree, which is motion number 464114. And on January the 23rd, 2024, the guardian filed a motion for fees, which is motion number 466082. The court is prepared to hear testimony with respect to those motions. Is there any reason why the court should not, on behalf of Mrs. Fortner, Mr. Boyle?
No.
Mr. Fortner, on behalf of yourself?
No.
Ms. Brown?
No.
Okay. Prior to going on the record today, the court explained the process to the parties, counsel, and the guardian. Are there any questions before we begin the trial?
I have none, Your Honor.
No. No. Okay. So we've also explained the schedule for today. If we do not complete testimony by today, we will pick another date. It should be noted, although it is not on the court's system, but on the court's docket, on January the 26th, it does not have a motion number attached to it yet, but Mrs. Fortner filed a motion for an in-camera interview of the minor children. On January the 26th, Mr. Fortner filed a response to that in opposition to the motion. I explained off the record to Mr. Fortner and Mrs. Fortner that when a motion to modify parental rights has been filed and a person or a parent files a motion for an in-camera, it is mandatory and the court shall conduct an interview with the minor children. So after today, if we complete testimony today, or whenever the trial is concluded, then the court will schedule an interview with the minor children. Ms. Brown, you will be present for that interview. It will be in camera, so neither party will be permitted to be here during the interview, nor will Mr. Boyle. Is there anything else we need to discuss before we get started?
Not to my knowledge, Your Honor.
Mr. Fortner? Ms. Brown?
No.
Okay. And the court at this time will hear opening statement. Opening statement is not evidence. It is not also the opportunity for you to give your dissertation on everything that's transpired in this case. It's an opportunity for people, for each side, to tell the court what the evidence is going to show, sort of like a roadmap. You can give an opening statement, you can waive opening statement. You don't get points for or against for doing one of those actions. It's purely up to you. Mr. Boyle, on behalf of Mrs. Fortner, what's your pleasure?
May it please the court, should I stand?
You don't have to.
Ms. Brown, Mr. Fortner, Your Honor, we're here today asking for the return of Gabriel Fortner to his mother. We're asking that in making this decision, you apply Ohio Revised Code 310904, the best interests of the children. The evidence in this case will show there is no credible evidence of abuse, and there never has been. Every investigation up to now has proven to be unsubstantiated, including the guardian ad litem's investigation. These same unsubstantiated claims Mr. Fortner has been alleging are true, despite the fact of several DCF investigations which have found otherwise. The facts in this case will show that the course of events set in motion here really began on April 1st when there was a fight that occurred between Mr. Fortner and his teenage son. Shortly thereafter, Mr. Fortner filed for custody of all his children in the California Court of Riverside County. Based on the allegations Mr. Fortner put forward there, California opened up an investigation into the allegations of abuse made by Mr. Fortner. Those were also referred to this to the Cuyahoga County Division of Children and Family Services to aid them in their investigation. Mr. Fortner was informed at that time that there was a court order and that court order should be complied with. The evidence will show that on May 31st, there was a hearing in Riverside County following their investigation in which the court declined jurisdiction but informed Mr. Fortner that the custody order in place remains in place. Mr. Fortner, despite that fact, continued to withhold Gabriel from his mother. The evidence in this case will show that there's no doubt that this is a high conflict relationship and custody dispute, and that this has been ongoing since 2018 when their divorce began. That there were allegations to child services going in both directions since that time. The evidence will also show that in the days that Mr. Fortner had, following the fight with his son on April 1st, Mr. Fortner no longer allowed his two daughters to come to his house. And on June 7th, he took his daughter's belongings and dumped them on his mother-in-law's lawn. The facts will also show that Miss Fortner is a good mom, that there's no evidence of abuse, that she's caring, she's engaged in her child's social education through extracurricular activities and ensuring that they do that. She's active in regards to the children's health care and ensuring that they see their doctors and dentists regularly. She's also active in their education and ensuring that instead of the children going to public school in Euclid, that they go to private school. The older ones going to Lake Catholic, the youngest daughter going to Mater Dei, and Gabriel going to St. Robert's in Williams. And that those were all enrolled at the insistence of Miss Fortner. Miss Fortner is also concerned about the evidence will also show that Miss Fortner is concerned about the mental well-being of her children. That shortly after it became apparent that Mr. Fortner was not going to be returning Gabriel, she enrolled all three of the children that were in her custody, Jocelyn, Jacob, and Dalen, into therapy, in which they are continuing to attend. The evidence that's contrary to the evidence of Mr. Fortner, who, despite his allegations of extreme abuse and neglect, never enrolled Gabriel in any type of counseling. And the evidence will further show that when counseling was offered through the school, after one session, Mr. Fortner withheld his consent for counseling. Lastly, the court will hear from a number of witnesses today to testify to these facts. You're going to hear from DCFS, Cuyahoga County Division of Children and Family Services caseworker Karen Dugan, who conducted an investigation on behalf of the state of Cuyahoga County into the allegations made by Mr. Fortner against Ms. Fortner. You will hear from school counselor and parental coordinator Anna Tyrrell, who has direct knowledge of Gabriel and the events leading up to the present moment. She will also testify to her opinion as to whether there's parental alienation occurring at this time and what the best forms of reunification are in those circumstances. Lastly, you're also going to hear some testimony from Mr. Fortner's witness, Nikoletta Fortner, 20-year-old daughter. You're going to hear some brief testimony from Victoria Price, who are the Fortner's eldest daughter. You'll hear testimony from Tammy, who's Mr. Fortner's mother. They will be testifying to Mr. Fortner's character for honesty, as well as his character for his parenting style. They'll also be testifying to Ms. Fortner's parenting qualities as well. And with that, Your Honor, I'd like to end my closing arguments.
Thank you. Mr. Fortner?
Okay. Well, first the date that Mr. Boyle gave, the April 1st date, that's not correct. This started prior to that, a couple of months prior to that, when I filed for full custody of all my children. I didn't do that because of the April 1st incident. I did that because Jacob had gotten a job. He let me know that his mother was taking all his money to put in a savings account. And
Excuse me, Your Honor.
There's no objection. This is just whatever the evidence is going to show. Okay? So if the evidence doesn't show it, then that's that.
Fair enough, thank you.
Okay.
yeah, I mean, the reason was just, the evidence will definitely show that I filed, it must have been March or something before that, the date's on there. But after that happened, that's when things got really bad with the kids. That's when the girls started saying things like, for me to kill myself. I mean, the worst things that you can imagine. That's obviously when Jacob punched me. It got very bad after that, after Nikoletta came home. Now, April 1st is when things came to a head, and that was Jake's birthday party. He punched me, and that's when, and then after that is when Gabriel let me know what was going on, as far as they were living at her parents' house, and there was abuse going on and just craziness. And so yeah, the date was off. I wanted full custody of all my kids to protect Jacob's money. Nikoletta had told me that, there was some incident which she had a hard time getting her money back from her mother after she moved out, and so I wanted to prevent that. That's why I filed to begin with. So the dates are off a little bit. I also want to point out, I'm not withholding Gabriel. He's refusing to go. This all started because he's not going home. The police were called to our house. She called the police. They talked to him. He informed the police he doesn't feel safe over there. He said his quote was, "It gets too crazy over there." As far as dumping my kids' clothes on the lawn goes, okay, first off, there was no dumping of any clothes. Everything was in a bin or a duffel bag. I gave up all my own stuff so that it was protected from the elements. Number two, the day I got here from California, her parents trespassed me from that yard. So if I walked up to the door to drop things off or knocked on the door, I would get arrested for trespassing. So yes, I had to go from the curb and put everything on the lawn. But there was no throwing things out on the lawn. There was no malice behind it. I did not want to kick my kids out of the house. And it's a temporary thing, but the problem was I didn't have a safe place for any of my kids to go. Jocelyn, Jacob, not so much Jacob, but Jocelyn and Dalen were very hard on Nikoletta. They would refuse to talk to her. They would tell her she betrayed the family for talking to other people about her experiences growing up. And so the evidence is going to show, there's no hard evidence, there's no smoking gun, but there's a lot of circumstantial evidence. I've been saying for 6 years that I divorced because of violence and that there was parental alienation going on. And that stuff is very hard to prove when you don't have anything. So yes, it took me this long to get enough evidence to prove this, especially when Nikoletta came back and we have her journals and stuff. But the evidence is going to show that I divorced because of violence, that I've been saying that for 6 years. Nikoletta is talking about, now that she's out of that situation, she's talking about a major violent incident that happened between her mother and her grandmother where they beat her up. So there's another testimony of violence. Gabe was diagnosed. He did start therapy. The Guardian Ad Litem report was done literally the day he got back from his first session after intake, so he's had 2 sessions there. And he was diagnosed with trauma. And so that's an actual diagnosis that I have submitted into evidence as well. The kids, Jocelyn, Jacob, and Dalen's psychologist testified to Ms. Brown that
Stated to Ms. Brown.
stated to Ms. Brown that in her opinion, and she's a doctor, in her opinion that the kids have all witnessed violence, but she says they're not opening up about it. So with those things, I've been saying that there's violence. Nikoletta is now testifying about the violence. Gabe was diagnosed with trauma. Nobody's ever accused me of violence to this day. So I think that though those things are circumstantial, I think that points to the fact that there's something there and that the court should err on the side of caution. Like I said, I'm not withholding Gabe at all. He's a 7-year-old boy. He's not going. And that's how this all started to begin with. And that's why I think that the guardian ad litem's recommendation is good, because they think he'll go for that. The evidence is going to show, I have a video that records the entire audio of Karen Dugan, the CPS worker's conversation with Gabriel. And that is going to show that she lied about every single thing that she said to Candace Brown. There was no whispering about cameras. She actually said that he said he felt safe with his mother, and we're going to listen to the video when she's in here, and he said just the opposite. So I don't think she has any business being a child protective worker, because those are all flat lies, all of them.
Well, that's not why we're here. Okay. About her being, I don't have any jurisdiction over her.
Understood.
Being a social worker.
But as it pertains to the case, she testified that Gabe was feeling safe with his parents, and that's not what, or with his mother, and that's not what he testified to her. So we'll leave it at that.
That's not what he stated to her.
That's not what he stated to her, yeah. And so that'll wrap it up with that.
Okay. Is that your closing argument?
That's my
Or, I'm sorry, your opening
yeah.
statement?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Brown, you care to give an opening statement?
Oh, wait.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mr. Boyle, you may call your first witness.
Your Honor, I'll call Ms. Karen Dugan, CCDSF agent.
Okay.
Is it okay if I go back?
Oh, sure.
And just for the record, the court printed out a sheet that includes the best interest of the children factors. The court uses it to take notes during testimony, just so that's aware. Sir, have a seat back there. Ms. Dugan, come on up here. Hi.
Hi.
Please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Have a seat.
Good afternoon.
Hold on a second. Ma'am, could you start off by telling us your full name and spelling your last name for the record?
Karen Dugan, D-U-G-A-N,
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Boyle.
Ms. Dugan, where are you employed?
County Child and Family Services,
And what is your role there?
Child Protection Specialist.
And what duties do you have in that role?
I work in intake, so I get the cases as they first come in off of the hotline, and I'm the first one to investigate.
And how long have you been doing that?
4 years.
4 years. So you've been investigating allegations of abuse, neglect, and dependency for 4 years now.
Correct.
How many times have you testified in court to these matters before?
Yes.
Okay. We're here today over the allegations regarding Gabriel Fortner. Did you do an investigation into those allegations?
I did.
And what specifically were those allegations?
Excessive discipline delivered by mom, and children, older children also being physical with the child.
Okay. And was there any evidence provided of excessive discipline by mom?
There was no evidence.
Okay. And was there any evidence of violence of the older children towards the younger one?
No evidence.
Did you have a chance to interview the children and go to Miss Fortner's then house?
I did.
And was there anything that you saw that would lead you to believe that the children were violent and unruly?
Not in any way.
What was your impressions of the three children at Miss Fortner's home?
They were well-mannered, easy to engage with, polite, educated, clean, healthy.
And their living conditions, did anything stand out of regarding their rooms, ventilation, anything like that?
No, it was appropriate.
Okay. And when exactly did your investigation begin?
When?
Yeah.
I want to say June 13th.
Okay, June 13th.
Yes,
I-
I want to say it was.
No, I believe you're correct.
Approximately.
Okay, we'll say approximately, but I think I'm dead on.
Is it fair to say you have many cases?
I have, and since this case, I've had many cases, so yes. So June, but I'm going to say approximately mid-June.
Absolutely. And what was the result of your investigation? Did you find any of the allegations substantiated or?
No, I found the whole case was unsubstantiated.
And what does that mean, unsubstantiated?
That means that there was no evidence of abuse or neglect delivered by any member of the family to the child.
Okay. And did you have a chance to interview the minor child, Gabriel Fortner?
I did.
And where was that?
That was at his father's house.
Okay. And his father's house is, the interior of the home is recorded?
That's correct.
How do you know this?
I know this because the child informed me that.
The child, Gabriel?
Gabriel did.
Mm-hmm.
And the children, the other siblings also had told me that.
The other children had told you that as well. When you spoke with Mr. Fortner about these allegations, what was his response when you said that you didn't find any actual evidence?
He was very adamant that I sit with him and review documents on his computer, and I told him that that's not the way I conduct my investigation. He was welcome to email them to me.
Were you of the opinion that Mr. Fortner was wasting state resources?
I did not. No.
With your investigation, was yours the first investigation conducted into these allegations?
No.
And when there was a prior investigation?
Multiple.
And all of those returned back unsubstantiated?
In Cuyahoga County.
In Cuyahoga County. And what was, you discussed the case with others. What was your opinion of how this family was using CCDSF and DCSF?
As my opinion,
Mm-hmm.
I do believe the parents use the agency as a tool to get at each other.
Okay. And do you feel that that beyond just normal, like, hey, I'm going to normal kind of, I'm going to use the agency against each other. Do you think that Mr. Fortner's actions were more than just that?
I think they were more than just that.
Mm-hmm. What do you think that? Did you find any reason for Gabriel to be continued to be withheld from his siblings?
Not in any way.
I know you said that Mr. Fortner was adamant about making you review documents on his computer. Did you review documents that he provided to you?
He had emailed me some clips of text messages and whatnot. They didn't really pertain to my investigation.
What was your opinion?
Hold on a second. What did they pertain to?
They were just like him getting in arguments with the children back and forth. There was a lot of back and forth. It wasn't anything that what seemed relevant.
Yeah, Mr. Fortner.
Thank you. What was your opinion of the allegations made by Mr. Fortner's daughter, Nikoletta Fortner?
What was my opinion?
Yeah,
So,
what
what was your impression?
impression? I appreciate that.
What was your impression?
What was my impression? And those, my impression was that how should I say this?
Just say it.
She was blaming her mother's parenting for her actions, for her own actions, poor decision making.
Mm-hmm. Sort of like what Mr. Fortner's been doing against Alexis, is blaming her for her parenting.
Is that a question or a
No,
statement?
that was a statement. I apologize. Is it your impression that Gabriel was felt to speak with you freely at the Fortner house?
I do not feel he was comfortable to speak freely with me.
Okay.
And what, based upon your interview with Gabriel, led you to believe that that you thought Gabriel did not feel free to speak openly with you?
Initially, I, talked about real light things. We talked about the decorations on his walls, and then everything was
You're building a rapport with him,
Yes,
right?
and then when we started talking about Mom, his demeanor changed. He like looked around the room, and then whispered to me, "These cameras."
And where were you? Do you recall where you were in Mr. Fortner's home when Gabriel whispered, "There are cameras"?
In his bedroom.
In Gabriel's bedroom?
Yes.
Okay.
The statements that he may have, that Gabriel made to you, did any of them ring, again, stating that mother was a bad mother or X, Y, or Z, did any of them ring true to you?
They did not.
Now, do you believe, or was it your impression based on what you saw that Gabriel has been told by both his sister Nikoletta and his father that he's been abused by his mother and his siblings?
Yes, I believe that he had been coached and rehearsed what he had said.
For quite some time prior.
I can't say for how long.
Sure. And just for clarification, I know you kind of said this already. So all of these statements about him being afraid of mother, about being hit with a belt that doesn't leave any marks, none of those ring true.
They do not ring true.
And did you observe any physical evidence of abuse?
I did not.
Okay. And based on what you observed at the home, do you think that there's any reason, are you of the impression that there's any reason for Mr. Fortner to continue to withhold the child?
Not at all.
Just in conclusion, I'm just going to ask you a few more questions. So based on your investigation regarding Gabriel and his alleged abuse by his mother, you found no evidence corroborating that.
She's already answered this.
Thank you. Based on these claims and the evidence presented, was father's behavior in any way justified?
By
withholding the child from mother?
I don't believe
She's already answered this.
it's not justified.
Did the father end up suing you for anything?
He did file a civil suit against me claiming sex discrimination, I believe, gender bias, maybe.
Did he file a complaint in your agency, or did he file a lawsuit?
I believe he filed a lawsuit.
Where?
Your Honor, if I may.
No, I'm asking the witness. Is it pending?
No,
Is it pending?
No, sir.
And what's your argument? What's the argument regarding the lawsuit?
My argument?
Yeah.
I don't have an argument. I was, for clarification, my understanding is it was a discrimination charge with the Civil Rights Commission, not a civil rights lawsuit, but that's my understanding.
With the Federal Civil Rights Commission, with the Ohio Civil Rights Commission?
Ohio Civil Rights Commission.
Okay. Ms. Dugan, and what's your name, sir, for the record?
Matthew Fitzsimmons with the Cuyahoga County Prosecutor's Office.
The Civil Division, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And Mr. Ms. Dugan, does Mr. Fitzsimmons represent you in your capacity as a social worker for Cuyahoga County Department of Children and Family Services? After Mr. Fortner's filing of a complaint or lawsuit with the Ohio Civil Rights Commission, was there a hearing on that?
There wasn't. I got a letter in the mail saying that it was not going any further.
Was it dismissed?
Yes.
Okay. And how long after the filing of the suit was it dismissed?
A couple weeks.
Okay. Does Mr. Fortner's bringing that complaint or that suit against you affect your testimony in any way today?
Not the slightest.
Okay. Mr. Boyle, do you have any more questions?
I am done, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Fortner, cross-examination?
Yes, first I'd like to play the audio of Ms. Dugan's interview with Gabriel.
Okay. What exhibit number is this?
This is, let me find it.
Have you marked exhibits, Mr. Boyle?
I have.
Do you have exhibits marked?
I do have exhibits.
And are you used with letters or numbers?
I have been using letters.
Okay. So this will be Respondent's exhibit number 1. I'm sorry, you said you've been using letters?
That's
Okay,
correct.
so Respondent's exhibit 1.
Okay, let's see. This is exhibit. Exhibit N, November. And this is, by the way, just to show everybody, this camera that recorded the audio is an outside-facing camera.
Can you turn it to the witness and me so that we can actually see in here? Can you see that, Ms. Dugan?
Your objection about foundation issues?
Well, she had mentioned that there was a camera, that there was an inside camera.
Fair enough.
Okay, so let's stop it for a second. Okay. Did you see the video and Respondent's exhibit number 1?
I saw it, yes.
And what was it depicting in that video that we saw?
Appears to be the backyard.
Okay, are you familiar with that backyard?
That, it did not. I don't recall those toys in the backyard,
Okay,
but I don't recall them.
okay. All right, is that the extent of the video?
No,
Okay.
no, you can hear much better when they get started. There's a little lead time on it.
Okay, stop it there, just pause it. Just pause it. You don't have to stop it.
Really?
Oh, there we go, sorry.
Okay. Ms. Dugan, do you hear some voices in the?
Yes, that is
Okay,
me.
do you recognize the voices?
Mhm.
And who are the voices?
That is myself and Gabriel.
Okay, go ahead.
You're not kidding. So what's in this? Can I copy for a second? Yeah. Alright. So, you feel safe here? You feel safe? Here. On the back side? Yeah. Yes. Did you have everything you need? Yeah. For my room. You have everything you need to go in the next room? Yeah. I'm just like right here and blue here. Oh, there's a sound. So LED lights. Can you change the colors on them? Or are they just red? Can't be boxy. You can be boxy if you're right. No, I don't really have to tell them. I just use, the light Okay, so you do have a remote. Please tell us. Yeah. Are these your favorite ones? Yeah. Okay. But for now, I do. Okay. So you feel safer, you guys have everything you need, right? Who cooks for you? What? Who cooks for you? My dad. My dad's really good. He is. What's your favorite thing he did for you? He's with eggs and bagels? Isn't that best day? Okay. So when you with your mom, you feel safe? Yeah. Why? Because my mom, because it's crazy. Why? My mom is crazy. Yeah, because I'm scared of her. Why? What do you mean by that, Mom? What does that mean? It means she wants to take care of me after. Does she eat? Does she eat the things you don't like? Like what? What's up? I don't really say that salad. You don't like meat salad? No? Hold on, I'm sorry. I'm sorry about that. Let that go, okay? I think there's a lady that works for the judge. I'm related to the lady that works for the judge? Yeah. I am? Yeah. Why? Do I look like her? Yeah. I do? Yeah, you kind of. I don't think I'm related. I don't think so. I think you're related to like the judge. I'm related to the judge. Yeah, like a California. A California song? Yeah. I think there's one in California to Ohio. Oh my God, I have relatives in California who's a judge. I should be visiting, shouldn't I? Yeah, I should go. So, tell me, I'll come tomorrow right now. By the way, this? Like what? Like how? Where did you teach about? We actually sleep with it all night. You sleep with it all? Yeah, all night. Because I had a comment. I didn't even do anything. She's thinking of my purpose. Why? What? Because I know that. So many times have you been hit with a bus? All day long? It's a long time, isn't it? I'm sorry to hear that. Okay. So that's why I want to change. But we have time when we want to change. Like what? Tell me some of those change rules. So by the way, by the giant pit has been chosen. The judges in there? Yeah. So it's so giant, it has everything. Big and rock? And what rules that change? So mine wasn't cute. My mom wasn't sad because it was me and my dad. So we changed the rules all of it. What rules? I don't understand. It's a judge that was in Ohio. A judge in Ohio? And a train car. Yeah, downtown, with all the big buildings. Yeah. Was it fun? Yeah. The most fun part for me you like that? And do you want to stay here with your dad? Yeah. Okay. What if your mom ever wants to visit you? Oh, she's going to get on the left. Oh, yeah, but maybe down the line. Like, you know, like way down the line. She wants to visit you. We like home, sure, we're just supposed to say hi. But she's going to get on my left side that too. Okay. Right now. Yes. But far away down the line. Yeah. And sometime you're You're a funny guy. Yeah? But that was camera. Like taking soccer. Did you see that? No, where? Oh, that I have to be. Okay. Well, I just want cameras because I want to show you where they live. Okay. So, I don't care. So I even have these. I even have these little marble. You like that? Okay, so right now. You have everything with flavor. Remember that. Okay. Do you like that either? Yes. That's my. What video is that from? That's from a video game. A video game? It's fantastic, actually. Oh, I don't think Brentford plays that. I don't know that one, but I certainly know that guy. Creeper guy? Creeper? Yes, I know the Creeper. So, okay, so you're going to say date with your dad, right? Yeah. Okay. That's the plan, you like it? Yeah. All right, Rocky. All right, so. I like the rainbow. I thank you.
Okay. So, Ms. Dugan, at what point in that video did he whisper to you
I didn't hear it in that video, but he did. He told me and he looked up at the ceiling.
But this was your entire conversation with him, though.
Yeah,
Is it
but I
possible?
didn't hear it in that video.
Right.
But there were also parts in there that we didn't understand, and he whispered.
You heard a whisper in there?
I'm saying he whispered to me.
Right. But you didn't hear that in this video? Is it possible you misremembered that whisper?
It's not possible I misremember that. I recall that.
Okay. And are you standing by your statement to Ms. Brown that he said to you that he felt safe with his mother?
He started to say he felt safe, and that's when he said that there's a camera.
That's not what we heard here. When he brought up the camera was when he was showing you around his room. He showed you the camera, his TV, and the video games.
Yeah, he whispered there's a camera.
But it didn't get captured on this video.
It's
She's
not a video.
already answered this
Okay.
twice.
It's not a
now,
video.
okay? The court's heard it.
Understood. Are you a social worker?
I'm not a licensed social worker.
Because you've been referred to as a social worker a few times. I just wanted to clear that up. So you're not do you have any professional licenses?
Because we do trainings
Yes.
so that they tag that on often, but I've never claimed to be a licensed social worker.
Understood. Do you have any professional licenses through the state?
No.
Okay. You stated to the guardian ad litem that you felt that me and Nikoletta were working together to keep Gabe away from his mother?
I may have said that.
What are you basing that on?
I'm basing that on the fact that Nikoletta was willing to badmouth her mother in order to just live with you, and because she had her own room, I felt as though your demeanor towards me felt it made you influenced Nikoletta's opinion.
Explain that. My demeanor towards you made you feel that way?
Yes, I felt that you tried to drive the interview in the direction that you wanted it to go.
Understood, okay. Within 2 minutes of getting into my house, you said that you felt I was wasting the state's resources.
That's not what I said.
I have the video. Can we watch that?
Sure.
I'm asking the judge.
I'm not a judge.
The magistrate.
That's up to you if you want to present the video.
Oh, we can watch it until she says that. It's a longer video, but I want to prove this point within 2 minutes.
Well, it's 2 minutes. That's not a long time.
To accuse somebody of... Okay, well, I'll leave
No,
that.
you said it's 2 minutes into the video.
No, yes, this is a 12-minute video. I don't know if we need to watch the whole thing.
Can you bring it to the point where she says that?
Yes.
Okay, let's scroll into the point where she says that.
How are you? What are you doing?
And for the record, I want you to state how long the video is and how long into the video clip Ms. Dugan allegedly says this. So this will be respondent's exhibit number 2.
And so it seems to me like I just want to make sure that like he takes it seriously. I know that the magistrate is actually restraining all the instructions work. So what I'm hoping is that about
Can you turn it towards the witness and myself?
Yes. So what I'm hoping is
And what's the why?
well because of the courts have 5 years worth of stuff that I know that that's wrong.
Well, there's a lot that we do know, and we also can communicate in California. So, I don't know if it's all that good. So, it's something that's very unfortunate that happens a lot. It's, when people continue making allegations against each other that may not be true, it really takes the resources away from the policy.
Right there.
Okay, so.
And if
Okay,
they're-
so hold on a second. So
Yeah.
instead of this being kind of like, I'm going to throw a video out, you have to ask the witness a question about it. So it can't just be like, here's the video, ask her a question about it. Number one, you have to make a record of it because the record isn't capturing what is said in the video, okay?
Right.
So when Judge Goldberg reviews this to rule on an objection that either one of you have to my decision, it's going to be inaudible. So if you want to make a record of something that transpired, then ask the witness a question about it, okay?
Okay, Ms. Dugan, this is about 1.5 minutes into the video, and you just said that I was wasting resources for the state.
Objection, misrepresents the video.
So why don't you ask her a question about what she said?
Okay,
So the objection is sustained.
when you said this last statement to me regarding the other children that needs the resources, what did you mean by that?
I was referring to the children in Cuyahoga County who are in need of protection. I will also like to point out in that video, I never said you are wasting. I said it's unfortunate when people do that.
Okay, so you were saying that point to me as an unrelated point, not related to this case. You're just in general saying sometimes people waste resources, but not me.
I never used the word waste.
Let's hear it again, what you said. I'll tell you exactly.
Well, let's stop there for a second, because the court viewed the video. When you came in, based upon what you viewed on Respondent's Exhibit number 2, what happened?
I'm sorry.
What did you see in the video? What transpired?
When I came in, I introduced myself and he started telling me about that he had just gotten a protection order against her. I inquired why, and he said that there's, all these years of these unfortunate incidents that have occurred. And I said that the agency has knowledge of that and of their previous interactions with California.
Okay. So was there a moment in the video where you said it's unfortunate when people use agency resources to, these are my words, to get back at one another?
I don't recall saying get back at one another. I said, but I do recall saying it's unfortunate when people use the agency when our resources could be directed in to children who are in need, things along those lines.
Okay. And what motivated you to say that?
Just the multiple calls and the history of unsubstantiated cases and the information that we have gotten from the workers in California that was also their opinion.
Prior to conducting an interview in Mr. Fortner's home?
Prior to.
Okay. And based upon respondents exhibit number 2, was it just you and Mr. Fortner alone in that room?
No.
Who else was in the room?
Nikoletta was in the adjoining kitchen.
Okay. Anyone else?
Gabriel.
Okay. Any more questions?
Yes. You said that you felt that Gabriel had been coached. What evidence did you have to base that opinion on?
Just his demeanor with me. That's all the evidence.
We'll describe that. Is it something in your training that says to watch for a certain demeanor, or what were you basing that on professionally?
It's our years of interactions with kids and how they react.
And what did you see specifically?
I saw that he seemed to, he used words that maybe a 6-year-old child with what you say has a disability, like arrested, and she beat me all day. And the previous investigation, he had said he beat her 101 times. We don't have any evidence of physical abuse.
And so, but you're basing the lack of evidence, meaning what, no bruises? Is that what you mean?
Yeah.
So you think that he was coached because there wasn't any current bruises?
I felt he was coached. That I felt his interaction with me was, he was repeating things he had heard.
Repeating things you'd heard, rather than just telling you what happened? How do you differentiate those two things based on your training and your experience?
Because that's my profession and that's what I do.
We'll describe it to the court. What did you see in your profession? I'm looking for specifics of why you think he was coached rather than telling you the truth.
So let's back up a little bit, because Mr. Fortner asked you a question based upon your experience and your training. So how long have you been with the Department of Children and Family Services?
4 years.
Okay. Prior to that, what did you do for a living?
I worked for the Board of Developmental Disabilities.
Okay. And how long did you work for them?
Over 20 years.
And in what capacity?
Direct service with adults with developmental disabilities.
Okay. Now, on average, how many cases do you have on your list concerning child abuse?
A high
Okay.
number.
If you had to approximate.
80. Physical abuse or neglect, like
Physical abuse.
75%.
Okay. And but I'm talking like number. How many cases per month do you think that you investigate or handle?
Let's see. 15, 17, 15.
Okay. And based upon the 4 years that you've worked there and getting about, over 200 cases per year, are there things that you have witnessed in those cases similar to the investigation in the instant matter that led you to believe that there was coaching?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
So Mr. Fortner
Okay.
has asked specifically, what did you see about Gabriel from your training and your experience that led you to believe that Gabriel was being coached?
Okay.
Or that Mr. Fortner specifically was coaching Gabriel?
So the demeanor of a child who is being physically abused is withdrawn, is upset. There's a lot of tears. Gabriel was happy, joyful. Oh yeah, that's your sweet belt. She keeps it in her hand. There was nothing that said, I am sincerely fearful of my mother.
So that is with respect to the abuse. But the question was, what led you to believe that he was being coached?
I don't think that those were words he would use. If he was legitimately being beaten by a belt all day, he wouldn't be as jovial, and he would also not, a 6-year-old child doesn't say, my mom would be arrested. He wouldn't know that. He wouldn't know these things.
Okay.
Is it possible that he might have known those things because we had just gone through getting a restraining order on her and she was just coming to the house and he witnessed all that?
I don't know if that's possible.
You don't know if that's possible? Okay. You stated to the guardian ad litem, it says here, Ms. Dugan stated Gabriel told her with regards to the belt, it happens 100 times a day with the belt with his mother, but does not leave any marks and does not hurt him. I didn't hear that in your interview with him, that he said it doesn't leave marks and does not hurt him.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure what you're saying.
I'm reading from the guardian ad litem report.
Okay, well, she can't testify as to what the guardian wrote.
Okay.
You can ask her questions if she said this to the guardian.
Okay.
She can't testify
Did
to
you
the guardian's
say
report.
to Ms. Brown that Gabriel told you that he gets hit 100 times a day with the belt by his mother, but it does not leave any marks and does not hurt? Did you testify, or did you state that to Ms. Brown?
I can say that I believe that was the prior investigator's words. He said to me he got hit all day.
So where it says, what I say again, I'm reading this, it says here, Ms. Dugan stated Gabriel told her it happens 100 times a day with the belt.
Again, listen, she can't testify to what the guardian wrote in the report, okay? She
I'm
can't
trying to figure out if this is her testimony now. Are you saying that Gabriel told you that it doesn't leave marks and doesn't hurt?
I can't recall.
Okay. Just to clarify for the court in general, that there was no civil suit. I made a complaint to the civil rights.
You'll have an opportunity to testify if you so choose.
Okay.
Ask her questions if you have any.
Okay, and you stated that you felt that Gabriel was not as disabled as he was made out to be? Was that your test? Or was
I
that
said
your
that he was higher functioning than I was led to believe.
Who led you to believe that he was not high functioning?
Well, you had told me multiple times about his level of disability.
What did I tell you?
I don't recall. I know that you had said something to my supervisor about it as well.
Okay, you don't recall what I told you. Okay, I don't have any other questions.
Ms. Brown, do you have any questions for Ms. Dugan?
I have a question.
Okay. Ms. Dugan, are you asking for leave for redirect?
I would, Your Honor, please.
Okay, go ahead. Is it stuff that's already been covered?
I,
Is it the questions that have already been covered? Because I don't want redundancy. Listen, I'm the fact finder.
I understand.
I've heard everything in this room. So it's not a point of trying to propound a jury over and over again.
No.
Okay.
I'm concerned that the rest of the video is also relevant and should be viewed by the court, because it gives
The rest of which video?
the evident, defense exhibit 2.
Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to take a 5-minute restroom break. We'll come back. We'll go through that video. You're still under oath. Do not discuss this case with anyone, including your counsel. Okay? We'll come back in 5 minutes after a restroom break.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, we're back on the record in Fortner versus Fortner. We're still in the testimony of Ms. Dugan. Mr. Fortner, would you please queue up Respondent's Exhibit 2, and we'll go ahead and play it in its entirety. And then, Mr. Boyle, if you have any questions after that, you may ask.
Thank you.
Okay.
One sec.
Mr. Boyle, have you reviewed this? Did
I
you have
have.
a copy of it?
Yeah, I have a copy if we can play on my computer if Mr. Fortner's doesn't function.
I might have to restart this. I don't know what's going on.
Here.
Why don't you start?
You know what, Your Honor, I can, it's actually, the questions I have regarding that video are actually more pertinent to Nikoletta Fortner's.
Okay.
So we can play it later.
Okay. So do you have any questions for?
Not at this time.
Okay. Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Dugan. You're now excused from the witness stand. You may go. Thank you, Mr. Fitzsimmons. You may go as well.
Thank you.
Mr. Boyle, do you have another witness that you care to call this time?
I do. I would like to call Ms. Anna Tyrrell.
Okay. Come over here, man.
Oh, okay, thanks.
Yes, sir. Could you raise your right hand? You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony about the given tonight be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Have a seat, please.
Thanks.
Could you start off by telling us your name and spelling your last name for the records?
Yep, my full name is Anna Marie Tyrrell, Tyrrell.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Mr. Boyle, you may inquire.
Ms. Tyrrell, what do you do for a living?
I'm a mental health counselor, mediator, parent coordinator, and I work part-time at St. Robert St. William's School as a school counselor.
And how long have you been doing that?
I've been the school counselor since last year. It was my first year there. I've been a counselor and mediator for a little over 30 years, and a parenting coordinator for about 20.
Okay, what qualifications do you have?
I have my master's in counseling. I'm a licensed professional counselor, and I'm in the process of getting the clinical endorsement. I have had mediation training. I've had all the trainings that the Supreme Court of Ohio offers in mediation and parenting coordination, in addition to other training.
And in regards to that, do you specialize in a particular area of parental coordination or family mediation?
Well, I tend to get the high conflict cases because of my mental health background, so that tends to be what I do. So, as a therapist, most of my cases are parent-child reunification cases, and then various other things. I also have and I've just had this for the last year. I have a supervised visitation center to assist with reunifications.
Excellent. Your Honor, could I have qualified as an expert in parental coordination and mediation, family mediation?
You haven't properly qualified her as a, do you have any objection?
Not for that one. I would say I have an objection to her. She was listed before as a parental alienation expert. I would definitely object to that.
Well, you're asking that she be qualified as an expert in what?
In family mediation and high conflict custody disputes.
Do you have any objection to that? No. Ms. Brown?
No.
Okay. So qualified.
Thank you, Your Honor. You said that you specialize or that you frequently find yourself in high conflict disputes. I'd like to, first, before we get started, how are you familiar with Gabriel?
Through the school. So last year in kindergarten, I was in that classroom quite a bit, assisting with some other students, so I got to know him that way. And then this year, I became involved with him. Dad requested counseling services, and then I was asked to be the one to work with Gabe because the school was aware of the situation going on between the parents. I met with Mom because she requested to meet with the principal, and so the principal asked me to join that, and then I met Dad at the school conference. And then I had a couple of opportunities to meet with Gabe before Dad rescinded the consent.
Following Dad's rescinding of the consent, have there been other sources of information regarding Gabriel and his behavior or his performance at school?
Yes, there's another counselor that works full-time there. So we share the same office, and we often consult with each other. So the speech therapist has brought Gabe in a number of times into the office because Gabe had said some things that were distressing, so she wanted to either have the other me when I have consent, or the other counselor just kind of talk with Gabe. The one time he was pretty cheerful, so she talked with him, and I was in the room at the time.
Well, let's back up. I want to make sure that I heard you correctly. When Gabe was allegedly tearing up and you were in the room, who also was in the room with you?
Mary Teresa Matusik. She is the school counselor.
She's the other counselor. Okay, thank you.
Yep, she's been there 10 years.
Okay.
You said that Gabriel, you said the word disturbing to describe some of the comments that Gabriel was making. Could you please tell us what those were?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the first time the speech therapist came to me because she was concerned, and we had planned that she would meet with me and Gabe just to kind of bridge that conversation. But he came in and talked very openly with me because he remembered me from the previous year. But he said that I want to get the order correct, but that Mom wasn't able to see Mom because she was evil, and she hit him with a belt and turned all of his siblings against him. And when I tried to press for details about being hit, he changed the subject, and there was another time he brought it up. He really couldn't back up that statement with any details or information, which is kind of unusual for kids. And then he mentioned having a dream. He told me, it was another time he talked about a dream, but he told me that he killed the devil, so now there's only God and love and no evil. Was what he was talking about.
The statements regarding Mom and or any of the statements, did any of them, in your opinion, did any of them ring true?
He was not able to back up those statements with any details. I tried a number of different angles just to try to ask him, what he meant and what was said, and how does he know? And he just said, Mom turned them against me. He would just kind of keep repeating that. And it's distressing because for a 6-year-old, it's unusual, one, for them to talk in that way, and also just that would be something that would occur among siblings.
What type of effect does this have on a small child where he's physically separated from his siblings for extended periods of time, and told that he's been a victim of abuse?
Well, I think the concerning thing is, he's feeling rejected by his family members, and I think, what's troubling is, we don't want to shake core attachments and beliefs that children have, that they're lovable and valuable, and so that makes it very hard for them to feel good about themselves. So it starts to erode their core self-esteem and sense of security. And so, it would be surprising for any really older sibling to want to reject a younger sibling in that way, unless they're, 5 and they don't like the baby that Chris was born,
right.
That kind of stuff. But, for that, it was just kind of surprising. And he seemed distressed about it. He seemed puzzled by it, like he was trying to understand, but he didn't have any explanation.
And you said that you met with Mom, but you also had a chance to meet with Father at a parent-teacher conference. Can you describe that interaction?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the teacher went over his academics. He was getting, at that time, he was getting some help because I think in maybe reading and writing and speech. And his math scores were okay, just, I think he was struggling with some of that. But, so we talked about that stuff, and then Dad talked a bit about the situation, and I talked about some of the things that Gabe had said, and, the teacher said she was glad that Gabe wasn't bringing it into the classroom, and so we were glad about that, but, that kind of stuff wasn't happening. And then Dad started to talk about the court case, the separation with Gabe's mom, and that their case was in California, that there was alleged abuse that he filed in California, and that there was a protection order. And so I was asking for kind of clarifying details about that, and because I was puzzled. I said, well, why would you report it in California? Because you live here and they wouldn't have jurisdiction, so they would send the case to Cuyahoga County. That's usually the referral. And he said, no, it's just kind of a muddy mess, and they were investigating it, and there's a protection order, and the principal shared with me some of the documentation, and it didn't seem like that's what was going on. So I was continuing to ask, and he said, well, it is hard to understand. It's kind of a muddy mess here. And I said, well, when I'm not here at the school, this is the kind of work I do. So I usually kind of understand some of the paperwork. So if you could help us clarify, because we need to know what we can and cannot do. Mom is requesting access to Gabe's information at school, and Mr. Fortner was saying that she wasn't allowed to have any of that access. So, we didn't have any documentation to show that, and that's what we were asking for. So he left that meeting. And
what type of documentation? Just like school records?
For Mrs. Fortner was looking, to get.
Just like academic records?
Yeah, and even hear from the teacher.
Counseling records?
Yeah. Or hear from the teacher how Gabe is doing, access to the teacher. I don't think she's had any contact with the teacher this year, to my knowledge. Most parents usually want to do that stuff or go to the open houses and,
Based upon your training and experience as a high conflict parental coordinator, are you familiar with the rules under the Ohio Revised Code? concerning parents' access to school and medical records. And despite whatever, is it fair to say that despite whatever the designation is for a parent, that they're still legally entitled to those records?
Yep.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Boyle.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I was just going to say, and just to clarify, that I understand that those are the rules, and I express that with the school. The school folks who don't, right, they don't want to put themselves at any risk.
Understand.
Dad was very clear with them, this is their interpretation, and I know it's a little bit of hearsay for me to recite that, but their interpretation was that Dad was very clear that Mom was not to step on school grounds and have any access. So they were nervous about proceeding.
To the school?
To the school.
Okay.
So they were nervous about proceeding. So I had asked Dad if he had any documentation.
I see.
That would be helpful for us to know. And so far, what I had wasn't showing what he was saying. And so after the school conference meeting, he sent an email, and it had to have been pretty immediate because it came in that night, to the principal, the teacher, and myself, with like 40 pages of documentation, and saying that he was rescinding his consent. He didn't want me to talk with Gabe anymore, work with Gabe anymore. He was willing to allow Gabe to talk to the other counselor, but he wanted to meet with her. He never made arrangements for that. But in that 40 pages of documentation, again, nothing said that Mom could have access.
So just so I'm clear, you're saying that after Mr. Fortner had rescinded his allowing Gabriel to see you, he said that he would provide a paper allowing Gabriel to see the other counselor, and that is yet to happen.
Right.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Around what time, what part of the year last year was this? Was this in early September, August, or?
I think the conferences were either late September or early October. I'm really bad at the dates, but I believe that's.
Okay. And then since that time, has Gabriel had any severe emotional events at the school?
Yeah, there was then the time I mentioned, he was pretty upset because the teacher was making him stay in for recess to work on how he writes his O's because he was having trouble with it, and he also was having trouble following direction with her. And so that was the consequence. And he was insistent that she was doing it on purpose because she didn't like him, and she was just being mean to him because she didn't like him. And we tried, the counselor, I say we were both in the same room, but the counselor tried to explain to her, as well as the speech therapist, that the teacher would not act in that way. It's not personal. This is the assignment. And then he started talking more about, family members not liking him and being mean to him and everyone being mean to him. So they, again, consoled him and explained that, we have to do what the teacher says, and that he's very well liked, and, we couldn't understand why anyone would want to try to be mean to him on purpose. Just to reassure him.
You said that you now have a supervised visitation center?
Yeah.
And where is that?
In Fairport Harbor.
And how long have you been operating a facility?
Since last year, not last year, 2022 November, so about a little over a year.
So you're very familiar with supervised visitation and parental interactions with their children under those circumstances? I'd like to enter into,
Has she seen this before?
I did. Have you seen this before?
Well, is it marked?
This is marked Plaintiff's Exhibit C.
Okay.
Has
he received a copy?
Yes. This is certified records from Safe and Sound.
Oh, I did look at those, yeah.
Excuse me one moment. My copy. I'd like to read some of these.
Well, let's ask the witness about it, okay?
Okay.
So, here. showing you what's been marked. Here, I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes. It's plaintiff's exhibit C. It should be petitioner's exhibit C. Could you take a minute to look at that? Have you seen that document before? Are you familiar with that document?
Yeah.
What is it?
These are the observation notes from Stevenson.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Boyle, with any questions you have.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, if I may I read some of this and ask her questions?
You may ask her questions, but I don't want, the court can read the documents on its own. I don't want you just regurgitating what I'm going to read anyway.
Okay, fair enough. You reviewed these visitation notes. How was Gabriel's interactions with mother?
It sounded like they were appropriate. It was happy to see her. And it went well.
And did you notice that on each visit that Gabriel ran to his mom and hugged his mother?
Yeah.
And did you also read that in these reports that Gabriel said how he misses his mother and he kisses her on multiple occasions? Is there anything in these reports that leads you to believe that Gabriel is at risk in mother's care?
No.
Is there anything in these reports that lead you to believe that Gabriel was a victim of domestic violence or abuse from mother?
No, there doesn't seem to be any indication from the records.
Based on what you see in here as mother's interactions with the child, healthy?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, seemed very appropriate.
Okay. I'll have them ask no more questions regarding this exhibit.
Do you have any more questions for the witness?
I do.
Okay, then go ahead.
Miss Tyrrell, you spoke with the guardian ad litem in this case?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
And I'd like to point out that this is in that you stated that you believed that this was alienation. That you stated that to the guardian ad litem. Why did you make that statement?
Well, it was starting to hit the check marks for what we usually see when there is some. A couple things. First, because the school was getting the impression from Dad that Mom could not come on school at all, when most people understand that that's usually not a restriction that's provided. So that was my first ping. And then when I met with Mom, the way she was describing things was very similar, pretty textbook to a lot of the other parents I see who have been targeted. The intensity, the panic, and the level of detail they share just seemed very similar, so it kind of raised another valve for me. And then that Gabe was not able to back up his statements and that they were extreme. I thought it was extreme when he said that his brother and sisters turned against him and didn't like him. I thought that was pretty alarming, and that he had no access with Mom. Mom had explained that she had one opportunity where Dad was supervising, and then that time was restricted. So it just felt very controlled, and so it just seemed to be starting to mark the check boxes for alienation. The way Gabe described his relationship with Dad sounded like it was really sort of a grooming enmeshment, and I know that this is all early phases of what develops into parent alienation, but each time I met with him, he talked about missing Dad and wanting to go home to be with Dad, even though he was with Dad every day. And I know sometimes kids miss being home, or they don't want to be at school and they want to go home, but it's interesting that many of them say, I want to go home. They don't identify I want my mom, I want my dad. They just want to leave school. He wanted to be with his dad. He also had a watch that would track his whereabouts so nobody could take him from school. I was concerned about that level of anxiety, I guess, for lack of a stronger term really, but anxiety about that he might be taken from school. Most of our young children, I don't know any of our other young children have a watch to track their whereabouts so that they wouldn't be taken from school. So it really did seem like there was concern about him being taken by mom from school. And, we have a procedure for that. And, given the information we had, that wouldn't happen anyway. So that was concerning too, when he talked about that. And then I'm just concerned, increasingly for Gabe, about his kind of radical ideas when he would get upset. It was really getting pretty extreme.
Radical ideas, could you describe those?
Aggressive. Well, one day I met with him and he said he was pretty upset, and he eventually identified that he was jealous because he was wearing his uniform on picture day because Dad forgot his picture day, and so he didn't get to dress up or wear something different for his picture. So he wanted to squash the school into a brick because he was very angry.
Because he felt left out because Dad forgot his uniform on picture day. You mentioned it started to tick all the boxes for parental alienation. What are some of the common strategies used by an alienating parent?
Well, usually it's being negative towards the other parent and talking to the child negatively about the other parent. That's a big one, and then restricting access to the other parent. And then it tends to then get generalized to other family members, which is also unusual. And for me, that's always a big one I look at, because you can have one, let's say, bad parent or bad relative, but that doesn't make all the relatives bad. Mm-hmm. And so when children start to generalize their disdain for or have anxiety about their relationship with other family members, that becomes concerning because, most family members love little kids, and, it's just not an issue. We want them to grow up feeling secure in a network of people. So that's always kind of a big one for me.
Were you aware that Mr. Fortner, Mr. Fortner's home the interior is audio and video monitored at all times?
Are you aware of that?
Yes.
How are you aware of that?
Mom mentioned that there was a camera, and I believe somehow it might have been in the documents too.
What documents?
From one of the abuse reports, there was a picture or something of a living room. So it seemed like there.
Maybe something that Mr. Fortner provided to you?
Yeah, I think so.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So, a child of the age of 6, when they're making these comments about their parents in the presence of the alienating parent, do you feel that that's a voluntary comment? Or maybe I should rephrase. Do you feel that the child's response to these questions is influenced by the presence of the alienating parent?
Yeah.
So, for example, when the police are called and the child says, I don't want to go home because it's crazy over there, and then look at father, is that a sign of that the child is making a voluntary statement about his situation?
It's always hard to know, right? But, it is hard. Especially when you have a parent there to know if the child's being influenced, because they're concerned about what the parent's responsibility to what they say. So, we usually don't recommend interviewing kids, with the parents present, and trying to get some time alone.
Let's see here. So we talked about some of the things. I'd like to ask you about some of the language Gabriel used with Ms. Brown in her report. Okay. Specifically, when Gabriel is asked about the safe and sound visits. This would be on.
Wait a second, what are you asking her about?
I want to ask her to evaluate Gabriel's language regarding the supervised visitation of mother.
Okay.
So this is on page 20, paragraph 1 of the Guardian Ad Litem report, it says, when asked about seeing his mother at Safe and Sound, Gabriel said it is good. He is, quote, he said, it is, quote, expert and safe. Is that the language a child would typically use to describe visiting their parents at a supervised visitation center?
Yeah, that's an odd one. I don't know. Kids sometimes will have some words that they throw out there, and so, you don't know where they got it from. But yeah, I wouldn't necessarily expect those, but I don't know if that was how it was explained to him by someone, that it's, I always, tell the kids that are coming to my space that our priorities are that everyone is safe and that we have fun. So, I don't know how it was explained to him.
Before you ask any further, I have something that I want clarified on. You had mentioned earlier that Gabriel has a speech therapist.
Mm-hmm.
How come he has a speech therapist?
I'm not sure.
Okay. In terms of your involvement when you were counseling Gabriel and providing therapy, did you have the ability to review any documents concerning Gabriel's disability?
No.
Okay. Are you aware of anything concerning his disability?
Only, I know he's getting speech. And, we have a lot of young ones getting speech. And usually there's a particular letter or something that they have to work on articulating.
Are you aware of whether he has an IEP or an ETR?
No, we don't know. I think he had, and this is where I'm not, because I don't, Mary Freeze manages that stuff, Mrs. Jusick manages that stuff a little bit more for me, but our kids will have an accommodation plan. From what I understand, he's tested out of the accommodation plan.
So he's exceeding outside of the accommodation plan?
Well, according to the testing, the teacher has still expressed some concerns.
Okay.
So I think he's, on the verge.
Okay.
And and we're also there on different days. So the only day that I'm there and the speech therapist is there are Mondays.
Okay.
So, it's just if she's able to get him on that day.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Mr. Boyle, I'm sorry.
Oh, no, thank you, Ron. I want to ask you a couple questions about the events that led up to Mr. Fortner withholding Gabriel from his mother. There was a fight between Mr. Fortner and their teenage son, Jacob, who's age 14 at the time. In that fight, subsequent to that fight, Jacob no longer returns to father's home. And subsequent to that, father had removed the other children as well, the two young girls, Jocelyn, age, I believe, 16 or 17 at the time, and Dalen, age 12. How would that be interpreted by a 6-year-old?
Yeah, well, it's hard to know. I mean, obviously, it would be confusing, I'm sure. They don't always understand what's going on in the family dynamics, but that would change things quite a bit, and. In
your experience in these types of high conflict custody disputes, is mental health typically, is it frequently involved or in the air in these things? Yeah. But by one of the parents or both parents or the children or?
Yeah. I mean, obviously conflict has led to the divorce. I would say people get divorced for a reason. They have conflict, they tried to work it out and couldn't. It's what happens afterwards that makes a huge difference for the kids. And, the longer kids experience conflict, that's when we see more devastating effects. Kids adjust as well as the parents do. So if the parents aren't managing well, they're going to struggle too. And, what we often try to do is make sure that siblings stay together. So And that's because they're the only ones going through this together. So whenever children are split, we have concerns about that too, and the level of kind of whether it's direct or peripheral emotional support they get by being with their siblings. So it's been concerning to see that he hasn't gotten to see them.
Right, absolutely. In your professional experience doing reunification therapy, in situations similar to this one, is it appropriate to continue giving father control over supervised visitation of Gabriel with mother?
Well, we don't usually recommend that at all, but, we try to avoid family members supervising. If they do, then it's usually extended family, not the parents, because again, kids know that there's tension between the parents, so just the parents being together, kids are aware, and so they're going to manage themselves kind of accordingly. So either they're going to create conflict, because kids literally have said to me that they will create conflict so that the parents have to work together to manage their behavior.
Sure.
Or, they're trying to behave in a way where they're monitoring to make sure that there's no fallout between the parents. So they're trying to make sure that they're being extra good.
So it puts a lot of pressure on the children.
Yeah, it's tough. I don't even, with my practice, a lot of times parents want to come together for the counseling sessions, and I don't allow that. I have them take turns because the kids aren't focused on what's going on in my room. They're worried about what's going on in the waiting room with the two parents.
Sitting out.
Yeah, so they really can't focus. So I have parents take turns. It's very difficult. So we certainly don't want that happening in supervision.
The guardian ad litem also recommends like a stepped-in reunification therapy over a fairly, I would consider, a long period of time, beginning with 3-hour supervised visitations by father, followed by one unsupervised visit a week with mother, followed by several, and then following some additional, maybe I could just read it, might be a little easier and clearer for the court. So I'm just going to go through a couple of the recommendations, one paragraph at a time, and I'd like you to comment on them, please. It says, guardian, this is page 20, last paragraph. It says, the guardian ad litem recommends that mothers have parenting time with Gabriel every weekend for 3 hours in neutral public location. Mothers should turn over car keys to father during visits. And you said already that you don't agree with that type of reunification or visitation. The guardian ad litem recommends that the parent and children engage in reunification therapy. Do you agree that the children and parents should engage in reunification therapy?
I think it could be helpful.
After 3 sessions that involve mother and Gabriel, mother's parenting time should be expanded to 1 visit per week for 8 hours unsupervised, without the need of father to take mother's car keys. After 3 additional sessions that involve mother and Gabriel, mother should be permitted out overnight parenting time with Gabriel every weekend from Friday to Saturday, 4 to 4. After another 3 sessions that involve mother and Gabriel, mother should be permitted parenting time with Gabriel on alternating weekends, Friday 4, Sunday at 4. So what, in a situation like this, where there's been a high conflict custody dispute and where the child's been withheld from his siblings and his mother, what would you recommend as a proper course of reunification?
I know that most people want a graduated kind of approach, and in my experience, it's not necessary. If there's a good bond, if there's a good attachment bond with the parent, in most cases there is, reunification can happen pretty quickly. So, they've already had supervised visits, there are no flags there. From the report, it sounds like mom's attuned to Gabe and what he wants to do. I know there were a couple times he, didn't want to sit and read a book, and she kind of insisted, but to me, that's still appropriate because he did cooperate with her. Reading is one of the best things you can do, and at that age, that's something that parents usually want to do a lot with kids to promote their reading at school. So, I didn't see that as a flag or anything. I thought it was, just outlining the time, and he was being a little rambunctious from the gym, so sitting down, reading and calming down made sense as well. So I don't know that all of that is necessary. I think that, especially because they're older siblings, if he went back and started spending time with mom in her home, there are enough people around that if anything goes awry, someone's going to hear about it. Not to mention, we're aware at the school of the situation, so if we're aware that he's going to have time with mom, we're going to keep an eye on him. And, I tell people that all the time anyway. If the school knows what's going on, they're going to keep an eye out. So they're going to look to see, are there any marks on this kid? Is the kid behaving differently? Schools pay attention to that stuff because they see the kids every day. They're most consistent with divorced families. The school is one of the most consistent places, and the teachers are, the most consistent adults sometimes for those kids for day-to-day interactions. So I don't know that all of that is needed. And there's a presumption. And I'm sorry, but I don't understand the need for dad to take mom's keys. Maybe there's a concern about flight risk, but I don't know that that's been raised. And that there's a reason. From what I read with the abuse reports, is that nothing was substantiated. So there's a presumption.
When did you read the CFS records?
Not the Cuyahoga County.
The California ones. Were those provided to you from Mr. Fortner? Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead.
You used the word quickly when you mentioned reunification. What could you specify quickly, as in like a week, 2 weeks, a month?
Yeah, I move pretty quick. I move pretty quick with folks, and when I've coached other therapists, they've been surprised too at how well it goes. So sometimes we'll just look at a short visit to see how that goes, and then we look at like a full day visit, then overnight, and then move into the schedule, especially with little ones. We don't need to drag it out because they adjust so quickly to this stuff. The older ones, you get some, complaining and moaning because they don't get to do what they do, with their friends, or, it disrupts their schedule. But with younger ones, it usually doesn't.
Teenagers can be pretty difficult, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me see if I have any other questions. This guardian ad litem report also recommends making father the residential custodian of Gabriel. Do you have any thoughts on that?
I'm going to sustain anything on that. She's not here as a custody evaluator. She's not here.
Fair enough.
To decide that.
No further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Fortner?
Yes. Okay. Ms. Tyrrell, or is it Tyrrell? Tyrrell, okay. When did you meet with Alexis first regarding this case, and who else was there?
Mrs. Dodd was there, and it was like the first few days of school, like the first week or two.
Okay. She came by herself, or were the kids with her? Yeah.
By herself.
Okay.
Yeah, she made an appointment.
What was she asking for the school to do?
She was asking if she could come to the school, if she could come to Gabe's events, and if she could have access to the records. She also wanted the school to know what was going on and to express her frustration that she hasn't been able to see Gabe. And so she was looking for opportunities. Mrs. Dodd was very clear. We didn't want anything that was going to be disruptive on school property, not only for Gabe's sake, but for the other children's sake. And that until we had some legal documentation, that's how we were going to proceed. And Mom asked if she could come to the school after school, but we asked that that not happen because we thought it could cause problems. Not necessarily in her, we didn't know if you were going to show up and she shows up and then there's a fight about Gabe there. We didn't want that to go on. We didn't want Gabe to be confused about where he was supposed to go if we didn't have paperwork to outline that, and we didn't want it to create a scene for other people. So we were just, Mrs. Ellis was trying to be very conservative.
Okay. In the paperwork that I sent you, the documents, I know you said a lot of them were convoluted, but did you see the written agreement that we had come to when I dismissed the permanent restraining order trial?
Well, let's rephrase. It's not a permanent restraining order. There's no such thing as a permanent restraining order. But did you receive paperwork concerning an agreement that Mrs. and Mr. Fortner had made in dismissal of his domestic violence civil protection order?
Yes, it was handwritten, but it wasn't a legal document. So we didn't have a legal document about a protection order. We didn't have a legal document about.
You just had an agreement between the parents.
Right.
Okay, go ahead.
Did you realize that Alexis was in violation of that agreement when she came to the school? Because the agreement stated that she wasn't supposed to go to the school.
No, I did not interpret it that way and would not. Because I would interpret that as usually the restraining order is about, people, and we met at the church.
Well, I'm talking about the written agreement.
Right, I don't recall that
Right, okay.
piece, but we didn't meet at the school, we met at the church,
Which is
the church offices.
Yes. Is the church adjacent to the school in the same parking lot?
Yes. But again, typically, in a restraining order, the ones I read, will say how many feet of, there'll be more details and specifics.
Yes.
So I didn't interpret it that way, and neither did Mrs. Dodd. We had a parent that wanted to meet with the principal, and she asked me to come along.
Well, but I'm not talking about there was no restraining order. I'm talking about the handwritten agreement that we had both signed that I showed you.
Well, at that time, what we had was illegible. It was tiny and small, and we couldn't read it at that time. When you sent me the stuff, it was after the Tyrrell teacher conference.
Mm-hmm.
That was more legible, but at the time when we met with Alexis.
I haven't sent that to you yet.
Yeah, what we had was,
Yeah.
no, but Mrs. Dodd had paperwork.
But as far as that agreement goes, I recall sending it to you, it was after we had met. So you wouldn't have known then that she was in violation of that agreement.
No, because
Yeah.
what Mrs. Dodd had is what you gave her at the beginning of the year. And what was handwritten was illegible. We could not read it. So we didn't know what that was.
Okay, understood.
Truly. It was very tiny. We tried to blow it up. We could not read it.
Yeah.
It was illegible. We didn't understand what was going on. And that's why, Mrs. Dodd had already talked to you, I believe. And so she was going off of your information. And because she didn't have any legal documents from Alexis, and even your information, she wasn't sure what was going on. She just wanted to proceed with caution and ask that because Gabe was with you,
Yeah.
you were bringing Gabe to school, we would keep it clean that way. And then when Alexis got documentation that would say otherwise, then we would proceed differently. That was her mindset
So-
at the time.
The problem came then because that written agreement was illegible. You guys couldn't read that.
Right.
Yeah, that's where the confusion. Okay. How many times did
No
you?
And
comments,
it
just
wasn't-
ask questions. I don't want it from anybody, okay? Just ask questions, okay?
Yes, sir. How many times did you meet with Gabe and how long were your meetings with him? Just regarding this case.
Not much. I met with him maybe 2 or 3 times. One time it was about 20, 30 minutes. Another time it was towards the end of the day, so it was about 15 minutes. Another about 20 minutes. Like really not much because it was the beginning of the school year,
Yeah.
lots of things going on.
Is it your experience, have you, in your career, counseled children who have been through abuse and trauma and things like that? And is it your experience that normally they'll open up to a new counselor with all the details on the first or second visit? Yeah, okay.
It'd be pretty, yeah.
Yeah,
Many of them are pretty, especially the little ones, they just kind of were.
so, okay. When you interviewed him, what did he tell you? About his mom and about the specifics?
Yeah,
What
that's
specifics
it.
did he tell you?
That didn't give me any. That I told you what he told me. He basically said that mom hit him with a belt because she's evil. And I said, well, can you tell me when? He said lots of times. What times? Yeah, I don't remember. I don't know. I said, well, can you tell me of a time, one time when it happened? And then he started talking about something else. I said, Gabe, can you tell me, what happened? And and he couldn't. I said, well, where did the belts come from? Whose belt? How did she get a belt? I don't know. She just did. Can you tell me, where did she hit you on the belt? He changed the subject again. Well, can you show me where you got hurt on the belt? Well, no. Well, I don't know. Well, it was that kind of stuff. So, nothing. And she's evil. She's evil. I said, well, what does that mean? Just bad. She told my brothers and sisters not to like me. And she's turned them against me. Well, what do they say? I don't know. Well, how do you know she did? She just did.
He didn't tell you what he was referring to when he said that?
Nope, I could not pin him down on anything. And then he said, do you want to know a secret? And I said, sure. He says, keep the secret. I said, okay. He said, I killed God. I killed the devil. I got a sword, and I killed the devil. I said, oh, wow. How did you do that? With a sword. Oh, well, what happened? I just did. I said, well, why did you kill the devil? So there's only God, no evil. Only God and love.
And what's your assessment of that? You mentioned that a couple of times.
Well, he kept referring to mom as evil. So he killed the devil so there wouldn't be evil, so mom won't be evil. There's only love and God. That's how I interpreted it. Because that's how, when kids tell me stories, that's usually what I get. And so my job is connecting the dots. And I think that was his intention.
What was his intention?
To let me know. He doesn't want mom to be evil. He wants mom to love.
Do you think that's normal for Catholic school?
And I said, well, what do you think about mom? Well, there's only love. There's only going to be love.
Just love stuff. Yeah, he says that. Okay. Well, are you aware that a few weeks ago he was removed from academic special education because of his progress this year? Okay.
Yes.
Still continuing with speech, right?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, why do you think he's feeling rejected from his family members? You mentioned that earlier.
Well, if he believes that mom has hurt him, and if he believes his siblings are turned against him, then he'll interpret that as rejection. And what we're seeing at school is when something bad happens that he doesn't like, he's interpreting that people don't like him, that they're doing it personally to him instead of looking at the circumstance. So he's starting to feel.
You're referring to that argument he had with his teacher about his O's? Mm-hmm. Are there other examples of that?
Yeah, the teachers indicated that that's happened with some, and again, I know that's hearsay, but she's indicated it's happened with some other conflicts with the kids.
Your assessment of whether this was parental alienation, it seems like it was based off of Alexis's, how upset she seemed.
Not completely. No.
What else was there besides her reaction?
Well, I told you the statements that he was making, the fact that he's got a tracking watch, and also, your reaction to, our meeting. I thought that you overreacted to that. When I said that I had experience with high conflict divorce cases and I was trying to understand the legal paperwork and you were being evasive, your response to that was to then rescind permission for me to work with Gabe because you felt like he didn't need a high conflict counselor, which is not what I was saying. What I was saying is that I could understand the legal paperwork. I was being a counselor at school. So
do you recall?
That was overreaction.
During our conversation, I explained to you that we had a written agreement and that the case had just been tried in California and stuff like that. Do you recall saying that that doesn't make sense? That's not how the courts work?
Right.
Do
Because,
you see now that that's what happened?
no, because what the paperwork you sent me did have your divorce, that's fine, but it also had that when you reported child abuse to them, that they indicated they didn't have jurisdiction. They still made phone calls and did what they could, but they found abuse unsubstantiated and they referred it to Cuyahoga County, just as I was explaining to you that I knew they probably would do. And that is what they did, and that's what the paperwork indicated. When I read it, that's what it looked like to me.
You said you read the full
Yep.
CPS investigation from California?
Yep.
So you do understand that they did open up a full investigation in California?
They started the investigation. My understanding from what I read was that they found it unsubstantiated and that they referred to Cuyahoga County because they didn't have jurisdiction. That was my interpretation.
That's what happened with the judge, but the CPS in California did finish their full investigation. You aware of that?
And so what did they find? Why? What I read was that it was unsubstantiated, whether investigated or, whether it was a full investigation or not, the conclusion was that abuse was unsubstantiated. That's what I got. And I also got that you had reported to them and Alexis had reported something too. So they were just seeing it as kind of, it's not our thing anymore because they're living in Ohio. That's what I read.
And when the written agreement that I gave you that you said was illegible, when did you see the other documents that I sent up when that got typed into place and put as a court order?
No.
You didn't see that yet? Okay.
I saw a note with some agreement that the two of you had.
Yes.
But it was a.
But this court had actually made that into an order. You didn't see that one though. That was after
I don't
you
believe you said that.
Yeah.
Because when I asked if anything was happening with court, you said you were leaving it up to Alexis to file in domestic relations court on that case.
Do you recall when precisely the parent-teacher conference was, or when Mr. Fortner sent this information to you?
Yeah, it was like, I think conferences were like early October or late September.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, I don't have any other questions.
Ms. Brown, do you have any questions?
Just a few now.
Go ahead.
Ms. Tyrrell, you had testified that you had talked to Gabriel along with the other school counselor when he was upset about making his O's incorrectly.
Mm-hmm.
Was he upset about anything else at that time that you guys had to consult him about?
Oh, yes. I had forgotten. He was upset also about the dog being put down. I forget, he said that they put the dog down and that Mom was mean because she said that the dog was fat. And, we consulted him about that. We didn't see that necessarily as a mean comment, and that, we don't know anything about the dog, and it's quite possible if the dog was heavy, and I've heard that happen before with parents, that they'll make those kinds of comments and the kids interpret it negatively and not understanding that it was kind of an explanation about poor health.
In this case, Mr. You haven't talked to the older siblings of Gabriel, correct? Okay. In your professional experience, have you seen cases where there's multiple children and because of the high conflict in the situation, the children can become aligned with one or the other parent?
Yeah, sure.
In this situation, if Gabriel were to return home fairly quickly, like you had recommended, to his mom's home, and his siblings are very angry at their father and have a low opinion of their father, do you have any professional opinion on what that might be like for Gabriel?
Well, I guess it depends. It could be very confusing if the kids are quick to try to, turn him against his dad. I would hope that both parents would stress to them that they shouldn't be doing that, right? That Gabe has his own relationship with his dad and his own relationship with his mom, separate from them. And that's the reason I think that having some kind of, reunification therapy or family therapy would be helpful, just to kind of help address those boundaries and support for the family. I know everybody's different, but my experience with older siblings, particularly if they're significantly older, and in this case you've got like a 6-year difference, and they're at an age where they're going to be, I would hope and assume, more sensitive to Gabe's needs and emotional well-being, that they wouldn't be mean in that way. Usually they want to support the younger children and are more caretakers of that, particularly, in my experience, particularly the girls tend to be kind of more nurturing. So I would hope that that would happen, and I would hope that, again, with some family therapy, that the therapist could help everyone navigate those boundaries pretty well. I mean, it's going to be difficult no matter what. I just think that if he's got a schedule where he's seeing both parents and he gets to experience both parents, he'll come to his own conclusions and judgments about the care that he's getting from the parents. So, and that's usually what I tell parents. I tell all the parents I work with, be the better parent, right? If both of you are the better parent, then the kid wins out. If one of you is able to do it and one of you isn't, then it clears the mud for the rest of us to know what to do, right? So, because parents in a divorce tend to get kind of competitive, so I'm like, well, let's, just work on being a good parent. Doesn't mean spoil the kid, it just means making sure you've got a good relationship with your child, that you're able to be open and hear communication, hear the child talk to you and be open to communication and be supportive. And rely on mental health professionals or extended family members when you need some guidance and support to help your kid be on track. The worst thing for me, and that's one of the reasons I do this work, because I've worked with people of all ages and adults who've gone through it, and they all say the same thing. Everyone has said that their life would have been better if they had a solid relationship with their parents, one that they could talk openly with their parents, and the parents could hear what they had to say, and that they felt their love. It's truly everyone I have worked with has made that comment. And so I look at the long view. All of this is disruptive right now, but what's the long view? We want this kid to grow up and feel loved and nurtured by both parents and an extended family. That's what leads to better health. And when we look at, sorry, I'm getting out a little soapbox, but I'm just going to tell you, because there was yet another meta-analysis study done looking at all the research. And when you look at physical and mental well-being and longevity in life, it is knowing that you have people in your life that have your back. And that's what we want. We want children to grow up knowing that their parents have their back, both of them. And that someday when their parents are old, the parents can have the child's back, or the child can have the parents' back. That's how life works. So it may be disruptive and difficult, and we can put in as many supports as we can to support everyone here. But, right now, what's going on is just disruptive and painful. It's hard to see, when he's distressed and feeling like everybody's out to get him. That's not a way to be at 6.
One other question, Ms. Tyrrell. You had commented on a recommendation that I made about visits that Gabriel had with Dad taking Mom's car keys. Mm-hmm. Were you aware that that's actually the temporary order of the court currently?
No.
Okay. And I guess because the previous agreement was illegible, you probably weren't aware that that was contained in that agreement as well.
I don't recall that.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Do you think it's in your opinion, is it harmful for Gabriel to continue to be separated from his siblings and his mother?
It's hard to predict harm, but I don't, it's not helpful. I think it's difficult. And, I get concerned about a couple things, and this is kind of with the car keys, is, we're undermining the authority of another parent in his eyes if he has to see that. you know. So if there is an exchange of the car keys, he shouldn't be witnessing that at all, because it reinforces a distrust, and you need to start working on instilling some trust. But I do get concerned about the harm of being separated from his siblings.
So, no further questions.
Anything based on that?
No.
Anything based on that?
No.
Okay, thank you for your testimony,
Okay, thank you.
Tyrrell. You're now excused from the witness stand. It's about 10 to noon. This is a good opportunity for us to take our lunch break, so we'll come back at 12:50. And I'm sorry, we'll come back at 12:45. That clock is fast. So it's at 11:42. We'll come back at 12:45, and then we'll continue with testimony if any further witnesses. Okay, we're back on the record of Fortner versus Fortner. Come back from our lunch recess. I believe petitioner is calling another witness. Could you close the door behind you, ma'am, when you walk in? Thank you. Come on this way. Sit right here. Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Thank you.
Okay, have a seat. I noticed that you speak very softly. There's a speaker right here that picks up everything you say. So it's really important that you speak loudly and clearly so we can pick up your testimony, okay?
Yes.
It appears to me that you're not speaking loudly or clearly. I'm going to ask you to raise the volume, okay?
Yes.
Could you start by telling me your name and spelling your last name for the record?
Victoria Lynn Price, P-R-I-C-E.
Mr. Boyle.
Victoria, how do you know the defendant in this case?
My mom.
No, you're Mr. Fortner.
Oh, he's my biological father.
Okay. And how old are you?
I'm 22.
Okay. I just have a couple of questions regarding Mr. Fortner's parenting stuff. Can you please describe Mr. Fortner? Actually, I'd like to ask first. Do you have a relationship with your father currently?
I do not.
Okay. When did that end?
Around 2017 or 2018.
Mm-hmm. And at that time you were under the age of 18?
Yes.
And what preceded the...
What caused you not to have a relationship with your dad?
He tried to get me to lie to the police.
And what exactly were those lies?
He wanted me to tell the police my mom choked me, and she did not.
Can you describe in more detail how that occurred?
Yes, I can. So, my father asked me to lie to the police about my mom choking me, and the incident that went down was he offered me edibles, and I took them. So I
Like a marijuana edible?
Yes.
Okay.
He asked me edibles and mushrooms, but I took the edibles and marijuana edibles. And I went to school high, and I came home. I told my mom what happened. I was very sick. I got very sick off of them. They got into a very big argument, and then he came into the room. He said that he wanted to take alone with me. He said he wanted to take me and my sister Nikoletta away from my mom, and that to do so, I was to say the hickey that I had from my first boyfriend on my neck was a mark from my mother choking me. So when the police came and questioned me, I told the truth, and I said it was a hickey. It was very clearly a hickey. I'm sure there's pictures. And I have not spoken to him since.
Thank you. And I would just like you to briefly describe your mother's parenting style, or what qualities if you could illuminate for the court.
My mom's parenting style is very involved and structured. There's a schedule, and I think she's very fun, caring, loving.
So when you describe organized and structured, could you give us an example of what that means?
Yes. So when I was with my mom, I was in volleyball. My sister was in softball. Every kid was in a sport. She had a schedule. She made sure she came to all of our games. She's involved in all of our school events, all of our school field trips. She's a very involved person, and she knows where every kid is at all times, what they should be doing, what homework should be done. So
I understand this is maybe some time ago because you haven't lived with your mother for quite some time, but what was the type of food that she would serve at the house?
my mom makes the best food, I think. She doesn't make stuff that I do, but she makes. My favorite food was called cabbage casserole. It was beef and cabbage, and it was a stew. Or she makes homemade chili, homemade chicken and tomatoes. And there's always like chicken and then like a rice or a potato and like a vegetable. She makes sure we get the vegetable in.
Was your father involved in your education when you were young?
No.
Was he involved in any of your extracurriculars when you were young?
No.
Did he ever cook when you were young?
No.
And you came in from Tennessee to be here and testify for your mother?
Yes.
I no more questions.
Mr. Fortner, any cross-examination?
Yes. Tori, the marks on your neck that you're talking about, there was more than just one. And where did I get the idea? Do you know where I got the idea that mom choked you in the first place?
Your head?
Okay,
I
so
don't know. No.
are you saying that you didn't call me on my way home from work and tell me you ran away? Or your mom didn't call me and tell me that too?
I slept over at a friend's house with my mother's permission.
Okay. You never mentioned before, you've made statements for the past 6 years to different CPS agents and for court and things like that. You never mentioned that I gave you mushrooms before or edibles. How come you haven't mentioned that I gave those to you before?
Because this is about Gabriel and his safety, and I think it's relevant now that my sister Jocelyn told me that the same thing happened to her with being offered.
So Jocelyn told you that you didn't witness it?
No, I've not witnessed it. I was told.
And so you're saying that the reason that you didn't bring that up before is because you didn't find it relevant?
Correct.
And now you do. Okay. Okay, I just want you to know that I'm very proud of you and I love you. I have no more questions.
Ms. Brown, any questions?
Yes, Ms. Price, how old were you when you said you no longer had a relationship with your father?
16.
And after that age, did anybody encourage you to reconcile with him?
My mom did multiple times.
And what was your response to that?
Yes, it was kind of rude. I told her no, and that I probably will never talk to him again. But she was very encouraging and trying to get me to.
I have no further questions.
I have a question.
Yes.
So, were there other things that caused you not to want to have a relationship with your father, or was it just this instance where he asked you to lie to the police, allegedly?
There was other instances. He was never involved, so I already knew when I grew up I would not have a very close relationship with him. Whether he was married to my mother or not, it was always my mom. But the way he talks to to me is very angry and spiteful. He's, for example, like my mom was in Ohio one time and I got sent home early to go to a friend's birthday party back to California. And I guess he was angry or something, and in the heat of the moment he told me that I made him want to kill himself. He just talks down to me, and he's very rude, and I hate how he treats my siblings. Like when they call me, I'm very close with all my siblings. When they call me and tell me how they're treated and how they're yelled at and taunted and harassed by him, it makes me not want to talk to him. And then he also became very scary when I would not talk to him, and he would make YouTube videos about me, creating songs about me, talking about me publicly to where my friends could see it, reaching out to my husband, reaching out to my husband's family when he's never, I've never told him I was married. I've never told him anything about my life, but somehow he knows. So it's very intrusive.
Do you have a relationship with Nikoletta?
No, I do not.
And help me understand why not.
So me and Nikoletta were very close. I considered her my best friend when I first joined
Is
the
she
military.
older than you or younger?
She's younger. She's like a year and a half younger.
Okay.
We were very close. I considered her my best friend. We were always so close growing up. But when she turned 18, and when I was 19, 20, we were at two very different points in our life. She went out to California to live with my grandma and then live with a friend, and she was telling me the things she was doing, like she was doing drugs, she would drink and drive, or she would drive high and like forget the key was in the ignition and like call me worried that she couldn't find her keys. I was like, in the ignition. But the thing she was getting into was very bad. So I got permission from my command team, and I was in South Korea, to have her come and live with me because you can't get drugs in Korea at all. And it was very structured, and it should be how a young woman should live, like with clean from drugs. So, and she refused, and she moved to Texas and stopped speaking to me.
She refused to move with you to South Korea?
Yes, which is totally reasonable, but she stopped speaking to me, and she told me she could live her life however she wants, which is true.
Okay. Anything based on the court's questions, Mr. Boyle?
You mentioned that Nikoletta went to Texas. Any indication of what she was involved in Texas?
The woman or person she was living with did reach out to me and cussed me out, basically, and said that Nikoletta can do whatever she wants, she can smoke whatever she wants, she can drink whatever she wants, and that I know the girl she was living with was doing OnlyFans, but I don't know if Nikoletta, I don't have any proof that Nikoletta was.
Okay. If I may, what is OnlyFans?
Go ahead. What's the question?
It's like a cam girls, like porn.
So women
But,
masturbate or have sex in front of cameras for men that pay them?
It's whatever they want. The woman gets paid directly.
But there's no evidence.
No, there's no evidence that she did that.
Okay.
But the girl that she was living with was.
The girl she was living with
Yes.
was. Okay. And shortly thereafter is when she ended up moving back to Ohio with your mother, correct?
No, I think she went back to Ohio with my father.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Okay.
She had my father, because I know the girl who she was living with was moving. She had nowhere else to, so Nikoletta had nowhere else to go, so she called my father.
Okay. Do you feel that the way that Mr. Fortner's treated Gabriel is appropriate parenting?
That's outside the scope.
Fair enough. I have no more questions, John.
Anything based on the court's questions?
Yes, just real quick, you said that I was never there and stuff for when you were a kid for your school and your appointments. Where was I?
I don't know. I don't know where you were.
Did your mom work?
No, my mom was a stay-at-home mom.
So okay. And so you weren't aware that when I left in the morning I was going to work?
Yes.
So these are, I'm going to stop right now because this is outside the court's questions. You had a chance to cross-examine her based on Mr. Boyle's questions. But then the court asked questions. You said you had no further questions, fine. Then the court asked questions. So it's only to the court's questions. So do you have questions based on the court's questions?
No, I have no further questions.
Okay. Ms. Brown?
I have nothing.
Thank you, Ms. Price. You're now dismissed from the witness stand.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other witnesses?
Yeah, the next witness is going to be Tammy. She's also a character witness, Your Honor.
Okay. Come on in. Stand over here. Please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Have a seat.
Thank you.
Okay, there's a microphone right here. The speaker
Okay,
picks up everything we say,
Okay.
so it's important that you speak loudly and clearly.
okay,
Okay?
yes.
Could you start off by telling me your name and spelling your last name for the record?
It's Tammy Crown, Crown.
Okay, speak slowly.
Okay.
Go ahead, Mr. Boyle.
Good afternoon, Ms. Crown. Thank you for being here today. How do you know the defendant or the respondent, Mr. Fortner, in this case?
He's my son.
He is your son.
Yes.
Okay. And do you currently have a relationship with your son?
No,
So you guys are estranged.
correct.
And when, around what time did that occur?
2018 maybe?
So around the time of the divorce?
Yes.
And what precipitated the fallout between you two?
Well, when they got divorced, there was 6 small children at the time, and they had separated. And when I went to his new home to visit him in his new home, it was a concern. There was cameras all over the home, and it was a concern to me because the small children running around, I didn't know who was filming them or where the film was going, but I knew there was a camera. And at one point I was concerned about drugs, marijuana. My ex-husband at the time and my son were growing marijuana. I know there was other type of drugs in their home, so I was concerned about the children getting into the drugs. Gabriel was tiny at the time, infant. He would escape sometimes out of the front door. We had to go, chase him. I was worried about that. More or less, the drugs, I was very concerned about, but the cameras were very concerning. And it was hard on me. And at one point, I came over to visit him, and I brought a little Christmas ornament because I knew where the camera was. And I put it in front of the Christmas ornament in front of the camera. And he looked down on his phone and got a text message from, I don't know who. I'm assuming I don't know who it was from. I couldn't assume anything. But he got up immediately and moved the ornament. That's when we had kind of a blowout, and I said, this isn't right. I'm concerned. This isn't, the children come out in their little, Spider-Man underwear to have a bowl of cereal, and you should not be filmed. And we had a big problem with that. I had a big problem with that. And then it kind of just went on, and then it's finally was like, okay, I'm done. I'm done. I'm here for my grandchildren.
Okay. So you're not here for Alexis, you're here for your
For
grandchildren?
my grandchildren. Although I'm supporting Alexis 100%, but I'm mainly here for my grandchildren's sake.
Okay.
They need to be together.
Ms. Crown, just for clarification,
Sure.
when you talked about Mr. Fortner's new home, are you talking about in California, or are you talking
I
about here?
apologize. Yes, California. I live in California.
You live in California?
Yes, I live in San Diego.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Mr. Boyle. So there were cameras in the house in California?
Yes.
I'm going to change gears a little bit, and I want you to talk about your impressions of Eric's character for truthfulness and honesty.
Okay, so.
Well, ask the question.
What is Mr. Fortner's character for honesty and truthfulness?
Okay, so during grade school, several of his grade school teachers had told me that he has trouble with telling the truth. And then as he got older, teenager, he would say he would be at somebody's house or he would be here, he wasn't at this house, and then he would be caught lots of times where he wasn't there. Where are you? And yes, it was a problem from when he was little on.
And more recently, was there an event that occurred at your employer?
Yes, last June we were in domestic court.
So this is June of 2023?
Yes, sir.
This is around the time when all this domestic violence CPOs and
Correct.
all that was going on.
I worked for Southwest Airlines since 1987. So I'm like one of the, I paved the way to make this. There was 5,000 employees when I first started. So I'm familiar with, I know almost everybody in my industry. But I got a call from corporate security, Ray, I actually know him. He said, Tammy, do you know who Eric is? And I said, yes, and that's my son. And he said, that he had got a kind of suspicious email from him. And he asked me if I was okay. And he asked me if Eric was going to be a threat to the airlines.
Mm-hmm.
And I replied that he was very angry with me because I wasn't on his side the way he separated his children. He took one of the children, Gabriel, and that he was negotiating, like, let's go fish. You take these three and I'll take this one. And it was like, you can't separate these children.
Can we back up a minute?
Sure.
So you got a call from security, from
Yes.
corporate security, saying,
Yes.
have we got this suspicious email?
They said they got an email from Eric.
Were
And
you-
do I know who Eric is?
Did you review the email?
I did not. And
Okay.
he said that
Do you know what the content of the email was?
mm,
Or the nature of the email?
the nature was to try to discredit me from being a horrible employee. I didn't read the email. I just know that the corporate security called me and asked me if I knew Eric, and that they got an email from him. And this was the second time also.
Second time that he had tried to do that?
He calls my
Mr.
work.
Fortner had tried to call your employer
He emailed my work.
to
They tried
discredit you.
Yes. And they, of course, my work, I've been there so long, and they asked me if I was okay, and that,
Well, let me ask you this. When this happened, the second email that was sent to corporate security,
yeah. Well, they got a
were
hold
you
of it.
involved in the legal proceedings at that time?
What do you mean by that? I'm sorry.
Well, I'm trying to.
Like with
I'm
work
trying to
or with this case?
Hold on, ma'am. I'm trying to understand what would cause Mr. Fortner to allegedly do this, okay? So what I'm asking you is, was there a legal proceeding happening at that time? And if so, were you involved in it?
There was the domestic violence that was dropped that.
Here or in?
Here, I'm sorry,
in
here.
Ohio?
In Ohio.
And were you going to be testifying in that
I
case?
came to, yeah.
Okay. And then the email happened after that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Boyle.
There's one other event that I'd like you to describe. Nikoletta lived with you for quite some time,
Yes.
and you guys were fairly close.
Yes,
And I understand that you guys aren't so close anymore.
that's correct. I don't hear from her.
You recently sent her a book last year,
Yes, sir.
and what was that book
It
about?
was a little spiritual recovery type of book,
Mm-hmm.
and I did get an awful email from my son.
And what were the contents of that email you got from
The
your
email
son?
was telling me that I was a gaslighting cunt, and that Nikoletta does not do drugs, just dinkers in them, but he's not a drug addict. I have a copy of it. I don't have it right here.
That's okay. If I thought it was that relevant, I would have entered it as evidence.
Yeah, but she lived with me from June to October.
What year?
23, last year. No, wait, 22, I'm sorry.
June to what?
October.
Okay.
hmm And I live in a senior complex in San Diego, and I'm allowed to have guests, but they're not allowed to live there unless they're over 55. So she kind of lived there well beyond what she was supposed to live there. And then the HOA got a hold of me and told me that, that it's come to his attention that I have a teenager and blah, blah, blah. And she has to, it can't go on. So Nikoletta moved in with her best friend in Temecula, California, and lived with her for a few months.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to change gears again. I want to ask you some questions about parenting. When the kids were growing up prior to the divorce, how close were you with the Fortner family?
We lived fairly near each other.
Mm-hmm.
Within 45 minutes of each other.
Mm-hmm.
And my home was the Easter egg, Christmas, Thanksgiving, every holiday, every birthday for that matter, we had at my house in San Diego.
And there's 6 of these children, so it's probably all the same.
It was so much fun, yes. It was so much fun.
Could you please describe Mr. Fortner's parenting style?
Parenting, I would say lazy, if I had have one word. He never got involved in any sports with them, never took them on vacations, never got involved in their schoolwork, never, didn't really participate in anything that the children would do.
So you say you wouldn't go on the vacation?
He did not take them on any vacation, no.
And if you could please describe Alexis's qualities as a parent.
Alexis, she takes them to church. She's spiritual. She cooks dinner for them, takes them to their dentist appointments, doctor's appointments, swimming lessons, lacrosse. She cooks. She reads them, makes sure they do their homework, make sure they're clean.
Did you ever witness any abuse by Alexis directed towards the children?
Physical abuse?
Physical or emotional abuse?
No.
Have you ever seen any corporal punishment?
Say that again?
Have you ever seen any corporal punishment, like spanking?
No, they didn't.
Or...
I'm the grandmother.
No, but I'm just asking.
I did not, no, sir.
Right.
How does Alexis punish her children when they misbehave?
I think it's more now. You
can report what
I
was
don't know, up now, honestly, but I do know that she has them read a part of the Bible. She makes them sit in their room a little bit, read. They got something to read. They're pretty good kids. I'm with them all a lot. I see them about once a month. And I talk to them FaceTime all the time on the phone. And they're really good kids. They really are. And this is heartbreaking that we have to all be here and want to separate you from all of them. It's heartbreaking.
Okay, I applaud you for being a good grandmother, and with that I have no more questions.
Mr. Fortner?
Yeah. Do you remember what I told you when I called you finally and told you why I was divorcing Alexis?
No.
How do you know there was other drugs in my home?
Well, I saw the drugs. I saw prescription drugs. I saw marijuana. I saw alcohol, but I saw marijuana. I saw prescription drugs.
Okay. So the other drugs you were referring to were prescription from a doctor?
Open, yeah, they're open that the children get into. That is correct.
Okay. What actually are your concerns about security cameras in people's houses?
Well, I don't think that, if you're going away, and you don't want someone to take your TV, I get it. But if you have little children that walk around out of the shower in little panties, I don't think they should be on camera.
How do you know people are walking around in their panties?
They're children, of course they were. They get showers, they go out and get a bowl of cereal. They're children.
Okay. And so if you had security cameras, you would just turn them on when you went on vacation and stuff?
I don't have security cameras, but if I had one, yes.
We went to counseling together.
Yeah, I'm set up for that one.
And why did you stop attending counseling sessions with me?
Well, this was when we went, you said, we have to go. If you want to come see the children, you bullied me. If you want to come see the children, then we need to go to counseling.
Me and you.
You and I.
Mm-hmm.
So I was like, well, my work will pay for it. I don't know what I'm going to do here. But here, it was a setup. So you can tell your VA that your mom was whatever, and we even went to counseling. We did nothing at counseling.
Explain to me the setup. What do you mean it was a setup?
It was something that you intentionally did, knowing that you can use this at any time against your mother. Oh, we went to counseling. Oh, so
how
what?
would the VA be involved?
Well, that was when he was starting to go, to the VA for disability. So claiming disability. So It was
Did you
like,
think that his claim for disability was spacious?
I do. Yes. He was a very successful recruiter for the Army. He was a very successful recruiter for engineers. He's very smart. Yeah, I do.
Go ahead.
My service-connected disability is for an injury in my back, my knees, and my feet. Which of those?
Bipolar?
No, that's not what I'm collecting any disability on.
Bipolar. That's what you had mentioned to me.
Well, I'm just telling you what it is. So, no, I'm not getting a disability for any mental health. It's for physical injuries. Which of those do you think is not good? Which injury do you think?
Say that again?
You said that you felt that my VA disability was spacious.
You said, you had mentioned to me that you were getting disability from your bipolar. That's what you told me.
Okay, I'm not though. It's for physical injuries, and so that may be why. Why did you write a letter to the Veterans Administration?
I contacted them to tell them that you were a stable person.
So you
That
contacted.
you had, I wrote them a letter.
You wrote them a
saying
letter.
that you had a great bring up and that you were not abused. You came from a good home, that you were a very smart individual.
And so you wrote that. You wrote a letter to the VA saying that I wasn't abused at home as a child.
That you were, yeah, that you were not, all through your history with me, you were not diagnosed with any type of bipolar.
Right.
None.
Did you ever take me to a mental health counselor or anything?
Yes, we have.
Okay. So you took it upon yourself to write a letter to the Veterans Administration explaining my childhood?
I took it upon myself to say that you were a stable individual that had a good job, a good career, and a good background.
Okay.
Yes.
What prompted you to write the letter to the VA?
Well, that was when you were saying that you were bipolar.
Okay.
You told me.
So, but you were assuming that I was collecting disability money for that ailment?
You told me that.
Okay. Why do you think that I was trying to fish and trade for the kids?
Well, when we were downstairs in domestic violence court, you told, and we have it on email, and the other attorney mentioned, she said, whoa, he goes, you
Well, let's
never-
not talk about what the other attorney said to you.
This is
Let's talk
what
about
I know.
what you heard Mr.
Okay,
Fortner
that
say.
he wanted to, and I even emailed you this, saying afterwards, saying, how dare you want to play cards with your children? You take these three, and I'll take this one. And you didn't want anything to do with the other three children.
But why do you think that?
You told us
I
that.
never told you that.
Oh, you did.
What did he say?
That's exactly what he said, that he'll take this one and this one, these three.
But the
Alexis
question,
can have.
is, why was it that Mr. Fortner did not want to fight for custody of the other three? Do you know?
Well, they're teenagers. I mean, I guess they.
Well, don't guess.
No, I don't. No, I don't know. They're wonderful people.
Go ahead.
Okay, so you're saying that whole thing about fishing and trading, you didn't witness or see anything directly. This is all what you heard people say I did.
I have an email. I mean, I'm not on me right now, Eric, but I have an email from you stating that I told you. I said, how dare you? And you wrote back saying, well, Jacob did this, and this one did that, and this one doesn't like it. And then you took their clothes and all their belongings and threw it on their Mr. and Mrs. Rubach's property.
You saw that?
I do have a picture of that, yes.
Okay. Did you see that they were sitting in baskets and bins with
Yes.
closed lids? Okay.
Yes.
So I didn't throw anything anywhere, right?
Okay, you placed
Okay. I think there's a difference
all their
there.
belongings.
How do you know about my parenting style?
Well, let's see, I was with you from the time you were a child to when you met Alexis, and you lived.
He wasn't a parent then.
Okay, but he did live with me when Victoria was little,
Okay.
was an infant.
Okay.
He did.
So you say your testimony was that I never went to appointments and took them to the vacations and all
That's
that
correct.
stuff. Like, how do you know that? You weren't there, you didn't live with us, so how do you know all
Well,
this information about it?
Because I'm the grandmother, I'm like, hey, what are you doing? When I call up, nothing. When I came over for the birthday parties, Eric, you were on your computer. The kids were in jumps outside, and the other neighbors were over the house, outside, everybody.
Are you talking about Jocelyn's party in California?
No, it was, I don't remember. Maybe it was Nikoletta's birthday party.
Okay, so just to be clear, you never actually witnessed any of the things that you're alleging. This is all stuff that you've heard. You obviously don't live here. Have you ever stepped foot in my house?
In front of your house, that not in your home. That's right.
So have we ever spent, since 2018, as you said, that's 5 years, have we spent any meaningful time together? Do you know anything about me?
Not now, no.
Okay. No further questions.
Ms. Brown?
I have no questions.
Thank you for your testimony.
Okay, and again, you're welcome.
Excused. Mr. Boyle, do you have another witness you care to call?
I would like to call,
Go ahead and shut the door, man.
Shut the door.
Yeah, thank you.
I would like to ask Ms. Brown a couple of questions about her investigation.
She's going last.
Okay, my apologies.
It's okay.
Yeah, I'd like to call Mr. Fortner.
Okay. How long do you expect your examination to be, Mr. Fortner?
Under an hour.
Under an hour? Okay. And the reason I say this is because I anticipate Mr. Fortner is going to testify in the narrative. So, okay, we're going to take a short restroom break, 5 minutes. We'll come back at 1:30. Okay, we're back on the record in Fortner versus Fortner. Mr. Boyle, I believe it's your intention to call Mr. Fortner, is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Fortner, come on over here. Now, I want to be very clear about something, Mr. Boyle. The questions you're about to ask Mr. Fortner, you can call them on cross-examination, that's fine. But I don't want to hear redundant questions of Mr. Fortner when he decides to testify in the narrative. Do you understand?
I understand.
Okay. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Have a seat. Could you start off by telling us your full name and spelling your last name for the record?
Eric Charles Kemmler, Fortner, Fortner.
Okay, slow down when talking, okay? Go ahead, Mr. Boyle.
Your Honor, permission to treat Mr. Fortner as a hostile witness?
You don't have to treat him as a hostile witness. He's an adverse witness, and you may ask him leading questions as a result.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Fortner, you were discharged from the military,
Yes?
and you're currently unemployed.
Yes?
You received disability.
Yes.
You're currently diagnosed as bipolar,
Yes.
and you've been trained as a CASA.
Yes.
And what is a CASA?
It's close to a guardian ad litem without a law degree. It's a person who will, as a volunteer through the court, watch out for any child that is in state services, and you're basically paying close attention to that individual child, and just making their transition better, asking for things like if they need some kind of counseling or stuff like that.
I want to kind of switch gears a little bit. I want to go into...
Well, before you do, the CASA, is that something that occurred out of California or here in Ohio?
That was here in Ohio, sir.
And is that a license? Is that a certificate? What is it?
It's a program through Cuyahoga County. You get a badge. I don't know if it was necessarily a license or certificate, but I would go and testify in court for, on behalf of whichever child I was assigned to.
Did you get paid to do that?
No.
Okay.
I'm going to ask you some questions about the divorce and some other things, okay? So you were married to Alexis?
Yes.
You have 6 children?
Yes.
And you guys divorced in 2018?
Yes.
And it was pretty high conflict?
Yes.
You guys had allegations going both ways about mistreatment of the children?
She hadn't accused me of mistreating any kids, no.
Okay.
So one way.
Okay. So Riverside, California had jurisdiction over your divorce?
They did.
And they issued a child support order?
Yes.
And do you pay child support?
Not currently.
Okay. When was the last time you paid child support?
I don't remember.
The child support
was there an order set and you don't pay it?
Yes, well,
Okay.
currently unemployed. I was paying, well, I guess I was paying it when I was working as a janitor. All of my money gets deducted automatically. Yeah, there's a wage garnishment. So, but it wasn't the full amount. I just didn't make that much money. So up until May, I was paying it.
Up until May of 2023?
Yeah, there was periods where I wasn't also in between there, like when I was moving and stuff. But every time I become employed, that's when it.
So you stopped paying in May of 23?
Yes.
And before that, you were paying partial?
I was paying partial while we were in California.
Did you move to Ohio in May of 23?
No, I moved to Ohio, I forget the month, but it was in 2020, during the pandemic.
So you paid the California order?
For several months. I was up, my first order was $3,000 something a month, and I paid that for a few months, and then it eventually got lowered. I paid partials when I can. When I was moving in 2020, and a little bit before that, I had to quit my job, so I was moving. And so I wasn't paying it then. I'm currently not paying it now because I'm not working.
Are you aware of how much you owe in arrearages?
I'm not aware.
Have you looked at that?
I think it's probably around $60,000.
60 grand?
Something
that
like
you
that.
owe the Office of Child Support Services?
Yes.
Go ahead, Mr. Ward.
Thank you. As of today, the current parenting order that's in place was from a Riverside, California court.
If you're not counting the orders that this court has
That's
issued,
correct.
yes.
Okay, I'm just going to go over a timeline. I want to make sure I'm clear on some dates and some things.
Sure.
So, on April 1st, you got in a fight with your then 14-year-old son, Jacob.
I mean, define fight. He did something that he wasn't supposed to do, and I got onto him about it and grounded him from his computer.
On his birthday.
Uh-huh.
And when I say fight, I mean Jacob was yelling at you, you responded, and eventually what happened was Jacob punched you in the arm.
Yep.
And then he left the house.
Yes.
Okay. There was a lot of commotion, right, in the room at that time. You had the girls and Gabriel in the room.
At what time?
When Jacob was.
Yes.
Okay. And then.
Well, then just for clarification, I didn't have anybody in the room. They followed Jake downstairs.
Okay, but they were in the room.
They were in the room. Okay.
And then on April 7th, you filed now maybe I'm wrong on the dates. Based on what you provided me, I was under the impression that you filed for full custody of the children on April 7th.
It was prior to that.
It was prior to that.
Yes.
But on April 7th, you did file for emergency custody.
Of Gabriel.
Okay.
That's when it changed from me trying to get custody of all the kids to just trying to get Gabriel out of that.
And in response to your pleadings or what you submitted to the court, in that Riverside County Court initiated an investigation into the abuse allegations.
Yes.
You were contacted by a California social worker or an investigator,
Yes.
and that investigator informed you about the court order? Like there was a parenting order in place and they instructed you about what that means?
No.
No?
By the time I got in contact with the investigator, we were just talking about the abuse allegations and things.
Okay.
So at no point during those, so in April 7th of 2023, at that point, California still possessed jurisdiction over the parenting plan, correct?
Yes.
Okay. At what point did Ohio adopt the parenting plan?
With you, I believe. I mean, it was after the restraining order trials, so it's been pretty recent.
Well, I didn't adopt the parenting plan. It was already adopted before I had heard on the motion to return.
Yeah, I
first
didn't
pre-trial
file-
on the motion to return.
You might have, you guys are the ones that filed for the parenting order to be enforced here. That's the only time that has happened.
Okay. So between the time of when did you file for custody of the other children?
I don't remember the exact date. I want to say it was probably March.
Was it later March, early March?
I want to say early March. Like I said, there's been so much going on.
And why did you file for custody of the other kids?
I filed for custody of the other kids because Jacob had been excited about this job that he found up the street from my house. They were paying him under the table, and he wanted to use that money to buy all of his computer stuff. He's a big gamer and all that. At some point in the next few days, he told me that he had to give, it was like 99% of his money to his mother to put in a joint savings account. Well, Nikoletta had told me, and she'll probably testify to that here too, is that when she turned 18 and moved out, she had a life savings from her job she worked as a kid. She told me that her mother wasn't giving that to her when she needed it. And that my mother, Miss Crown, actually had to intervene and play mediator between her and Alexis in order to get the money. So that's the reason I filed for full custody.
Did you, before you filed for full custody, did you contact Mrs. Fortner and say, hey, Jacob tells me about this job he has, that he's got to give all the money to you. What's the deal with this?
Yes, she was not open to co-parenting or hearing anything that I had to say about it. She was just going to do what she was going to do.
Okay. So you file in California twice, once for the full kids and then for just Gabriel. At any point, did you have a court hearing with California?
Yes.
And did they notify you that there was a parenting plan in place that still needed to be followed?
Not specifically, no.
Never once?
Nobody said that to me.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Boyle.
I was going to ask on your May 31st Riverside court date, is it not true that the court informed you that the parenting order from Riverside, California is in place and enforceable?
Not that I recall.
Okay. Alexis attended that in person, is that correct?
I believe so.
Yeah, and you were on the phone?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And the court at that point declined jurisdiction over the custody dispute?
Yes.
And what was the court's response when Alexis said he still has my child?
I don't recall.
After that court date, did you continue to refuse to return Gabriel to his mother?
I continued to support Gabriel in his decision not to return. I'm not withholding.
How old is he?
7.
He was 6.
At the time he was 6.
6,
right?
yes.
Is a 6-year-old really in the position to be empowered not to see one parent over the other?
Well, sir, it's a tough situation.
No, I'm asking the question. Is a 6-year-old in the position to make decisions about which parent to spend time with?
Legally, no. Generally, no.
Okay. Emotionally?
That's a hard question because he was telling me some horrible things and he didn't want to go. I'm supporting him on that. I believe what he's telling me. I'm not quite sure how to answer that.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Boyle.
You said you believe what Gabriel's telling you?
Yes, I do.
Despite the fact that the social worker said that she found his comments to be unbelievable?
Yeah, especially after that. That's not a social worker, by the way.
Oh, I apologize. The abuse investigator for CCDFS.
Yes.
And after Miss Tyrrell, who had a chance to work with Gabriel a couple of times, she told you as well that Gabriel's language was unbelievable?
No. When I asked Miss Tyrrell how Gabe was doing, she's told me, well, he's saying the same things over and over.
Okay.
Yeah.
Shortly after the argument and fight that you and Jacob engaged in on April 1st, the daughters Jocelyn and Dalen were no longer welcome at your home?
That was a few days later. They had amped it up. So when Jacob had left with his mom that night, before he left, after he punched me, he kicked my vehicle, made a dent in it. And then I was showing the dent to Jocelyn the next day, and she's like, well, that could have been anything. It could have been a cart. It could have been this and that. And I said, no, I saw him do it. And then besides that, there's no scratches. There'd be scratches if you hit something or something hard hit it. And so then I went back inside the house to get something, came back out to take her to school, and she had taken a rock and drawn scratches on it. We had another morning where I was bringing the kids to school. I got upset with them when I got in the car because they were telling Gabriel, he said a bad word, he said damn or the SH word or something like that. And they told him that he made Jesus cry and God's going to send him to hell for saying a bad word. And he was real upset. I started trying to talk to them about that. I was told to kill myself, shut the F up. Dalen was kicking the back of my seat and hitting me in the back of the head. And this was on the way to school. Well, when I decided to tell the girls that they weren't welcome until we get reunification counseling anyway, it was when I had picked up Gabriel. He had told me that they had had a party that day with all his cousins over, and that his siblings were making him sit in his mom's room on the bed until he agreed to change his name to Grubach. And since he refused to do that, he had sat on the bed all day. And so kicking them out was not an emotional decision. I had to create a safe place for my kids. My home was not a safe place. The judge in California said it best, said there's clearly dysfunction in both homes, and there was. Those kids were coming over and causing dysfunction. But now there's a safe place, and if any of those other kids want to utilize it, they can now, whereas they weren't able to before. This is a crazy situation. This is not a normal situation. But all that talk about me trying to horse trade the kids over, I wanted full custody of them, and I told Ms. Brown the first time I spoke with her that I wanted reunification counseling with them, because that's what needs to happen. Right now, they are basically have Stockholm syndrome. It's parental alienation to the nth degree, and they come to my house, and like the reason that they break the cameras, they break my electronics. Dalen in particular does this. So I had no authority over them because their mother uses violence to discipline despite what she says, and since I did not use violence, I had no authority over them whatsoever.
What evidence do you have that that Ms. Fortner uses violence?
Well, I was married to her for 17 years and saw it.
I haven't seen any evidence. You haven't presented any.
Well, you're not a witness in the case, Mr. Boyle.
Sorry.
Okay, so let's keep it to questions for the witness.
She just met us too.
So you kicked the kids out in April, early April. You told the girls they weren't welcome in your home. You told them they didn't have a room in your house anymore.
Yep.
And then maybe about a month later, you cleared out their rooms and you dumped their belongings over at the mall.
Wasn't even a month later.
Okay. And I
also sent them a text message, each of them, explaining what was going on and what needed to happen so that we could fix this.
Okay. On June 13th, we'll go back. On June 6th, Alexis filed a domestic violence civil protection order against you, alleging abuse over Gabriel. And then on June 12th, you filed a report with DCFS, the Cuyahoga County Division of Children and Family Services, alleging that Alexis was abusing the children.
Are you talking about for the restraining order?
No, this is separate. So according to CCDFS paperwork, they opened an investigation on June 12th.
Okay.
Did you call in a complaint against Alexis on June 12th?
Yes.
Okay. And you allege that the children didn't have beds at Alexis's home and they were sleeping on the floor?
Yes, that's just going off of what Gabriel had told me was going on over there. So
and that there was no food and there was inadequate air ventilation?
I don't know about the air ventilation part.
Okay.
But
and that Gabriel was terrified of his mother?
Yes.
May I read something in question on
Well, you can question him as to whether he's reviewed a document. If he's reviewed the document, is he aware of this information?
Okay. Have you reviewed the safe and sound visitation records of Alexis?
Yes.
When the monitor retrieved Gabriel, and this is the first visit, and brought him into the visitation room, he ran to Mom. She crouched to his level. They shared a long hug. Mom told him that she missed him. Gabriel asked if she had been here. They shared another hug. Gabriel asked to wear the pajamas Mom brought. She helped him put them on over his clothes. Gabriel asked Mom if he could sleep in the pajamas at Dad's house. She told him yes. He then asked if he could sleep in them at Mom's house. Mom told him that he could sleep in his pajamas everywhere. Gabriel hugged Mom and told her that she's the best. Does that sound like a child who's terrified of his mother?
No, it sounds like a child that has been reassured by his dad that there's going to be just love stuff at this, and that Mom's not going to be able to do any of the things, try to manipulate him into not liking his dad and things like that. So he's very excited, and still is when he goes to Safe and Sound.
Mm-hmm.
He feels safe there, and she's a good mom there to him.
But not at her home.
She's on her best behavior there. I mean, I'm
going to ask you a question. Do you have a degree?
Yes.
In what?
Counseling and addiction studies.
Okay, when did you get that?
A few months ago, actually.
Okay, prior to that, did you have a degree in anything before that?
No.
So you went to the military?
Yes.
How long were you in the military?
17 years.
Okay. And did you specialize in anything in the military?
Yes, I was military intelligence and then transitioned over to a recruiter.
Okay. And were you honorably discharged?
Yes.
Okay, so you're honorably discharged. And then after that, what did you do?
I started working at a civilian recruiting company called Aerotech.
Mm-hmm. How long did you work there?
About a year, maybe a little bit more.
Mm-hmm.
And then I got another job for more pay at a different recruiting company.
Okay, so you were recruiting employees, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And so you're effectively working in like HR,
Staffing.
talent acquisition?
Yes.
Okay. And how long did you work in that industry, talent acquisition?
I would say 2.5 years, something about like that.
Okay. When did you stop?
When I decided to move here.
To Ohio?
To Ohio.
Okay. So you moved to Ohio. What did you do for a living after coming to Ohio?
It took me a while to get a job, but I was a janitor.
Okay. Did you look for work in talent acquisition?
Yes, so the thing is, I was a medical device engineering recruiter, and that's for San Diego. There was a big bubble of medical device companies coming up, and so it's a pretty specialized field. They literally don't have engineering recruiters here, period.
Okay.
So I just got my degree, and I intend to work in addiction medicine, but as of right now, I'm just doing work as a janitor.
So you are working right now?
No, but that's what I will, after this is all settled. I quit my job so that this would be settled. Like, we had that, things aren't as crazy now, but when she was coming to the house and we got the restraining order and stuff, I had to be there.
So you quit your job, just so I'm clear, you quit your job so that you could work full-time on this case?
Yeah, I didn't quit per se. I told my job that I needed.
You resigned?
No, I told him I needed a week off, and it was last minute when this was happening, and they said we can't do that, so they let me go.
Okay. And so, when did you decide to become a CASA?
After I first got here, my girlfriend does it, and so I thought it would be good to do too.
Okay. And so, when did you move here? In 2020?
In 2020.
So you became a CASA in 2020?
I'm not an active CASA right now. I started working and then this, and so I only had one case with them.
When did you start earning your degree for counseling and addiction?
Probably 2019.
So before you moved here?
Before I moved here.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Boyle.
How long were you a janitor for? When did you get hired?
Probably 7 or 8 months. I don't remember the exact dates.
You can't say it was summer of 22, or I mean, you can't give me something more
let's
specific.
say summer of 22 sounds about right.
Where did you do janitorial work at?
At the CDC in Euclid.
Okay.
It was, like biohazard and things like that. I worked overnight. That was the other thing too. I couldn't work with Gabe there, I couldn't work overnight as well. So I needed to find something that I could do while I was at school.
On June 13th, you filed a domestic violence.
Before you do that, you said you had to work overnight.
Yes.
Okay. But Gabriel will be at home, correct?
Well, that he wasn't
By himself.
When I was working, he was not. But no, Nikoletta's 21. She'd be there too. But I didn't end up doing that.
So you were never instructed by the court to comply with the Riverside parenting order?
I don't recall. It seems like you're narrowing in on something that I don't remember. So
okay, that's fine. And so I want to kind of backtrack. So on June 12th, you filed a report against Alexis for neglect and abuse to Cuyahoga County Division of Child and Family Services.
Yes.
Yes. On June 13th, you filed your domestic violence civil protection.
Yes.
On June 14th, Karen Dugan visits your home, which was the video that you showed in court earlier, and she effectively admonished you for wasting state resources.
We saw that.
Mm-hmm. She didn't believe that Gabriel was being abused.
Right.
And the things that you and Nikoletta were telling her in the presence of Gabriel, she wasn't.
She wasn't open to anything we said the whole time. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And you did file a sex discrimination complaint against Ms. Dugan.
I filed a complaint with the Civil Rights Board, and they didn't investigate it. They looked into it to determine jurisdiction and determined there was no jurisdiction, so that was it. There was no suit or anything.
Who's Gabriel's primary care doctor?
I don't know.
When was the last time he had a physical?
Probably before last year, school.
Okay. So,
before fall
school.
of 23?
Yes.
Okay, well, who took him?
I don't remember.
When's his birthday?
June 1st.
June 1st.
Or no, geez, what am I saying? June 28th?
June 28th.
June 30th. Sorry, I'm on the spot here. June 30th, 2016.
So June 30th, 2016. Okay. But wasn't he living with you full time?
I didn't have to take him.
No, the question is, look at me. The question is, was Gabriel living with you full time around his birthday?
Yes.
Okay. And that's typically the time when a child would go for their annual visit with their pediatrician. And you're saying that he has not been there?
No, I haven't gotten a call or I should call up. Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Boyle.
After you began withholding Gabriel, you told your ex that you had enrolled him in counseling.
I said I intended to.
Okay, but you didn't.
No.
No. Why not?
Well, I was trying to use the school counselor.
Uh-huh.
I thought that would be easier.
Uh-huh.
So I didn't enroll him in any external counseling.
But I'm kind of curious about the summertime, because school starts at the end of August, beginning of September. You had been alleging Gabriel had been abused since April 7th, and you had full control over Gabriel and his schedule beginning May 24th. Can you say yes or no?
Yes.
And you just neglected to be concerned about his mental health to such a degree that you just slipped your mind?
Well, no. I mean, we had court and other things, but yeah, I mean, I wish I would have gotten him in there sooner. I'm glad he's in there now.
Okay. Yeah. After the court insisted that we schedule something?
I had asked for it during the restraining order trials, so it's been out there.
So I want to just, again...
Well, let me stop here before you continue on. We heard testimony from Ms. Tyrrell that after the meeting, you had immediately written an email rescinding access to Gabriel from Ms. Tyrrell, correct? But they had another school counselor there.
Yes.
How come you didn't grant access to her?
I did. I think there was a miscommunication, because I did. She never saw him. I have emails too that I could show you from between me and Mrs. Dodd where I told her.
When did you become clear that there was a miscommunication?
Right now.
Okay, so
I didn't
let's back up a little bit, okay? Because your testimony earlier was at the DVCPO, you said, I asked for him to be enrolled in counseling. I wanted him to be enrolled in counseling. Okay. But then when Mr. Boyle pressed you, you said, well, I was relying on the school counselor. I should have enrolled him in counseling, but I was relying on the school counselor. So you waited another 2 months for the school counselor.
Yes.
When was the parent-teacher conference? Is it accurate that it was approximately end of September, beginning of October?
Yes.
Okay. So at the beginning of September, end of October, you rescind counseling with Ms. Tyrrell. Gabriel's not seeing a counselor for like another month, and you didn't take it upon yourself at any point to contact the school and say, hey, I'm okay with the other counselor.
I did. No, I did. I guess I was supposed to.
How did you do that?
Talking to the principal.
You spoke to the principal.
Yes.
Did the principal say, we need something in writing because you've already rescinded with Ms. Tyrrell?
No, she offered the other counselor and I said yes. So I didn't realize that until today that I was supposed to take an extra step, but nobody told me that. I thought he was going to be working with her.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Boyle. Well, let me ask you this. We had a pretrial, correct?
Yes.
We talked about counseling. And there were a number of counselors that Mrs. Fortner had brought up, and you questioned some of their credentials, correct? You questioned some of their credentials.
I suppose maybe. I'm thinking about the last one where we talked about his current counselor. She picked that one too.
Okay, but you questioned some of the credentials of some of the choices, correct? Why at that point didn't you just say, well, I've already given my permission to the other school counselor?
Well, because I don't want to rely on the school counselor. I wanted to have more professional. The other school counselor.
So it's clear you don't want the school counselors talking to you.
No, it's fine with me, but that other school counselor is not a mental health counselor, according to Mrs. Dodd. So I thought he was talking to her, but I wanted him to have both.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Boyle.
So I want to ask you more about the children. Is Gabriel enrolled currently in any extracurricular activities, any athletics?
No.
No. How many years was he involved in swim?
2.
And was there a reason that you didn't include him in swim over the summer?
He said he didn't want to do it. He likes to swim but didn't want to coach. And then he got into mountain biking, so we were kind of doing that all summer instead.
And Gabriel also played hockey for 2 years. Is he enrolled in hockey currently?
Same thing. He says he doesn't want to coach. He wants to ice skate.
Okay, so he just doesn't want to do these sports
he's not very
anymore.
competitive like that.
Okay. And who enrolled Gabriel in those programs?
I don't remember. One of us did.
Mm-hmm. So either you enrolled them in those programs or no? Yes or no?
I don't remember.
You don't.
We were kind of going together at the time.
Okay.
Do you recall calling the hockey program coach?
Yes.
And you do recall calling him and
I
saying?
went and took him to sign up for hockey, yes.
Okay. Go ahead.
I paid for it. I paid it online.
And I was going to say, who paid for it?
I paid for his hockey and his football.
Okay. You paid how much?
I don't remember.
No. And was it the full amount?
No.
Did you pay for a swim?
No.
No. I'm going to ask you some questions about Jocelyn. Where does she go to school?
Good Catholic.
And who enrolled her in that school?
Probably her mother.
Mm-hmm. And what extracurriculars is Jocelyn involved in?
She does lacrosse.
Mm-hmm. And do you pay for that?
Tennis, no.
How about Jacob? What school does he go to?
Good Catholic as well.
And what extracurriculars is he involved in?
Well, I haven't talked to him this year, but I heard swim, something like that.
Okay, but prior years, before the events of the were engaged?
Prior to being late Catholic, he did swim in the summer.
Okay, and who paid for that?
Her mother, Barry's mother.
And how about Dalen? What school does Dalen go to?
Modern Day Academy.
That's a private school?
So, yeah, it's a Catholic school.
And who enrolled her in that?
Her mother.
And what extracurriculars is she involved in?
I don't know either. I've heard she's doing lacrosse as well. That's what I've heard.
And do you pay for that?
No.
Okay.
Nobody's ever actually asked me permission for them to join any of these things. I would have said I couldn't afford it at the time.
So you would have withheld permission for your children to engage in athletic extracurricular activities?
No, you can't get blood out of a turnip though. If I didn't have the money, I didn't have the money.
Fair enough.
That's all it is.
Just like you don't have the money to pay for child support?
Right.
Who's the primary care physician for Jocelyn?
I don't know.
How about Jacob?
I don't know.
How about Dave?
I know they go to the Cleveland Clinic.
Okay.
But you're right. I see what you're getting at here. Yeah, she was a stay-at-home mom for 17 years. She took those responsibilities during that time and continued afterwards because I was working. So yeah, she's did a lot more of that than me.
So she does the bulk of the parenting?
Generally speaking, she did the things you would expect a stay-at-home mom to do.
Which you would expect any parent to do.
Well, a stay-at-home mom's a little different, right? Because if there's another parent that's in the military working full-time, they probably won't.
But Miss Fortner's not a stay-at-home mom anymore. She hasn't been for several years.
Yeah. What's your point?
You keep referring to her as a stay-at-home mom.
Hold on a second. This isn't the dialogue. It's
Sorry,
not
I apologize.
He asks questions, you answer the questions. Okay. Go ahead.
What's going on with Gabriel's teeth? Does he have any dental issues?
No.
None?
No.
Did he have
fillings.
He has fillings.
Mm-hmm.
And did he have surgery for those fillings?
No, he got put under anesthesia and got fillings put on.
Okay, when was that?
6 months ago, something like that. I don't know.
Why did he need to go in anesthesia?
Because he had 4 of them.
Did he get 4 fillings?
4 fillings.
But why would he have to do anesthesia?
Because the dentist recommended it, because it was a pediatric dentist and said that could traumatize him, it was his words, is fixing those things and drilling them out while he was awake. So that's what he decided.
His teeth were so bad that he had to be intubated and put under in order to get oral surgery to repair his teeth. Is that correct?
He got, what do you mean oral surgery?
I mean,
they didn't cut it open.
Well,
they put fillings on him, right?
I'm not going to debate.
Let me ask it this way. When did Gabriel get his fillings?
I don't know the data. Estimating 6 to 8 months ago, something like that.
Whose care was he under when he got those?
It was on Alexis's day.
Did you have shared parenting?
Yes.
And you both were seeing Gabriel at that time?
I would get him Wednesday through Friday. She had Monday through Wednesday.
So she would get him for 2 days. Wait, she would have him Monday through Wednesday?
Yep.
And you would have him Wednesday through Friday?
Yes, and then every other weekend.
Oh, then alternate.
That was the 5-5-2-2.
Okay. And during that time between the two of you, neither one of you noticed that his teeth were rotting? Were they rotting?
Yeah, I mean, he had pretty good cavities. The dentist said that it was from fruit snacks, and the dentist said that he needed to go under anesthesia in order to get the fillings put on because drilling out 4 teeth in a kid that age would be traumatizing. That's what he told me.
So,
were you there for those days? Were you there for the drilling?
No,
for the
not for that
anesthesia?
day. No, I brought him to the dentist prior to that though, but no, I didn't go that day.
over the summer, Alexis got to visit Gabriel one time under your direct supervision. Is that correct? That was around July 21st at the park?
Yes.
At that visit, Ms. Fortner noticed that Gabriel's fillings had fallen out. Is that true?
Is that all stones?
Well, following that, did he not go to the dentist? I don't know.
Oh, he did have one fallout that we got fixed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that was something that Ms. Fortner pointed out to you?
No, he pointed it out to me when it fell
When
out.
Gabriel's in your care, do you ensure that he bathes?
Yeah,
Yeah, how frequently?
every night,
Every night? And do you ensure that he brushes his teeth?
yes.
Okay. I have no more questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Ahn, do you have any questions for Mr. Fortner?
No.
Okay. I have a couple questions. The first is, you testified earlier that when there were investigations conducted in California, you made the comment there was dysfunction in both houses.
This was a comment that the judge from California state said to us.
Well, and you had agreed with it. You said there was.
Yeah.
Okay. What was the dysfunction in your home?
It was those Jocelyn, Jacob, and Dalen.
Just the children.
Yeah, because she didn't come over all that much, but she would send them over on missions. Like Dalen would come break my security camera. They hate those security cameras.
Why do you have the cameras in the house?
I only have one.
But why do you have them inside the house?
Well, I have one sitting in the corner covering both entrances to my house. And this is the same setup the cameras have.
I want you to listen to me, okay? You said you only have one in the house, right?
Yeah, I have other ones that are outside.
There's one inside the house that faces the living room.
The living room and the kitchen, yes.
Okay. And then there's one in Gabriel's room that faces outside, but it still picks up audio from the inside, okay? Is it such that you could turn the camera around and it would go into Gabriel's room?
You could, yes.
Okay. But you have them in California and you have them in Ohio, correct?
Yep.
Why do you have them in your home?
Security?
You have them for security purposes inside the house?
Yeah, well, it's especially with my kids.
Was your house broken into?
No. Well, in California, I had an incident.
What was the incident?
Somebody had robbed a pharmacy, and they were being chased by the police. And the person jumped into my backyard and then was climbing through one of the kids' windows that they had left open and threw his backpack in there with stolen drugs in it. And the police ended up catching him and stuff, but because they were right behind him, chasing him down there. But that was the incident I had. The other thing about that camera in the living room is when I had all the kids, I'm by myself. This was before Nikoletta got there. And if I would have to go run to the store or something like that, I could keep an eye on the house while I was gone.
Mm-hmm.
So those are the two reasons.
Okay. Have you been sharing information about the court case with Gabriel?
No, other than, I'm telling him what's going on. He knows I'm in court today.
Have you been sharing it with Nikoletta?
Some stuff, yes.
Okay. Does Nikoletta share it with Gabriel?
No.
You and Nikoletta are very close.
We are close.
And you comment to each other about the proceedings, correct?
Well, I would be willing to be honest. She hasn't been very interested in it. She's very busy at Cleveland State. Like, she just got on the honors roll. She got straight A's in her first semester, and she's super busy. So I'm willing to talk to her about anything. I just am saying that we haven't.
But even like today,
we didn't talk much today. It was like basically we were driving up together, and it was, I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know what's going to happen.
And since you've gotten here, you haven't been talking about the case?
I told her I was about to get questioned and stuff when I went out. I'm keeping her posted. Nothing specific. She's only saying how we went. No, not specifically, no.
Anything based on that?
Yeah, I would like to play the video, defense exhibit number 2.
Okay.
Is that, because I'd like to ask Mr. Fortner some questions, because this goes to what your questions are.
Well, the question was, why do you have the camera in your house, number one? And secondly, the question was, do you talk to the kids about the court case?
Mm-hmm.
And so those two questions, that's okay?
I understand, Your Honor. I believe the evidence will show that both Mr. Fortner and Nikoletta actively talk about what was going on when they were interviewing, when Ms. Dugan was there, in front of Gabriel. Okay. And they were arguing with Ms. Dugan about how This is all true.
Why don't we do this? Why don't you ask Ms. Do you have it up and ready to go?
I can pull it up very quickly.
Okay.
I mean, I can wait till Nikoletta comes in if you prefer
No,
to
that's
do
okay.
it during her
Go ahead.
testimony.
Go ahead.
I haven't turned it on yet today. In the meantime, about the cameras, if you don't mind, Your Honor, you, as the judge asked and you answered, you had cameras in your home in California and you have cameras in your home currently, inside the home, doing both audio and video recordings.
I have one camera inside the room, the rest are pointed outside that can record audio.
Okay. So this is what was labeled originally in Mr. Fortner's witness, an exhibit list, Exhibit L, for the court has been labeled exhibit number, defense exhibit 2. Go ahead and play this. Turn up the volume a little bit.
You turn it towards the court.
What do you want it? Yeah. What's your favorite video? So, your wife's here.
Well, what is, I did have a question. I got that you guys here. When the last lady that came here, it was about an incident where my teenage son had punched me. And so, because of that, and then he had run away. He had run away, his mom scooped him up, and was like protecting him. She called the police over here, and she said there was a police incident that triggered another child officer, it involved him. So she came by and was talking to him, and he was telling her some of the things that he had experienced over there. She was interested in that, and she wanted to write that down. And so, it seems to me like I just want to make sure that like she's taken seriously, because I know that, again, if you guys went over there and you taught her on the day, if you would look back at like some of the other times that she's never left that. So I get it.
I get in their pictures about your hair.
Yeah. No, I get it. But since he outside, yesterday, the magistrate granted a restraining order to instruct work. So what I'm hoping is because of that.
Including Gabriel?
Yeah. I think we get it. So what I'm hoping is,
And what's the why?
well, because of the abuse that it happened to him, the courts have 5 years worth of stuff that I know that you guys saw.
Well, there's a lot that we do know. And we also can communicate in California.
Okay. Good.
So, I don't know if that's all that good. So, it's something that's very unfortunate that happens a lot. It's, when people continue making allegations against each other that may not be true, it really takes the resources away from the person's arguing.
Right.
Okay, so there are multiple children over there who are denying.
Right.
So are we thinking that Gabriel is the only one experiencing it?
She was there last year.
I lived there when I was a senior in high school, and what she does is she has you so wrapped up in, like, she gets you very isolated and wrapped up in her world, and she has you, like
No.
I'm not afraid of that. Okay.
Yeah, well, they're aggressive.
They're annoying? Okay.
Yeah.
I was trying to camera.
I know, we got late.
Basically, like, I had believed that my dad was doing really, like, awful things, and then when I reconnected with him 5 years later, I realized he was mostly Mexican, and everything that he's learned from my dad is literally what he's been doing. And when I was with her, I didn't have my own room. I had my own room here. When I lived there over summer, she beat me up and stole $7,000 away from me for a year. Wow. She stole $7,000. but you can't say.
Well, you gotta understand, she was on her own with someone for a year.
Well, to get it out, yes. Okay, let's take it. Right?
Sure.
Maybe then. Where did you work now? I work at Square in the Manor. Okay. What is that? How long you been there? How long have I been there? Yeah. I moved out right when I graduated high school and I moved to California with my grandma for 4 months until she told me I had to move out, and then I moved in with my friends for another year. And then I reconnected with my dad as I moved to Texas months until I reconnected with my dad. Now I live here since October. But actually, what I don't ask you, that's a lot straighter for me. How long have you been in Georgia? I've been at Denver since February. Okay, you like it? I do actually. Where's that? I am right now in culinary art school at the Lutheran Metropolitan Industry. It's a program through SNAP. And in fall of this fall, I'm going to be doing Midwestern University and then I'm going to be doing technology and art. Yeah.
So we're down.
Okay. Okay, so,
Do you have any questions that are about this? People that are wanting to about this?
okay, so tell me about the media. When I was the one time, my mom always told me, she said I was, like, when I was in 3rd grade, she beat me up really bad and got me on my head and made me a concussion for that.
So how do you know you got it?
Because I was bedridden for, like, 3 days, I couldn't breathe. Right.
And you weren't diagnosed with it?
Yeah, she didn't allow me to go to the hospital for it.
I can love that to be true.
But what? Does that matter? She actually got diagnosed with a concussion.
It does matter. There's no documentation that that actually happened. I can say anything I want to say.
Sure. But she's trying to tell you, like, that it seems like you're kind of under the assumption that we're lying.
I'm not under the assumption that they're lying.
You brought false accusations.
Well, there are multiple opinions about, and that's the part I'm telling you, about how this whole situation is orchestrated. Well, there's a certain kind of, well, anybody can get.
Well, you're trying to get one that is denied. It's not that everybody can get.
Okay, so what is it for?
For stalking, for violence against the kids, she would come up to the window. So what she's doing now is she's targeting these kids. They spoke to Janessa, Alexis M. The first thing she did is come to the garage window, she's banging on it. Come outside, you have responsibility for your actions. Things like that. She's been there banging on windows, she tries to force her way in there. She was cruising the neighborhood, she's stuck down in the back seat.
Okay. What do you think she's gonna do?
She's gonna smash him against the truck.
Against the stuff, she's not there, here's that.
Yeah. And he's a human being. They're telling us that things are bad over there. I didn't even, I can't be done. And he's had a developmental delay for years, so that's actually took him a bit to articulate to me what was going on, but it was like small. He was crying every single time. And I know also in Ohio it's illegal to hit a kid with any kind of mental condition. And she's witnessed her doing that. She's also tested it and telling me to do it.
Not heard that long.
I could
Maybe it's
Can you pause it for a second? Please. So, is there more that you want to?
I just wanted to illustrate for the court that is an active discussion before Gabriel alleging that he was abused, and that they actively talk about the court cases involved in this dispute. That's the.
Do you have questions for Mr. Fortner regarding the video?
Yeah, Mr. Fortner, you talk about how Alexis abuses Gabriel to Gabriel.
I'm sorry?
Like, you speak to Gabriel about his abuse from Alexis.
Well, yeah, I mean, he's the one that told me about it to begin with.
And you speak to him about how the other children treat him as well?
He's the one that told me about it to begin with.
So how frequently do you speak with Gabriel about this alleged abuse?
Never now.
Never? No, okay. And what do you tell Gabriel when he asks about his siblings?
He doesn't ask about his siblings.
He never asks about his brothers and sisters?
Oh, he knows what the deal is.
What's that? I don't know what the deal is.
He's talked to him on the phone a few times. He knows where they are. And
What's the deal, though? He said he knows what the deal is. What's the deal?
well, the deal, he doesn't ask about him because he can talk to him. He knows that they're living with his mother, and that's all. Yeah.
That's the deal.
Yeah, I mean, he's asking me if he asks about his siblings. He doesn't ask about them. He knows where they are.
When Gabriel asks about his mother or his siblings, do you show displeasure?
No.
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 You're happy when he asks about his mother and his siblings? And, you know, how did Gabriel assume that Miss Dugan was related to the judge in California?
I don't know. He must have thought that they looked alike.
I'm sorry, I misunderstood your answer. Did Ms. Dugan look like the judge in California?
Has Gabriel met the judge in California?
No, I think he was referring to the Child Protective Service investigator because he had a long Zoom call with her from California.
In California.
And you were present during that Zoom call?
Some of it.
You were present when Child and Family Services investigator in California was interviewing Gabriel on Zoom.
For some of it, yes.
Okay.
Would you like me to continue the video?
Is there anything more that you think the court should see?
I'd like the court just to take note of what...
Because let me make it clear. Whatever is submitted to the court, and I anticipate that Respondent's Exhibit Number 2 is going to be admitted. And so the court is going to watch it in its entirety.
Okay. Then I think that this has been enough to illustrate that Mr. Fortner and Nikoletta actively talk about these abuse allegations with Gabriel.
Okay. Do you have any more questions for Mr. Fortner?
On the cameras, I have some questions. You have your house wired with cameras, right? And we mentioned that already, so we can go past that. Do you give access to those video feed to anyone?
No.
Not your girlfriend, Ms. Holt?
No, I know that's what they say has been alleged, but no.
No. And you met Ms. Holt through a child porn Avenger site, vigilante group?
Oh, yes, we were vigilantes. We were doing pretty much what To Catch a Predator does. You remember that show?
I never saw that. What they
They're baiting people that are trying to meet underage kids for sex.
Okay, so you guys met through a group that pretends to be children to catch pedophiles?
Yes.
Okay. Is that legal?
Yes.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Do you have questions?
No.
I have a couple questions now after seeing the video. The video equipment that you have in Gabriel's room, is it the same that you have in the living room?
No, it's a mini camera that's got a magnet on it. It sticks to the inside of a window.
Okay. It looks like there was like a swing or something, or a harness or something in your living room. What is that?
In Gabe's room or my living room?
No, in your living room.
Oh, that's a plant. This is a hanging plant.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Okay. There was discussion earlier that Gabriel has, you mentioned it in the video, a developmental delay. Has Gabriel received an IEP?
He was on one.
Okay. And so in order to get the IEP, he had to go through an ETR. And so what was his diagnosis? What was the educational diagnosis?
Communications delay and speech delay.
Okay, that's it?
Mm-hmm. But they had, because of that, they had put him on academic special education as well. And so this is just since he started this year, he had improved so much that they took him off of that. So his academic expectations are the same as all the rest of the kids, but he's still considered to be under a disability because he's going to the speech therapist still.
Mr. Boyle, anything based on that?
How long was Gabriel on his IEP?
Since kindergarten.
And how many times did he go to kindergarten?
2.
And
So he repeated kindergarten.
He repeated kindergarten.
And you mentioned that he had a speech delay. You mentioned one other one.
He had a
Communication and speech.
Yes.
Did he also have a motor skills delay as well?
I don't know. That's not on the paperwork that I just got from them. It was just the communications and speech. So he may have used to have one.
Okay. No further questions.
Ms. Brown?
No questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Fortner. Have a seat. You're excused from the witness stand. Mr. Boyle, do you have any other witnesses that you care to call?
I'd like to call Miss Alexis Fortner.
All right, let's take another 5-minute restroom break, and then we'll come back at, let's see what time it is. It's 2:30, so we'll come back at, it's 2:31. We'll come back at 2:37.
Yeah, of course. Karen, do you know if there's a drinking fountain? Will there be water in there? They just have fruit juice and pop.
Okay, so we're back on the record in Fortner versus Fortner. Mr. Boyle, on behalf of Mrs. Fortner, do you have any other witnesses?
I would like to call Ms. Fortner to testify.
Okay. Mrs. Fortner, could you please come over here and take a seat? Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Yes. Have a seat. Could you start off by telling us your name and spelling your last name for the record?
Alexis M, Fortner, Fortner.
Okay. Just keep your voice up. Speak slowly. Okay?
My apologies, Your Honor. Just give me 1 second.
Sure.
How old are you, Ms. Fortner?
44,
And where were you born?
Euclid, Ohio.
And where did you go to school? No, well, we'll start with high school and then maybe.
Where did you graduate from?
I graduated from Euclid High School.
And after high school, did you join the military?
Yes,
Okay.
What branch?
Army,
Okay.
And were you honorably discharged?
yes,
What were your duties when you were in the military?
finance specialist.
Is that where you met Mr. Fortner?
In Germany,
Okay. When did you meet him?
1999.
So how long after you joined the service? About a year?
Wait, 1999, because 2000 you went to France. Yeah, I joined it, and I was in Korea for a year, and then they sent me to Germany.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Fortner.
You and Mr. Fortner divorced around 2018.
The divorce was finalized January 2019.
And what are some, just briefly for the court, what are some of the reasons that preceded the divorce? Why did you seek a divorce?
The reason,
Well, reasons, I mean, if there's more than one.
well, he was having affairs, but the real reason, Victoria, he gave her drugs. The school called me. They said, "Come get your daughter. Something's wrong with her." They thought she was sick. She was not sick. She took way too much of whatever he gave her. She passed out. She was out cold for a very long time. I didn't realize it was drugs until the next day. The school called me, and the school was like, "Hey, I don't think she was sick. That's drugs." And then when I confronted her about it, "Hey, was that drugs?" She was like, "Thank you." And then it went from there, and then that was it. That was just that. I brought drugs into the home.
And following the divorce and that concluded early 2019, you decided to move your family or the family to Ohio?
You stop paying child support, you can't live in California. Yeah, so yes.
So it was too expensive to
It
live
was too
there.
expensive there. We were living in we lost the house.
When did you lose the house? Were you still married when you lost your house?
Yes. We were going through a divorce. Yeah, I didn't work a stay-at-home mom. He went, he got another house. He couldn't, too much.
You had two houses?
No, he went and got, no, we had one house. And then when the police asked him to leave, he went and he rented another house.
Oh, I see.
And then there was, you can't pay two mortgages without two incomes. So we moved into, maybe 2018, maybe 2018.
I'd like to ask you, following the divorce in 2019, you decided to move the family to Ohio, right? And you did that
Prior to the divorce.
after the divorce. I
Okay,
apologize.
yeah, after the divorce, yeah. We were
And-
living in a two-bedroom apartment.
And did you get approval from the court when you did that?
I first asked Rick. Rick told me it was fine.
When you say Rick, are you referring to Mr. Fortner?
Yeah, yes.
Okay.
I asked Mr. Fortner. He said, fine. I went to the courts. They signed off on it, and we left.
You took all the children with you?
Yes. Not Nikoletta. Nikoletta begged me to stay because TPS is a K through 12. She was in that school
What's
since kindergarten.
TPS?
That was the school they went to, Temecula Preparatory. And she wanted to stay in that school to
What's it
graduate.
called? Slow down.
Temecula Preparatory.
Okay, thank you.
And she wanted to stay in that school. So junior year, Miss Palomino, Miss Madriaga, Vanessa Madriaga was her married name, Palomino.
Slow down. Yeah, slow down. Okay.
Said she can stay with her. That was her math teacher in second grade. Also worked at TPS. Didn't work there anymore. Went to another school. Said Nikoletta can stay with her to finish out February, March, April, and May.
Okay.
School ends in May.
So your daughter stayed with her former second grade teacher
Yes.
during those months while
Yes.
you moved to Euclid?
Yes.
Okay. And she didn't stay with Mr. Fortner?
She didn't want to.
Okay, go ahead.
Nikoletta is going to be testifying for Mr. Fortner. There have been some allegations about some event that occurred somewhere in 2020 about you allegedly beating her up, or you and your mother or grandfather beating her up. Could you please describe to the court what occurred and why?
I didn't beat her up, but I yelled, and I yelled hard. She left her diary on the floor, and me, Jocelyn, and Dalen were all cleaning upstairs. We each have a bedroom. We were cleaning when we came to Ohio, we moved in with my parents. We called
Do you still live with your parents?
No, now I live on my own, in Whitworth. We call it the upper tower, okay? So we were cleaning the upper tower. It was open, and, her notes, her journal, her diary, whatever you want to call it.
Was it one book or was it many
No,
notes?
it was just loose leaf paper. It was just,
Spread out everywhere?
it was 3 pages of loose leaf paper, and what caught my eye was like hot boxing. I was like, hey, I know that, and then I started reading, and as I read, it was just she was talking about drinking and driving, she was talking about kissing boys, she was talking about driving high, she was talking about that when I left, she was not allowed to drive on the freeway. Nikoletta has a bad left eye and stuff, so she's not, I put...
That's her right eye.
Yeah, I know, I was like, that's what I heard. She's got a bad left eye, and she's not allowed to drive on the freeway in California. It's 90 miles an hour, I found out she was driving on, getting tickets in the mail, it was just, she was just, I was reading it, I didn't even recognize what I was reading and stuff. She came walking in the door, and she was high as a kite. And I said, what are you doing? And she was like, it's fine, everybody does it, and stuff. And then she pushed me into the wall, and I literally was like, okay, she wasn't, she wasn't calm. I don't even know what to say. Like, she just wasn't herself. So I wrapped myself around her and I laid on her. Like, I was like, Nikoletta, you gotta calm down. And Jocelyn and Dalen were there. They saw the whole thing and stuff. So, and I just held her down, and then I was like, are you done? Are you done? And she's like, just get off. And I said, you need to go on a walk and don't come back. Like, don't come back until you're normal. She went on a walk, and it was a very long walk. She came back, and then she slept like 25 hours. And that was the event.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't know what to say about it. Like, what they're saying is not like what I'm saying. I don't know how to prove it.
They, Nikoletta and Mr. Fortner have alleged that you stole her money?
No, I never stole money.
Well, what's your explanation? Were you aware of her making money?
Yeah, she worked at Taco Bell.
Okay, so she would work at Taco Bell. She would be paid.
Yeah.
Where would the money go?
I made her open a savings account with Navy Federal.
And were you a named party on the account?
Yeah, we can't open it without a parent. He didn't open it, so I did.
Okay, so you opened it, and then would you refuse for her to have the money?
When she did do that, I blocked it. I didn't seal it, but I did block it. Like,
Why didn't you block it?
I called the bank and I said, take her off. So I took her off and then I put her back on.
I don't understand. I don't understand. So when she would make money then,
she wasn't working anymore.
Oh, she wasn't working
no,
anymore.
she wasn't working. She was in Ohio. She hates Ohio. Like, I mean, with a passion. She was like, I hate this state. I hate these people. Everybody sucks. You know,
Well, let's back up a little bit. I want to talk about the.
But that's why she didn't work.
Okay, let's back up. So you're saying that you blocked it when she stopped working?
No, I blocked it when she said, I'm running away. And I said, you're finishing high school. You're getting a diploma. So I blocked her account, and that was it. That was the end of it. And then the minute, I think.
Well, where was she when? Where was she? In Ohio.
Yeah.
Well, let's back up, okay? Because your testimony earlier was that you left California to go to Ohio, to move to Ohio. And was this shortly after the divorce?
No, this was in February 2020.
Okay, so February 2020. And your testimony was that Nikoletta begged you to finish out at Temecula Preparatory School. So you let her stay there.
For a month.
So she could finish.
Her junior year.
Her junior year.
Yeah.
Okay. That's what was unclear.
Oh, yeah, so I pulled her out. So then I brought her back out in like, it was like June 2nd, June 3rd.
So you pulled her out so she could
No,
finish.
I meant pulled her out of California. Like,
Yeah.
brought her to Ohio. Sorry.
Okay, so then she comes to finish her senior year.
Yes.
In Ohio. Okay.
At Lake Evan.
And when was she blocked from using the bank account?
I would have to call the bank. I don't know the exact month. But everything was given back to her prior to her graduating. I said, okay, like, when I knew she was graduating, when I knew there was no, she was unblocked. She was unblocked, like, in February or March. Like, she had, like, access to all of her money.
And you blocked her because why?
She threatened to run away.
Okay.
She said, I'm running away to California, I'm just gonna go.
Was this before or after the episode where you read her journal and then questioned her about?
This was after it.
This was after.
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Boyle.
Thank you. Do you use corporal punishment on the children?
No.
You never hit them for discipline?
No, I don't hit them. I don't need to hit them. They're not bad children. They're good. They are good kids. Like, you don't.
And what do you do to discipline them when they misbehave?
When they actually get in trouble, I'll find something. Like, most of the time they only get in trouble, like, at school. I'll find something in the Bible that, like, correlates to what they did and stuff. It'll be like 1 or 2 sentences, 1 or 2 verses. You have to write it, and I say, what does that mean to you? They tell me what it means to them, and then I make them write what they did wrong, like, or not what they did wrong, but what happened, and like, what do you think you could have done differently? How could you have handled this differently? Like, you know, because I don't want them thinking like, I don't like when it's other people, like when it's always like, oh, it's the teacher's fault, it's the teacher's fault. Well, I got a bad grade on this because I changed the title, I changed the book. And stuff. Well, did you tell the teacher you changed the book? Well, no. I go, is that her issue? Like, you changed the book you were supposed to read, and that's the issue?
So you try to have the kids take accountability.
Yeah.
And I guess I have some other questions. I'm going to kind of change. We'll stay on this because it's. What does dinner look like in your house?
Half the plate is vegetables, and they get their protein. They all do sports. You have to have protein for their body, their muscles. Okay, and then it's whatever they want. They want the potatoes, they want the rice, whatever the thing. And then for dessert, it's always some kind of fruit and stuff. I try to do, like, you know, fruit.
And you said that you had enrolled Nikoletta in Lake Catholic.
Yeah.
For her senior year. Was Mr. Fortner involved in that enrollment?
No, I had complete sole legal and physical custody of her.
Okay. And during that time, was she involved in any extracurricular activities?
She was up until then. She, like I said, she did not like Ohio. Like she was a softball player. She wouldn't do it anymore. She was just so miserable. She was so miserable.
What about?
She was so unhappy.
What about Jocelyn? What's her favorite food?
Jocelyn? I mean, most of them like Italian. Like, Jocelyn's kind of like moving over towards Chinese. She asked me to make Chinese food. She likes it when I like fry up, like, she likes me cut up a bunch of vegetables and then fry up noodles.
And you have her enrolled in Lake Catholic as well.
Yeah.
And was any of that because of Rick's action or Mr. Fortner's action?
No, she did. They call it it's not a ghost. I can't remember what it's called. But she went to the school and they showed her around. She said, "No, I really like this school." And so I signed her up. I mean, I tell him, I say, "Hey, Jocelyn, you know, like, if you have a problem with it, let me know."
Does he help pay for it?
He always okays it.
Does he pay? Do you have to pay?
Does he pay? No.
Yeah. Okay. What extracurriculars is she involved in athletics?
Jocelyn does lacrosse and tennis.
She does lacrosse and tennis?
Yeah.
Has Mr. Fortner paid for either of those?
No.
Has he ever attended any of her games or athletic meets?
He went to one lacrosse meet when she was in ninth grade, and one lacrosse match and one tennis match, both in ninth grade.
And who's Jocelyn's primary care physician?
So it's Dr. David Hornick, but they're uncomfortable with guys. You know, they got girls. They're uncomfortable with the guys, so they go to Marissa Adams. But she works underneath Dr. Hornick, like on her insurance is Dr. Hornick.
Mm-hmm. And I'm tempted to go through the list of each child, but I'm certain that you're going to give very similar answers that you know the.
The boys see Dr. Hornick, girls see Marissa Adams. Dr. Sophia is their teeth. Gabriel's teeth is Dr. Yaser.
Help me understand. Let's go back to Gabriel's teeth. I mean, you and Mr. Fortner had a shared schedule, correct?
Mm-hmm. And 60,
is that yes?
Yes, 60-40 split.
Okay. And when you say 60-40 split, what are you talking about? Expenses?
No, like time. Like the kids were with me 60% and then 40%. Like when we break it down. So that's how they do the company.
But you have to be aware of Gabriel's teeth, right?
I was aware. Not of the top one, but the bottom one.
Okay.
I didn't submit it because I'm not him. I don't. Years.
Your words,
yeah, years of text. You gotta brush his teeth. You gotta brush his teeth. Stop feeding him candy. Stop feeding the gummies. Like, just stop it and stuff. But he doesn't brush his teeth. and this one rotted, nope, it was his right, yeah, it was his right one and upper left one. I didn't notice the left one, but we sing the ABCs twice.
Well, so help me out. Did you take Gabriel to get his teeth placed?
Yeah, sure.
And why did he have to go under anesthesia?
They were so bad. Those 2 teeth were so
Were they
bad.
extracted?
Nope. They were cleaned out. He did a deep clean. So February 13th, and he was aware of this. I texted him, the doctor, you were there when we made the appointment.
Talk to the court, man.
Sorry. We went there, we went to UH for those babies on February 13th. They had to they had to give him under general anesthesia, intubate him, and then they had to do a deep clean. They deep cleaned his teeth, and then they capped him. We call them his Iron Man teeth. Because it was.
Like, does he have crowns?
There's silver teeth. Have you seen the kids with silver teeth? Like, he's got 2 silver teeth.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Ward.
But can I say something? When Gabriel's it's Jocelyn's job to brush his teeth. Like,
at your house?
No, not at my house. My house, I brush his teeth. At Dad's house, it's Jocelyn's job to brush his teeth.
Your daughter, Jocelyn?
Yes.
Who doesn't go over there?
Now she's not over there, yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Who's Gabriel's doctor? His primary care physician?
Dr. Horner.
That's right.
David Horner.
My apologies. When was he last scheduled for a yearly exam?
He was supposed to have his yearly exam September 1st, 2023.
And to your knowledge, has that occurred?
No, it has not. As of Wednesday, it has not occurred.
Prior to May 28th, when Mr. Fortner initially refused to return Gabriel to your care, had Gabe ever said that you beat him with a belt?
No.
Had he ever talked about smashing the school or shrinking the school into a brick?
No.
Or smearing poop on the floor?
He loved school. No, he loved school. He loved Mrs. Bulmer. He loved school. I didn't even have to wake him up. Like, hey, Gabe, you're going to school? He's like, yeah.
Let me ask you this: did you enroll Gabriel in his school?
Yes.
Did you pay tuition for him to go to school?
I paid we got Ed Choice because we get Ed Choice. But I have to pay
tuition?
I do have to pay the fees.
And how much are those?
I would have to look because each school is different. Like Jocelyn.
Okay. I'll withdraw the question. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. What extracurriculars was Gabe involved in when he was in your care?
Swimming and hockey, and then Mr. Fortner put him in summer football.
How many years was he engaged in swimming and hockey?
Swimming and hockey was 2 years. This 2023 was supposed to be his 3rd year.
Mm-hmm. But he's not in it anymore?
No.
No. And who pays for that?
Me.
The extracurriculars?
Me.
Mm-hmm. And with the swim team, are you involved in that in any way aside from just paying for his fees and dropping them off?
Yeah, you have to be it's Euclid. Like, you have to be a lane timer. Like, you have to give your time to these sports. Like, you have to bring their lunches. You have to bring team snacks. Like, and it's not like you can't make it. They're like, yeah, you got to go buy from Chick-fil-A and stuff like that, or Mexican, or you know what I'm saying?
Chipotle.
Yes, thank you. You have to buy these team meetings, and you have to be lane timers. You have to participate.
You have to volunteer.
Yes.
And Mr. Fortner, did he engage in any of those things?
No.
Okay. And are there requirements to being enrolled in St. Roberts and Williams School?
Yes, it was implied that you have to do these 4 things to maintain enrollment.
And what are those 4 things?
6 hours of community service for their summer festival. Okay. The next thing is you have to mail out envelopes, for the walkathon, and it's basically, we need money.
A fundraiser.
Yeah.
Okay.
The third thing is selling 12 raffle tickets for Christmas, it's
Okay.
Christmas raffle. And the fourth thing is the Taste of Nations, the Taste of Nations.
So the raffle ticket, is that per child? So like
Every kid at that school has to sell a minimum of 12
per kid?
per kid, and
Okay.
I think it adds up to like $80.
To your knowledge, has any of those things been done?
As of Wednesday, none of those things have been done.
So Gabriel's enrollment at St. Robert's and Williams is maybe not going to happen next year.
Maybe.
Okay. Do the children have beds in your house?
Yeah, of course.
There were just allegations that they were sleeping on the floor.
Oh, no, they have this,
Okay.
and they've always had this.
Okay. Do you suffer from any mental illness? Have you ever been diagnosed with any mental illnesses?
No.
And
Do you see any therapists or anything?
Sometimes I'll talk to Dr. Lou, but I never gave her any.
Who's Dr. Lou?
Oh, it's the kid's doctor and stuff. Dr. Luanda Higginbottom
Oh, I see.
and stuff, but she never I've never given her any paperwork. I don't actually pay for it, so I don't really know if you can count that.
I'm glad you mentioned Dr. Higginbottom. And I was going to go over this in a timeline, but while you brought it up, I think it's good to bring up. When did you first start putting the children into therapy with Dr. Higginbottom?
June?
June of 23?
Yeah.
So
I called her the day that the stuff was on tree lawn, on the front lawn. Actually, it was on the front lawn, not the tree lawn.
And that was on June 7th.
Yeah, I called her that day to make appointments. I had an appointment with him. I had appointment for all of them within 2 weeks.
And why did you set up those appointments? Like, why did you enroll them in therapy?
If your father put all of their belongings on the front lawn and that's what they woke up to, wouldn't you?
Financer? Is Gabe, prior,
This isn't,
go ahead.
this is blood father. This is a father that was in the house with them, birth.
You have to use your words, man.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I don't even have words.
I'd like to go over a timeline briefly with some events. A lot of these issues seem to stem from the April 1st fight with Jacob. In that fight, the Mr. Fortner, or argument, or whatever you'd like to call it, with Jacob, what was your experience that day?
That day was just a poop show. I can't even tell, everything that went wrong that day.
Try to take
went
it
wrong.
slow and take one step at a time for the court, please.
I promise you, I did not instigate anything. I literally took my nephew.
Ms. Fortner, sorry. I want you to, so
What happened? Yeah.
I'm trying to say it.
Okay.
Well, I don't care. No one asked you whether you instigated. The question was,
Oh.
what happened?
You take it from the beginning of the day to the end of the day.
Okay, at the beginning of the day, they were at their dad's house. At the beginning of the day, they were all at their dad's house.
Mhm.
I said, okay, it's Jacob's birthday. I was under the impression he had no problem, Mr. Fortner had no problem. Dalen, his birthday is 2 days before Jacob's. Dalen, he said, go to her house, have your birthday party, he told Jacob could have his birthday party at my house. Jacob invited all the cousins, now my family is 30, kids alone are 30 strong, okay? That's not including the adults. Got a big family. My parents had 9 kids, okay? And then we all had a bunch of kids. So he was under the impression he was having a birthday party at my house. His dad said, Dad, can I go over? His dad says, have your mom call me and ask. I call him and say, hey, when do you want me to pick up Jacob? I didn't know anything was up. When do you want me to pick up Jacob? And he said, oh, Jacob's not coming over. I'm gonna go take Galen to the doctor. She's got an earache. I said, okay. I call back Jacob and I say, Jacob, we'll do it tomorrow. Like, I'll call everybody, cancel, we'll do it tomorrow, it's not a big deal. He was upset because his grandma sent him a good gift. He builds stuff. He builds computers, like from scratch.
I want to make sure I'm hearing you correctly, okay?
I'm sorry, I'm all over the place.
This party was on the day that you're making all these phone calls, right, with Jacob, and talking to Mr. Fortner, correct? That's the same day that the party was going to occur, correct?
Yeah, but
Hold on. That's the same day that the party was going to occur, okay?
Yes.
Correct?
April 1st was the party.
Okay. And you're talking to Jacob and you're saying, don't worry about it, we'll cancel, we'll do it tomorrow, right?
Yeah.
Okay. How many hours before the party was to begin did this phone conversation occur?
I don't know, maybe like 4, but that party was planned prior.
Okay, so
It's not like it was planned that day.
No, I get that. So, okay, so 4 hours, right? So 4 hours before the party, you're saying it's planned in, hold on, you're saying it was planned in advance, right? Right?
Yes.
And there's 30 kids alone, plus the adults. And you're trying to tell me that it was just going to be like, oh, we'll just do it tomorrow.
Yeah, it was the weekend.
Okay.
It's
Go
family.
ahead. Go ahead.
We all live in Euclid and,
Okay.
I mean, you have a large family.
yeah.
Right.
I mean, and not everybody was coming, not all 3 of them were coming, but the ones that he cared about, the ones that mattered to him, it wasn't a big deal.
Okay.
So, essentially, what you end up driving past the house. What happened? What did you just see?
There's this street, this cut-through street. It's Forest View. It's Forest View and Grand, okay? I was literally cutting through and I saw Jacob running through the rain. I was in the car with my nephew Vincenzo. I just got back from the laundromat and it's his birthday also, so I took him out to breakfast because he's my godson. Anyways, I was like, hey, that looks like Jacob. And Vincenzo goes, that is Jacob. I stopped, I go, hey, what are you doing? He said, oh, I'm going to Jacob's house. Jacob is his best friend, also his cousin, lives on Forest View, within 1 mile of where his father lives, okay? He says, drive me home real quick, I need to change, my clothes smell. I say, okay. Drive him home, and he says, hey, can I have my one gift? He opens his one gift, which was the gift he got from his grandma. That's the
And that
gift.
just happened to be in the car?
What?
This was in the car?
I got him at home. I drove him home. We
Where,
live
to Mr. Fortner's house or your house?
my house. My house. He wanted clean clothes. He wanted clothes that didn't smell. So we went to my house, which me and Mr. Fortner only lived like 3 miles away from each other. So it wasn't like I didn't think anything of it. I didn't know he didn't have permission to go. I didn't know. I drove him home. He opened the one gift. I drove him to Jacob's house. I dropped him off and I went on my way. He wasn't with me. He changed his clothes, opened up a gift, and left. Okay? Later that day, now it's night, and now two of my sisters, brother, there's some people over the house. I get a call, and Jacob is hysterical. Then I get calls from Jocelyn. Jocelyn's hysterical. Everybody's screaming. I'm like, what the hell's going on? Jacob's like, come and get me now! Okay, I've never heard my kid cry like this, so I go Deborah, get in the car, like, I don't know what the hell's going on, like. So we jumped in the car, and we found him walking on the side of the road, again, crying. Like, he was, like, blubbering. Throw him in the car, I immediately take him to some, I'm thinking that he's the one that got hit or something. This is where my brain went. So I took him to Sims Park, and I just said, I need you to tell me, I took him down to the beach, we walked down to the beach, and I said, I need you to tell me what happened. What happened? He told me what happened. I said, okay. I immediately get him back into the car, and I call Mr. Fortner. Call Mr. Fortner. I drive to the house. Then I see, I'm calling the cops, you're kidnapping, da-da-da. I called the cops and stuff. I'm like, okay. Then there's the video cam footage of everything that happened after that.
From From Mr. Fortner's video camera or from the police body cam or both?
The police body cam. That's all that, yeah. I just stayed in the car, we played games, we played Connect 4.
In the car?
Yeah.
Thank you. I'd like to settle, well, we're going to settle that fight for now. We're going to go move on to the following dates. April 7th, Mr. Fortner filed for emergency custody of Gabe in the California courts, Riverside, California. They opened the DCF, with a referral from the California courts, Cuyahoga County Department of Children and Family Services opened up an investigation. You had a series of court hearings in California, am I correct? You had a mediation. I believe it was originally scheduled for April 19th. It may have been canceled.
I think there was 2 that was canceled.
Okay. And then you had on May 24th, which was the last time you had custody of your son, it was Rick's day, you dropped him off, you dropped Gabriel off at Rick's on May 24th,
yes.
Correct? May 28th was your day, and you went to pick up Gabriel, and Mr. Fortner refused to give Gabriel back.
Yes.
And you called the police?
Yeah.
Yeah, and did they do anything?
No, they said, we're not even coming, we don't get involved with civil matters.
On May 31st, you guys had a court date with the Riverside, California Domestic Relations Court.
Yes.
And did you attend personally?
Yes.
And was Mr. Fortner there?
No.
At that hearing, the court declined jurisdiction of the custody dispute. Did the court have anything to say about the current order?
Yes, she was very clear. She said, this order stands. This order stands. She said it like 3 times.
And what was Mr. Fortner's response?
She said, I don't care what you say. I'm not giving her back, Gabriel. It was right after she said, I transferred this to Cuyahoga County. Cuyahoga County officially has jurisdiction of this case. And I said, I want my son back. What do you mean? Like, can you make him give me my son back? And she said, Mrs. Fortner, this order stands. I go, I don't know what that means. She said, this order stands. This order stands. And he said, I don't care what you say. I'm not giving him back. That's what he told her.
Thank you. And then following that, you come back to Ohio. You're desperate to try to get your child back. You filed a domestic violence civil protection order on June 6th.
Mm-hmm. That's what a lawyer told me to do.
Mm-hmm. You had a lawyer told you to do that? Mm-hmm. A very good lawyer. And it was alleging emotional abuse or something?
Emotional.
Okay. And
psychological.
And then on June 13th, Mr. Fortner files a domestic violence civil protection order against.
Okay.
And on June 21st, you dismissed your domestic violence civil protection order. You had an attorney at that time. You signed an agreement when you did that. What was your attorney's advice to you when you signed that?
He said, this doesn't mean anything. Sign it. You go outside and work the butt with it. You pee on it. Doesn't mean anything because he's not going to follow it. But it looks great in court because he's not going to follow it. So when we get up to the domestic relations and he's not following it, it's going to look great for you.
Okay.
So he said, just sign it.
And he gave you the same advice on
on
July 12th when Mr. Fortner dismissed his DVCPO.
Because he said, look, he already didn't follow it the first time. You know he's not going to follow it the second time. Sign it. Who cares?
Rather than go on the record, you had a series of witnesses with you to testify, correct?
We had his kindergarten teacher, Mrs. Gomer. Yes. Do you want everybody, or can I just say?
Yeah, go through the list. I'd like to hear it.
It was.
Sorry.
Well, it doesn't matter what you want to hear.
I
It
apologize.
matters what the fact finder wants to hear.
I mean, if you don't care, there's a lot of people. There's a lot of people that came to
You
testify.
don't have to testify.
Okay.
You don't have to give the whole list.
Thank you. I apologize, Your Honor.
Sorry.
And again, he said that you could just wipe the thing that you signed with Mr. Fortner, you could wipe your butt.
Was worthless.
Yeah, he said, and it's great. He says it's going to look great in court when he doesn't follow it. It's going to be great.
Mm-hmm. And July 11th, the DCFS investigation filed by Mr. Fortner was closed as unsubstantiated. The following day, Mr. Fortner, on July 12th, dismisses the charges after Ms. Fortner signed the agreement under advice of counsel. On July 21st, that was the first time you were able to see Gabriel physically since May 24th, is that correct?
Yes.
You went to the park and you guys went fishing? And...
Yeah. We tried to fish. It did not work. So I took him to the other side of the pier, and then he wanted to swim, so I let him swim.
And on August 7th is when you filed the foreign parenting order here in Cuyahoga County for recognition?
Sure. I think probably.
Okay. So you initiated the proceedings that we're engaged in today.
Yeah.
Because you were trying to figure out how you could make the courts force Mr. Fortner to give you your child back.
Yes.
Okay. And now we're here in trial. How would you describe Eric's parenting style?
He's a child. He's a child raising children.
Could you please just give me specific examples of what you mean?
He mocks. Like, I don't know what it is with him and the girls. The way he treats the girls. Like, he mocks them. And
Let's back up, folks. Let's back up. Let's get to some. So when after you signed the paper that Mr. Zalick advised you to sign, did you follow that agreement?
I sure did.
Okay.
I did not go to that school. I followed that agreement. I went to the church's rectory. I did not go to school. It doesn't matter that it was in the same parking lot. It was not a school.
Okay. Did Mr. Fortner follow it?
Nope.
And help me understand how he didn't follow it.
He was supposed to let me see Gabriel for, what was it, 3 days? It was like 3 days. It was 3 days a week for 3 hours. I don't know the exact. I have it written down somewhere.
Okay.
But the exact. He let me see Gabriel one time, and then he wrote me a nasty. Gabriel had so much fun. Like, we would picnic, we swam, we tried to fish.
And was Mr. Fortner around?
Yep, he watched the whole thing. He was there the whole time.
Like, was he participating with you, or?
Nope, he stays right there. So he's in Gabriel's eye shot at all times and stuff. And then he left and the third hour he got hungry and he left us. So I said, okay, we're gonna go at the top. I spread our towels and we had a nice little picnic. And then we played frisbee, we played tag, we were running around. Gabriel had a blast, and that was either that day or the very next day. I had a nasty email saying he's never ever given me Gabriel again. Like, that I'm horrible, and that I said this. I promise you, I did not talk about the case. There's nothing to talk about.
So there was one visit.
One visit.
And then according to you, Mr. Fortner cut off communication between you and Gabriel.
Yeah, I can give you.
So then after that, you initiated proceedings here. You moved for the court to adopt the California order and initiated proceedings here.
Before or after?
Well, I'm asking you, ma'am.
I don't remember. I don't remember if it was before or after that.
Okay.
But I thought I did it right. I thought I did it during the domestic violence stuff.
Okay. All right. Let me ask you this. When you were under the California order, before the court adopted the California order, were you and Mr. Fortner able to make decisions together regarding children's care?
Yeah, like he okay, like I would say, hey, I found this Alex. Alex is a really good girl. She's in high school, she's in college, babysitter.
Were these like joint decisions though?
I'd find somebody and say, hey, so you got a problem with it? And he'd either say yes or no. If he said no, then I'd find somebody else until he says yes.
Oh, I see. would Mr. Fortner ever initiate things for activities or doctors or dentists?
No.
Okay, so it's usually you bringing something to him. He'd either say yay or nay.
Yes.
If he said nay, you'd look for an alternative until he said yes.
I try so hard not to have to talk to him or rock the boat. Like, so you gotta walk on eggshells.
So let's suppose, for instance, the court let's say the court grants your motion to return, but denies the motion to terminate shared parenting. Okay?
Like what?
Let's suppose you have two motions pending before the court. One's to return Gabriel to you, right? And the other one is to terminate shared parenting and give you full custody of all the children. Correct?
Okay.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Is that what
Yes.
That's what your intention is and your wish?
I would like, yes, so this never happens again.
Okay. Let's suppose the court denies that part, but grants you the motion on the motion to return. Would you be able to make decisions jointly with Mr. Fortner? Would you be able to cooperate with him and make decisions about the children jointly?
I do the cooperating.
Okay, but I'm saying after all this. I'm saying after all this that we've been through, we've had to get a guardian ad litem. We're in trial. It's clear there are some children that are aligned with you. There are some children that are aligned with him, to the point where you have one child testifying against him, you have another child that's going to testify against you. So I'm asking you, based upon all that, are you still able to make decisions jointly with Mr. Fortner in the future?
As long, yes and no. Is he going to try to pull him out of school? Is he going to try to say I can't take him to church? Is he going to, that stuff, I'm not going to cave on that. I want him in his school. He's doing good in his school. I want him to church. I want him in sports. Is he going to say, no, Gabriel's not allowed to play sport? If Gabriel really doesn't want to play a sport, then no, I'm not going to make him. But Gabriel loves swimming.
Have you been able to look at Gabriel's school attendance?
Yeah.
And how is it?
It is what it is.
I'm asking you what it is. I'm not asking you what it is.
He's had some missed days and stuff, but it's cold outside, maybe he was sick.
This is while he was under your care?
No, under his care.
How many days has Gabriel missed this year?
I think it's 8.
8 days this year?
Yes.
Of unexcused absence?
Unexcused. Yeah, something like that. It might, is it 6? Is it 8? It's either 6 or 8. It's an even number.
When the kids living with you, do they badmouth Mr. Fortner?
No. Nobody, no.
Nobody at all? There's no hard feelings against Mr. Fortner?
Oh, there's hard feelings now.
Okay. So, does it come up at times?
Actually, no.
It doesn't come up at all?
Sometimes
you're missing the youngest family member when he's at his cutest age. It's not brought up and anything's pointed at Mr. Fortner.
They cry.
But there's no, it's not brought up and discussed. When you have a court date, it's not discussed.
I'll tell them I'm going to court, but do I sit there and say, oh, God, this is what I'm going to do? No, they have school. Their number one priority is school. They have to do good in school.
Do they ever disparage Mr. Fortner in front of you?
In front of me? No, no, they don't.
Have you ever encouraged the children to go back over to Mr. Fortner's house? No? Yeah, Mr. Boyle, go ahead.
When was the last time you received a child support payment from Mr. Fortner?
He had a job at that janitorial for 4 months. I think maybe it was, I don't know, it was I think I got 6 payments in 2023, but before that, 2020.
The court asked you to instruct the children not to talk to Gabe about Mr. Fortner. Would you instruct your children not to do that?
Yes. If I get favored, yes. Okay? Yes.
Are you prepared to follow any order that the court orders regarding parenting time and Gabriel?
I always follow the court orders. Don't break the rules.
As of today, did you enroll in our family wizard?
Yeah,
And,
Yes.
and I have instructed you to only communicate with Mr. Fortner through that application?
yes,
And will you do so?
yeah, yes.
Okay. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Fortner,
Yes.
cross-examination.
So on April 1st, the party that you had planned for Jake that day, you said that had been planned for 3 or 4 days, is that correct?
It was around time, yeah, for around Dalen's.
Why didn't you ask me about it before that weekend?
We did. We talked about it, and we talked about Dalen's birthday. You didn't have any problem letting Dalen come over. That's why Jacob thought he was having the party at the house.
Well, when Jacob woke me up and I instructed him, because we weren't supposed to be using the kids as messengers, so I instructed him to have you contact me about it.
I did, and you said it was fine. I was under the assumption that he was coming over. And then that's why, and then when he
I never told you that it was okay for him to come over.
Yes, you did.
No, I said it wasn't.
Okay, no, okay.
You asked her questions, so make statements, but before you
Yes.
go to the next question, here's what I'd like to know. The two of you live within 3 miles of each other, right?
Yeah, 3.5.
Is your relationship so bad between the two of you that you can't share birthdays?
What do you mean, like, on the same day? Yeah,
I mean, like, so you planned this big party, right? For
just
Jake.
a party, I mean.
And come on, don't characterize it as not being such a big party. Your testimony earlier was that you had 30 kids at least in your family, that it was a big family, and you were going to have a big party. And then when I started to press you, then that's when you started to retract from it being a party.
No, I said that we have big parties.
Okay. Is your relationship so bad that Mr. Fortner is not welcome over at your family's for a party?
No.
He is welcome?
No, he is not welcome.
Okay.
Yes, it is that bad.
Okay. Go ahead.
So then you said that after I took Dalen to the doctor for her ear, and Jake left, you just happened to be driving by and you saw him running down the street. Why didn't you call me, since it was my day?
I didn't know he wasn't allowed.
But I already told you he wasn't, right?
No, you said he wasn't allowed to have the party at my house. You didn't say he wasn't allowed at Jacob's house. He was going to Jacob's house.
I see. Okay. You were talking about our divorce, and you said that the reason we divorced was because I brought drugs into the home, right?
That was the final straw.
Why did you not divorce me? Why was I the petitioner then?
Do you not remember what you did the day we filed?
Well, you're making stuff up. I remember what happened for
I
sure.
remember what happened. You tracked my phone, you found out I went to a lawyer, you came home, you said you went to a lawyer, you pushed me against the wall, and you said you're gonna give me 51% of custody of these kids. I made a $1,500 down payment on the lawyer, and if you don't do this, I'm calling the cops and telling you beat up Tori, or you choked Tori.
How come you never testified to that in any of the 6 years? You've always said that I never laid a hand on you. Now you're saying that I pushed you against a wall?
Who cares? Okay?
Well, I'm asking.
I don't care. Nobody cares.
So your testimony is that when you were asked about domestic violence, you said that I have never done anything like that because you assumed that they wouldn't care?
What happened in our marriage, during our marriage, was between you and me. It's nobody else's business. What the hell went down? Do you understand? Stop talking about it.
Well, you're talking about something that never happened, so I'm asking you where this came from. So your testimony is that even though I did lay hands on you and push you against the wall, you assumed that nobody was going to help you, and so you didn't.
Where were the marks, Rick? You're not stupid.
Okay.
You never.
Okay. How old was Nikoletta when you left her in California?
17.
When did she tell you, Nikoletta, that she was running away and you decided to block her money?
After the the argument after I made her go on a walk and she came home. She slept for a while. Then we argued again, and then she said, I'm gonna run away. I'm gonna run away to California. I said, good luck. You're gonna finish school first.
How old was she?
17.
17 during that too? And did she end up going back to California?
Yeah.
And did you, by the time she left for California, she was 18 when she left for California?
Yes.
And did you give her money back before she was 18?
Her money was given back before she graduated.
How come my mom had to call and try to mediate that?
Her mom never called me. I have no clue.
You're saying that didn't happen though?
I am saying that. Her mom never called.
My mom never called you and mediated between the two?
Between that, yeah, I don't know where you got that.
Okay.
I told Nikoletta, all you gotta do is make sure you graduate and I unblock you. I got to talk to the school. March, she was fine, good to go. Unblocked her.
So when you say you blocked her, did you move the money into a different account, or did you remove her name from that account?
I removed her name.
And then you put her name back on it? When did you put her name back on it?
I don't know, March. She should have the record of it.
Sure.
I mean, it's easy to print out some bank statements.
You said that you filed a response in California about the allegations that you had were violent with Nikoletta and all that, and you described in there, you said you had to subdue her, and you said that you do wish that you handled the situation differently. How do you think you should have handled it?
I think I should have put her to bed, made sure she slept it off, and then talked to her and stuff. I shouldn't have yelled at her because she wasn't there.
Like when you grabbed her?
I didn't grab her. She grabbed me. She pushed me into the wall.
But you testified here that you grabbed her and fell on the floor and held her and said,
she pushed me into the wall.
So you're saying that when she pushed you too, you're saying?
No, I'm saying I yelled at her. She got pissed when she said, everybody does it. Everybody drives. Everybody does it. It's not a big deal. You're making a big deal out of nothing. Oh. And then she pushed me into the wall. I said, this is a big deal.
So that had nothing to do with Gabe knocking off stuff out of the window in the bathroom?
No, I don't even know what you're talking about.
Okay.
And wait, I thought we weren't allowed to open the windows. So wait, did we open the windows or not?
No. So, okay. Dr. Higginbottom, the kid's psychologist.
Yeah.
She says that in her opinion, and she's a doctor and everything, and so in her opinion, the kids have witnessed violence, but they're not talking about it. Do you have any idea where that violence may have come from that they witnessed, according to her?
Yeah.
Where?
We don't talk about it. You know exactly what they're talking about. You know exactly what Dr. Liu is hinting at. You know exactly what she's hinting at, and you know exactly those kids know.
What is it?
Stop it.
What is it?
I don't want to talk about it.
You're gonna have to talk about it.
I don't want to talk about it.
Hey, Alexis, please answer the question. I know it's painful, but tell the court what happened, honestly.
I wanted a divorce way before this. Way before this. He knew it. He knew it. I told him I was going back to school. I told him I was going back to school. He said, no, you're not. You're not smart enough. It's too hard. You got too many kids. And I said, no. He was old enough. I'm going to school. And at night. I was asleep.
Listen.
I don't want to say it. Please let me say it. Please don't make me say it.
Take a deep breath now.
Please don't make me say it.
I'm not going to make you say it. I'm going to answer your question. How's that? Here. Take a deep breath. Okay. Mrs. Fortner. Okay. Take a deep breath.
Mr. Fortner assaulted you?
When I was sleeping, I didn't wake up until he was in. I was tired that day. I was tired. I didn't wake up until I was too tired.
Was Gabriel alive at this time?
No. No, he was conceived. He knew I was fertile. I told him I was fertile. He knew it. I divorced a year after.
Okay, so let me ask you this, okay? Because the children went around for that, correct?
Tori knows.
Did you
Tori heard. No, she heard. She was awake. She heard. She asked me about it like the next day, and I lied.
Was there other violence the children had witnessed between you and Mr. Fortner?
They don't know. Like, I thought, like,
Well, let me ask you this.
they know something.
Prior to the incident you just described, okay? Was there violence between you and Mr. Fortner?
Just little things. Just little things.
Like
But
what?
nothing big.
What were the little things?
Just like, just stupid little, like,
Would
just
you push
pushing.
each other?
Just pushing. No, I never pushed him. He's trained in MMA.
Okay. Were the children around to see that? Did the children see
I don't think
the
so.
two
Like, no.
get into arguments and push each other?
They heard our arguments, yes. There was no matter how often we shut ourselves in the room.
Were there incidents where after the incident you described in your bedroom, were there other incidents of violence that the children had seen? And I'm not talking about what you consider to be little stuff of pushing. I'm talking about other stuff.
I don't know what they saw. I thought I kept, like, I don't know what they saw. But when we argued, they always go to our room. Like,
Were there instances where you and Mr. Fortner argued and it got physical?
Not in front of the kids.
So there were instances where the two of you got physical with one another.
Yeah, but it didn't happen often. Like, it didn't happen often.
Did it happen more than 5 times?
In our 17 years, I would say maybe 10 times total. Not often.
So you're saying I raped you? And you slept through it?
I didn't say I slept through it. I said I slept through the entry.
So I took your testimony is that prior to our divorce, to conceive Gabriel, I came in while you were asleep, took your pants off and underwear, and entered your body, and you didn't wake up?
I slept in underwear and a shirt. It was not like, and no, I didn't.
Okay. That never happened, but okay.
Sir, I've already instructed you once, okay? I'm gonna instruct you again. You're instructed to ask her questions, not make statements. It goes for everybody, okay? This is not Maury Povich, it's not a popularity contest. I really don't care, okay? So just ask her question.
Yes, sir. Why did you dismiss the civil protection order you had against me? Filed against me?
Magistrate Bill said that court's not for psychological abuse, it's for physical abuse.
Okay.
Yeah.
When after that, when we were trying to set up your second visit with Gabriel, and you talked to Gabriel with the siblings, and you told Gabriel that you were just going to drop the siblings off at the playground and you were going to leave. Why did you want to leave that day?
I don't know, I'd have to listen to that full conversation.
You don't recall telling him that you just wanted to drop off the siblings and then you leave?
I didn't say I wanted to, I just said he was so excited to get in touch, he was so excited to get in touch with the kids. And I have it on recording, I can listen to it and then tell you, but,
Well, I'm just asking why you were
I don't
wanting to leave.
remember, it was,
You record the phone conversations?
I recorded this one because the kids got to talk to Gabriel and stuff, and it was just.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, why were you, I get it that he was going to see his siblings, everybody was excited, but why were you wanting to leave? You said you were going to drop them off and leave. I was wondering why you were wanting to leave, instead of just staying with everybody.
I don't know, what are you angling at? Just to say it.
I'm asking why you wanted to
I don't
leave.
know, I just remember the kids were so excited to see Gabriel. I wanted them to have time with Gabriel.
Okay.
We were meeting at St. Robert's and Williams Park, right next to your house, right next to my house.
But you don't think that they would have been able to properly do that if you had stayed? You were wanting to leave them?
I have to listen to the phone conversation, Rick. I don't know what was going through my head, but Gabriel was like, Jocelyn, Jacob, or Jocelyn, Jalen, Jacob, like. I just remember he was really excited. I remember the kids were really excited, and then I remember you called back and you squashed that excitement like that.
Okay, and then last question. When you did talk to Nikoletta, you told her that she betrayed the family, in quotes. The kids were parroting that. What did you mean by that? What did she do to betray the family?
Who said that? I never said she betrayed the family.
You're denying saying that?
Yeah, I didn't.
Okay.
That's not.
No further questions?
I don't even. No.
Brown, do you have any questions?
I don't have any questions.
Okay, I don't have any further questions either. So, I'll conclude your testimony. Let's see. Do you have any other witnesses, Mr. Boyle? The guardian is going to testify as a court's witness at the end.
I understand.
Okay.
No,
So
no.
you rest?
Yes, I rest.
You offered you offered petitioner's
I would like to
exhibit
admit
C.
that in evidence, please.
Any objection?
No objection.
Any objection?
No.
Would be admitted without objection. Okay. So at this juncture, it's 3:45. You have one witness,
Yes.
correct? Do you plan to testify in your case as well?
I would just do a closing statement, I think.
Well, the closing statement's not evidence. So if it's
Oh.
something you want the court to consider, then you have to go back on the stand unless you're satisfied with the testimony
No,
you
I don't
already
think I have
gave.
anything to add in that matter.
So you don't plan on testifying?
How would that work? Do I just ask myself?
You don't ask yourself questions. You just testify in the narrative.
I mean, yeah, I'll testify.
Okay. So it appears as though we're going to need more time then. So why don't we spend the next few moments picking a new date, and then when we come back to that new date, you can decide whether you want to call Nikoletta first or you call yourself. And then after the two of you are finished, then the guardian will go, and then that will be it.
Would it be possible to do Nikoletta today just because she has school and a very busy week?
Are we going to finish
She took the day
by,
off.
or how long do you plan on questioning her?
I think 15 minutes would be okay.
What about you?
I have an appointment at 4:30, so
Yeah, we're going to come back.
Okay.
We're going to come back. Okay, so we're going to go off the record. Okay, today's date is February the 6th, 2024. The court is back on case number DR 23-395-909 entitled Alexis M. Fortner versus Eric C.K. Fortner. Both the plaintiff and the petitioner and the respondent are both present for today's hearing. Mr. Boyle is here on behalf of Mrs. Fortner. Mr. Fortner is representing himself in this matter, and the guardian ad litem, Ms. Brown, is also present. When we left off at our last day of trial on January the 29th, we were unable to complete the trial, so we scheduled this today to complete the trial. Mrs. Fortner had rested her case, and so we now turn to Mr. Fortner for his side of the
motion to modify shared parenting, motion to modify criminal rights and responsibilities. You can call your first witness. Come on in, man. Stand right here. Please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
See? There's a speaker right here that's recording everything that's being said in this room. It's important that when you're testifying that you speak loudly, and clearly, and slowly.
Okay.
So that if there's an objection to the decision that I render, or there is a subsequent appeal to the court's order, that transcript can be made and the court reporter can understand what's being said. Okay? Could you start off by telling me your name and spelling your last name for the record?
My name is Nikoletta Fortner, and you spell Fortner Fortner.
Okay, you're going to have to slow down.
Sorry.
Okay? I know that maybe you're nervous, or maybe this is the natural way that you talk. You're going to have to slow down.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Fortner, you may inquire.
Hey, thank you. Okay, Nikoletta, will you introduce yourself real briefly to the court?
Sure, yes.
Okay, done. Where did you grow up?
I grew up in Southern California, Winchester, California.
With both me and your mother the whole time?
Yes.
And how old are you?
I'm 21 years old.
How did you end up living here in Ohio?
When I was a senior in high school, I moved out here in the summer of 2020 for my senior year. And then after I graduated, I moved away until 2022 when I came back and now I live with you.
Okay, and what are you doing now?
Right now I am at Cleveland State University.
And how far are you into that?
I am in my second semester of my freshman year.
Okay, excellent. How are you doing at school?
Great.
Awesome.
What are you studying?
I am double majoring in art and psychology.
Okay. How would you describe your mother's parenting style?
Very chaotic. Her parenting style, I remember like being like the sole babysitter. It's very neglectful. It's very physical. It's very just lots of yelling, just chaotic, very chaotic.
You were the sole babysitter starting when, would you say?
I've always had a babysitter role since like Jocelyn was born, but so when I was 5 years old.
Since you were 5?
I was babysitter mostly after the divorce, which was like when I was 14, but I had like a very parental role towards all of my younger siblings since like my younger sister Jocelyn was born. I just felt a very maternal, very big sister. Like I have made breakfast a lot for the kids. I feel like I've been left alone as babysitter.
Mostly post-divorce, though?
Yes, mostly post-divorce, though.
And how old were you in the divorce?
14.
14. Were you making breakfast at 5?
I started making breakfast. I learned how to make eggs in 3rd grade.
when you were about 9?
9, yeah.
Okay. So when you were saying like post-divorce, is this at both the house that you lived in that we had purchased, that the divorce happened in, and the apartment that you guys subsequently moved into
Yes.
in Hemet?
Yeah.
And how long would you babysit, like per day on average?
It's hard for me to put a number on that because it just like, my older sister role just kind of like was always there when, like my babysitter role was kind of always there in a way. Even when my mom was there, like I just was, I feel like my mom was gone at school a lot. She did a lot of like night school, and I remember being like alone after school a lot in the afternoons in Hemet a lot.
And this was when your parents were still married?
When we lived in Hemet, my parents were divorced by that point.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So it would make it like 2018?
2018, yeah.
Okay. How would you describe my parenting style?
When I was a kid, you worked a lot, and when you were there, you were on the computer a lot, I would say. You were not very present. But when I reunited with you in 2022, and I've seen you have a 360-degree change in your parenting style. I've seen you...
So he turned right back where he was?
I'm sorry. I've just seen his parenting style change for the positive since I reunited with him as an adult. No, it was not right back where he was. He is definitely way more active than me in Gabriel's life. And, but when I was growing up, yeah, it was like, he worked a lot, and then when he was here, he was on the computer.
Okay. And so when you say that you've seen a big change, is it like, it sounds like you're saying I was just checked out and not present.
Mm-hmm.
And now you think that I'm more present and purposeful and things like that? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. In December, oh no, this was November, I think, maybe early December, around the 1st of 2017, your older sister Victoria, got into some trouble at school on suspicion of being on some type of mind-altering substance.
Mm-hmm.
What do you remember about that?
What I remember was, before that happened, we used to make jokes because you used to leave your briefcase on the vanity like right in the doorway entrance. So one day Troy went in it and it was full of just like vapes and Chiba Chews, and we used to make jokes because...
And these are Chiba Chews is a marijuana
Chiba Chews is a marijuana product. And me and Troy used to make jokes about that because we would see you walk out the door and go to work with it. And one day I was at school and I didn't know she brought a Chiba Chew or an edible to school. I found out because we went to a pretty small school and she ate the whole thing and she was very slurish, and she was like in the classroom and she got sent to the office, and her friends were talking about it in my art class after, and I listened to them, and I remember like freaking out not freaking out, but being nervous because I just didn't like how people were talking about my sister. And I remember getting home and then just like listening to you and Mom talk about it for a while. It was like very tense that week at school because the conversation kept on coming up. I wasn't a part of the conversation, but the tone of the house was very, you could tell, like, you guys were talking about it and it was a serious matter to you guys.
Pretty tense, you would say?
Pretty tense, I would say, yeah.
Did she tell you where she got the marijuana? I know you said my briefcase, but there was an accusation that I gave her drugs. Can you speak to that at all?
She didn't tell me. I think I just figured out through your guys' conversation that she got it through the briefcase. It wasn't like a conversation where she came up to me afterwards and was like, I got this from here. I kind of just figured that out on my own. But I know, like, you wouldn't have just given her an edible. I just have to, like, that's just not what would have happened.
Have you heard that accusation before in the last 6 years since the divorce?
Yeah, I hear Tori and Alexis say that you gave it, and the kids say that you gave the edible to her.
Right. But as far as you know, she took it out of there without my knowledge.
As far as I know, she took it out of there without your knowledge, yes.
Do you know if that was the first time she's ever used marijuana or any kind of drugs?
No, that is not the first time. Around Thanksgiving, before that event happened, there was actually a time me and Tori went up. We went for a walk and we went up the street and we walked pretty close to the school and we met up with one of her friends, her friend Tyler, and we went in the car and I was like 14 at the time. It was before the divorce, so yeah, it was around Thanksgiving too, so I probably just turned 14. And yeah, so I was just in the back seat and then they were up front smoking and then we walked back to the house and yeah, I remember just like she took a shower after.
So you saw her do that?
Yeah.
Did she ever talk about doing it more than just the times that you saw her?
I mean, we went to the same high school, so we followed each other on social media and stuff, and I always would see her just like post pictures. Yeah. Like she was very popular in high school, and she was out and about a lot, and she had a lot of just like connections to the area, and I always would just see she was always just like out with her friends partying, honestly.
Okay. Do you keep a diary or a journal?
I do.
How long have you been doing that?
I have been keeping a journal my whole senior year, and then I took a break from when I graduated in 2021, and then in 2022 I started journaling till now, May 2022.
And you would journal about just your day?
My day.
Okay.
Yeah, my thoughts.
Did you or your siblings experience any type of abuse from any family members growing up?
Yes.
Talk about that.
We have all been abused by our mother. Like, we have been abused physically, mentally, like emotionally, all of the above. My first thought that comes to mind is I start from like the top of the line of siblings, and I just think I remember growing up with Tori. We're like a year and a half apart, a year and some change apart. So we grew up basically like twins. And I just remember every time, if we got in enough trouble to get hit with the belt, Tori was always hit harder or more than me. Tori was always like hit more than me and harder. And I remember there was one time, I think I was in 3rd grade, so she must have been in like 5th grade or something. But it was at the rental house, Leeds. She got hit with the belt so hard, she went to the bathroom after and she threw up and she told me, and then she told Mom, and then Mom didn't believe, or she just said like, oh, grow up, or just like shook it off. That it was like, just growing up, she was hit a lot more. And then when she was a junior at this point. It was 2nd semester junior year, I'm pretty sure. Was was she a senior? What year? I was a freshman.
You have to give a statement, not ask your dad for help or questions.
I'm so sorry.
This isn't.
I'm bad with
This is not phoning in a friend.
Say whatever you can best remember.
I'm sorry. When she was a junior, she got in trouble with my mom because she wore a skirt that was too short, and I was sitting on the kitchen table. My mom
You're fine.
my heart is just going fast. Okay. My mom was across the island. I was sitting on the table, and my Tori was in the kitchen, and she was getting yelled at for wearing a skirt that was too short for school. And my mom grabbed her by the neck and threw her against the wall, like literally against the cabinet and drawers. And Tori ran away that night. And I'm sorry.
How old were you at this time?
This was before the divorce, so I would say around 13, 14, freshman in high school.
Where was your father?
He was at work at the time. He came home after she ran away. When she ran away, I remember it was a pretty big house, so it was pretty easy to like, there was like a living room, like a kitchen, and just lots of rooms, so that if you like went to, it was pretty easy to like go by unnoticed.
Did you tell your dad after this happened?
It was, yeah, it was a pretty big deal because he came home and they wanted to know where she went, and she didn't want to tell, and they said they were going to have to call the cops because she's still a minor at the time, and she ran away, and then she ended up just being like, I'm staying with a friend, and she stayed with her friend for the night, and she didn't come to school the next day, obviously, and
Who was the friend?
She kind of jumped around with many friends. Like when I saw the pictures and the stories, like at first I think she went to a friend that was walking distance house because she just went out the backyard door. She didn't take a car or anything. So I think she went to, we lived like 5 minutes away from the school and a lot of kids did too. So I think she just went to a neighbor house. But I know that night she like went, she saw her other friend Chloe. She saw I forgot her name. I'm sorry. Jaden, Chloe, her ex-boyfriend Anthony.
This affects you? You became very emotional just a few moments ago. Did it affect you as emotionally at the time?
It was more just, I remember just being like completely shocked at the time. I don't think
Did you experience similar acts?
Yes, I definitely did. When I moved to Ohio in 2020,
I'm saying in California when you were a minor.
Yes,
Did you suffer similar acts as what you described with your sister Victoria?
Yes, the first thing that comes to my mind was just like when I was in 3rd grade. I went into my parents' closet, and it was right after Christmas, and Jake had a gift that was wrapped for him, so I took it out and I gave it to him. He opened it, and
Who's Jake?
I'm sorry, Jacob, my little brother. And my mom went ballistic on me. I probably got the worst beat down I probably have ever gotten in my entire life. I got a concussion that day because she picked me up by my neck and threw me on the floor. And I remember I was staring at this, I don't remember how long I was up for. I just remember I wasn't allowed to use electronics. I wasn't allowed to read. I was bedridden for a very long time staring at a wall.
Was this before or after your brother Gabriel was born?
This was before.
Okay. Back to the incident that happened with Victoria and the skirt. When it stayed with you, obviously, because you testified to it today, right? Did you tell a guidance counselor, or did you tell any officials at school when it happened?
No,
How do you understand that?
I think it was just like, I don't remember specifically. I just feel like it was like an unwritten rule that we just like never tell our mom. It was just like everyone knew that it was just like you would get in trouble at home. Like it's just like you're not gonna go to school and tell them that our mom choked us. I don't remember specifically what she did to get us in that place. It just was like, I just know all of us like never would have ever thought to have told anyone.
Go ahead, Mr. Porter.
Okay, so as far as abuse, that was a lot of violence. What about psychological or mental stuff? Like you had mentioned, I think it was in Ms. Brown's report about homework with mom.
Yes, from literally like Jocelyn to Jacob, Dalen, Gabriel, every single one of them going into kindergarten has like done work with mom. Like she's done like just like cards, or like she's tried to like teach them like their 1, 2, 3s, ABCs, basic kindergarten stuff. And if they get it wrong, she gets furious. Like all of her rage goes into her like she gets so frustrated if you get it wrong, especially Gabe. I remember like, just like Gabe and Jocelyn, I have like core memories of her just like just watching her like just like clench her fist like when you get it wrong, and she gets like, she bites her tongue and she uses like all of her force. She just like will hit you with all of your force. Like she gets furious when you don't get things, like if you're just not doing the homework correctly. She wants you to already know and be there. And she gets furious if you're not.
And that was something that you had seen with yourself and every one of your siblings?
Yes.
That's what you're saying. Okay. What about any type of, have you ever experienced, or your siblings, any type of sexual abuse, grooming, or sexual boundary issues with any family members?
I definitely have been uncomfortable with my sexual boundaries with my mom, yes. She just, like, doesn't really believe, she's like, you came from me, so there's nothing that I haven't seen already, so you, like, when I lived in, especially in the Grubach house, because it was so just, like, tiny and confined, like, we weren't allowed to lock the bathroom door when we showered, and, like, she could just come in anytime, and, like, if I was lotioning or something, like, she could, like, just watch and stare and, like, just, like, talk to me, and I would be like, I'd just rather be alone, and she'll be like, we're family, like, and she'll just make you feel bad for wanting to be alone. And there's, like, she makes, like, weird remarks, like, I've been, like, naked in front of her before, and she'll just, like, make weird remarks of, like, just, like, oh, you have a youthful body, and she's, like, she does it as a joke, but it's just not funny to me. She's just groped my private parts before, or just groped me to, like, think it's funny. She just thinks it's funny. It's part of her humor, but it's just not funny to me, but, or probably anyone else. But she has groped me before, like, with pants, without pants, like, in a towel, anything, because she just thinks we're family and that's normal.
You ever, like, kind of just say stop it or get angry?
I think we've only ever snapped, but she'll just snap back. It doesn't matter. That's why it just, like, it doesn't even matter.
Okay. And what about, you know, when you said that she doesn't have any boundaries when you shower, does she, and you said that she has watched you lotion and talked to you, things like that, she's groped you. What about her own boundaries?
Oh my gosh, okay. She will just, like, get out of the shower, walk into every room just, like, naked, and she'll be, like, going in one room lotioning, going in another room to get her underwear, going in, and she's just, like, no towel on, just walking around, and it's so uncomfortable, and, like, it's just weird because, like, I just couldn't even imagine it from Jacob's perspective, especially as a teenager.
In front of the boys.
In front of everyone, it doesn't matter.
As teenagers.
As teenagers, yes.
Okay. Do you ever experience or witness your mother criticizing any of your bodies?
Yes. I think especially since that she's allowed to see us, like, in the shower or, like, lotioning or just, like, changing or anything, she feels, like, entitled to talk about my body. She feels entitled to, like, say, like, I'm not athletic enough. Like, I'm like, oh, like, I went to a school orientation and I was wearing a skirt, and I remember she was coming to pick me up, and I was talking to my friends, and she was staring at me from the car, and then I came back and she was like, when you were talking to your friends, your calves aren't toned and your thighs aren't toned. You need to get back into sports and, like, start, like, softball or, like, track or something like that, so that you could get back into shape. Or, like, she's, like, made comments about, like, my arms, or just, like, I have an unathletic body, and she's made comments about that all the time.
What about any of your siblings?
Yes, she has, I think she just does the exact same thing to me that she does to all of the siblings. She's just made remarks to all of their, like, just like, oh, this is chub, oh, this is...
Okay, and you witnessed that? What
Yes.
about any other family members?
Yeah, actually, one time I got out of the shower, and Grandma Grubach was upstairs, and I was in a towel, and she just, like, my mom gets it from, like, her parents, because like my grandma Grubach also thinks it's funny. She just like smacked my butt and she made a comment how my butt was like softer and not like athletic and muscular, like she thought it was gonna be when she smacked it, and I just was like.
And this is recent, this is after the divorce since you guys moved?
This was after the divorce when I was living with mom in high school.
Okay. And do you ever witness anything like with Victoria? Anybody say anything to her?
Yes, especially Victoria,
Okay.
because of the fact that she matured so quickly and she's just curvier than I am. It was especially Victoria that was getting the most criticism on her body. Like from the I remember from 8th grade when the first time I visited Ohio was 6th grade, that I remember. The first time I remember going to the Grubach's house, and I remember it was summer of 6th grade, so whatever that year was, I'm sorry. Tori was in 8th grade, and I remember it was obviously summer, so it was hot. She would come down in like tights and a shirt, and then she wouldn't even make it to the bottom of the steps. And then my grandpa Grubach would be sitting on the couch, and then he would make a comment how she's representing the family, and she shouldn't be wearing tights, or she shouldn't be wearing like a short sleeve shirt that shows like a cami that shows like her chest or arms or anything. And something that I could wear that my mom could find more considerable, Tori could wear the same top and it would look completely different on her, and so she was like forced to cover up all summer, like lots of just long sleeve jeans when you want to wear shorts.
And that was coming from your grandfather?
And that was coming from my grandpa. He always had something to say about her body, actually, like always. It was ridiculous.
Would it surprise you that when your mother recently called Gabriel's therapist, and one of the first things she mentioned is that she was concerned that he was gaining weight?
That doesn't surprise me at all. I think my mom honestly only sees us for our physical selves, and she doesn't really see us beyond that much, besides whatever she creates in her head and just puts on to us. And she's very only focused on the physical and our athletics and our weight and how we look.
Okay, so switching gears a little, the night that I left the house when the police were called.
Mm-hmm.
Can we have a date next to this? When was that?
December 17th was when you guys got divorced, so, of 2017. So I would say the week of December 17th, sometime around that.
Go ahead, Mr. Fortner.
Okay, and I had called the cops that night. I got some bad advice from an attorney and did that, and when I called the police, your friend Izzy's mother, Amy Wallace, showed up pretty quickly.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see that?
Did I see,
Let's stop for a moment. Stop feeding the witness information. Ask her questions. Don't feed information of like a narrative. There's a lot of leading going on. She's your witness.
Okay, understood. So, okay, well, the night that we were talking about where I called the police and I left, what do you remember from the house after I left?
Okay. I remember cops got called, you left. I remember when we left, me and...
Who called the police?
My dad did.
He called the police and left before the police got there?
No, the police sent him to stay at his stepdad's house. No, but he called the police, stayed, and then the police talked to I don't remember if the police talked to me or not. I don't think so. I think the police just talked to my parents, and then I remember just like giving him a hug on the couch, and then he had to leave for the night.
Okay.
But that night, I remember after he left, my mom was very frantic, and we were all sitting on my parents' bed. I was sitting with Jocelyn, Jacob, and Dalen, and I don't know if Gabriel was there or not, but Tori walked in, and she basically told us to calm down, and so we did, and then we started collecting ourselves, and then
Victoria told you to calm down? Sorry.
Yes.
Okay.
And after we collected ourselves, I remember my mom took all of the guns out of the closet and hid them under the living room couch, and she told me we were going to spend the night at my friend Isabel's house, which is Amy Wallace's her mom. And she said she hid all the guns in the couch, under the couch, because she was scared my dad was going to come back and like shoot up the house. And yeah, so we spent the night at Amy's house, and like none of us slept that night because we were all just like really scared.
Okay. She told you I was going to shoot up the house?
Yes.
How did that make you feel?
Really scared. I thought you were going to shoot up the house.
Okay, so after the divorce, do you remember me renting a house?
Yes.
And how far away was that house from where?
3 to 5 minute drive.
Okay. Now, the first time that I had the kids over to the house, you came with. Tori didn't, you and the rest of the kids did. But then after that, I never saw you again until 5 years later. Can you talk about that, what happened there, why you stopped coming over?
Yes. Yeah, I went there. I remember I spent the day with you, and I got a call from Tori, and I went to the backyard. And I remember she was just asking me what I was doing, and I was like, oh, I'm going at Dad's house, and I'm just unpacking his kitchen. And she got upset at me for being there. She was just she was shocked that I was there. She was really shocked, and she was like, why are you there? You need to come home. And it got me really frantic, and me like okay, I'm ready to go home. This doesn't feel right, and I just like remember just being really anxious and being like, okay, I have to get back home after that call. And I remember I went back home, and I just like definitely saw my older sister and my mom did not want me at my dad's house, and they were just like reminding me of just like all of the bad things he did, and just, yeah, and that was the last time I went there because I just was like, oh, my mom says this is bad, and my older sister says this is bad, and so I didn't go back.
How old were you at the time?
14 still.
Okay, and then shortly after that, you guys moved from the house into a smaller apartment in Hemet. How far away was that from where I was living?
20 to 25 minutes.
Okay. And can you describe the living conditions at this apartment?
The living conditions at the apartment, we downsized like from a 6-bedroom house to a 2-bedroom apartment. So it was just like we had so much stuff that filled up like a giant house, and we downsized. So it was very cluttered, very just like uncomfortable. None of us had like our own set rooms or bed, obviously. I tried to stick with routine, but everyone was moving around a lot, sleeping on the couch, sleeping with me, sleeping with mom. Like it was just switch bed situation, and very cluttered, very condensed, very just chaotic.
Okay. And when your mother and the rest of the family moved to Ohio, you stayed back in California. What year was that in school?
I was a junior in high school. That was January 2020. They left after the fall semester, and I stayed to finish my spring semester of junior year. And I stayed with Vanessa Madriaga and Soleil Madriaga.
And who were they?
Vanessa was Soleil's mom, and Soleil was my friend at school.
So you stayed with friends when your mother moved. Do you know why she pulled the rest of the kids out in the middle of the year and let you stay, or what do you know about that? What do you remember?
I just remember, like it was always a big deal since the divorce. She was always constantly talking about finances, constantly, and she just said she couldn't afford to stay. And she kept on just being like, if I could make it work, I would make it work, but I can't, so we're gonna move to Ohio. And it was a finance situation.
Well, you were talking about finances, and it's been brought up, and you had mentioned it to Miss Brown, that you had an issue with your mother stealing money from you?
Yes.
Talk about that.
She stole money from me and Tori. Tori definitely got it first and got it very hard. My mom was very hard on her before she left for the army. She used to, I remember she just like, we both worked at Taco Bell and we both were getting like the same amount of money, but Tori was just like, it got to a point that Tori was spending so much on just like supplies, like groceries or just errands or just like things that my mom should be getting for the kids. She was using Tori's money for, and there was at one point she told me, we had different shifts, but she told me she had a breakdown at the gas station by Taco Bell because she didn't have enough money to fill up her tank, and Augustine gave her a 20 for filling up her tank. My old manager gave her some money to fill up her tank. And with me, it was the same. When she just, with Tori, I think she just like collectively did it. With me, she did it all at once. She just took the $7,000 away from me for the year and a half and then started giving me payments back in October.
Did you get all of it back?
Sorry?
Did you get all of it back?
I got everything but like $250 back because I backed a car, her Kia into a mailbox, and then she just said she was going to use that money to fix the dent in the car. But she took that money from me in summer of 2020, and she told me I was going to get it back when I was 18. So I remember I turned November and I turned 18. I was like, can I get the money back? And she goes, you could get it when, and she says, you can get it when you move out. And then I say, okay. So then I graduate and I move out a week later, and then I say, okay, I moved out. Can I get my money back? You can get it back when you get your own apartment. And then I'm like, oh, I'm never getting it back, aren't I? And funny enough, I actually literally had the same exact situation except in San Diego. I was at a gas station and I called my mom and I had a breakdown because I didn't have enough money to fill up my tank. And I told, I was living with Tammy Crown at the time. And I told Tammy about,
grandma?
My grandma, I'm sorry, yes. I was living with my grandma at the time, and I actually told Tammy about the situation too, and she defended me. She was on my side. I don't know this for sure, but I was telling Tammy, I was asking my mom for the money back and also telling Tammy at the same time, so I'm in with Tammy and my mom's relationship.
Just so I'm clear, because you're kind of like getting far afield.
Sorry.
You saved up all this money by working at Taco Bell, correct?
Yes.
And your testimony is it was approximately $7,000.
Mm-hmm.
And your testimony is also that later on in life, your mother did give all of the $7,000 but $250 back to you.
Mm-hmm.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
You mentioned your grandmother. How do you feel about your grandmother?
I lived with her for 4 months, and
what was that like?
It was when she was there, she was living with her boyfriend for the most part. So it was honestly, for the most part, I was in the apartment alone. But when she was there, it was more stressful when she was there. When she was not, because same thing. Wouldn't knock on the door. She would when I was at work, she would always go through my room and just like clean it up. But when she was cleaning it up, she was just looking for things, and she just always was going through my things, and I would be like, I can clean my own room, I could do my own laundry, and she would always just make it a giant deal. And when her boyfriend moved in with her 4 months later, after I moved in with her that summer, she kicked me out, and then I lived with a friend 40 minutes away. And that's when I finished my time out in California.
The 4 months that you were there living at your grandmother's place,
Mm-hmm.
Were you working?
I worked at Nordstrom.
Okay. And did you do anything besides working?
Not at that time, no.
Okay. How do you feel about your grandma? Because you saw her here last week, right?
Yeah, I did see her.
What was that like for you?
It was just, I think living with her and after seeing just who she is, I kind of just accepted. I'm like, oh, my living experience with her wasn't that good.
I mean, you call her Tammy, right?
Yeah.
And you do so not as a pet name. You do, it's not agreed upon.
Yeah.
Hey, Grandma, I'm gonna call you Tammy. She says, yeah, call me Tammy. We're girlfriends, right? She doesn't. It's not something like that. You call her Tammy out of disrespect, correct?
I guess so. I think I just, I can say Grandma or Tammy. I just don't really see her as a grandparent figure to me. I did growing up, but just how when I moved in with my friend Amy, with my friend Izzy and her mom Amy, and I was trying to move.
Was this after you lived with your grandma?
After I lived with my grandma, yeah.
Okay.
She makes a lot of allegations that I'm a drug addict and that I need rehab, and she tells all of my friends that, and she told my roommates that, and the roommates I was trying to live with, because I think she just wants my roommates to reject me, but she goes behind my back and tells stories about me that are just not true. She's gone, one time I actually came home from, my friend lived in Riverside, and from San Diego to Riverside, it's like a 3-hour drive. So I got home, and with California traffic, I was tired, and I remember I came.
Do you use drugs?
I do not know.
Did you pass a drug test today?
No, I want it.
What did you be positive for?
Marijuana.
Do you smoke marijuana with your dad?
No.
Does your dad smoke marijuana in the house?
No, not in the house, but he's smoked before.
Okay. Do you and your father talk often about estranged family members? Like, do you share comments back and forth?
If it comes up, because it makes me sad, like especially with my sister being pregnant, I've been coming up with it a lot because I found out literally in January that she was in her 3rd trimester of her pregnancy, and I know the reason she doesn't talk to me is because of my mom, so it is very hard for me to not be a part of that process with her, because I just wish she could break out of that cycle for herself, because I would love to be a part of that with her.
Do you, like for instance, when you saw that your grandmother was here, because your grandmother lives in California, correct? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so when you saw her here last week, did you and your father have a good laugh about it? Did you guys exchange comments about the fact that you saw her?
I definitely talked about it. I was like, because I was sitting in the other corner, and she kind of like paced up and came close to me, and I was kind of like waiting for her to come to me, but then she ended up just like turning around and walking away. And then I talked about that. I was like, oh, Tammy went up to me when you were gone, but she just turned around. I talk about it when it comes up, yeah. I'm very curious about it, because I think I've been rejected by so many family members, and I want to know why, and I always want to know what they're thinking, and I do, like with things come up, I do talk about it.
Are you in therapy?
I am, yes.
And how long have you been in therapy?
2023, a couple months now. A couple months. I don't remember exactly when I started, but it's been a few months.
Were you in therapy before?
No, I started when I was in Ohio.
Go ahead, Mr. Fortner.
Okay, what did you experience or witness with your siblings that you would now consider parental alienation?
I think just like.
Objection?
Yeah. Do you have a degree? Do you have any degrees? You're currently in your freshman year of getting a degree. Correct?
No, I don't have any.
Do you have any training in parental alienation?
I do not.
Okay. The objection's the same. You can ask her about things that she's experienced, but not with respect to parental alienation.
Understood. Did your mother teach you and your siblings to lie to authorities?
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Every time. Every time.
Did she prep you and the other kids to speak with like Child Protective Services?
Yes.
Objection. Formal question.
Yes, we have been being trained since the divorce first happened. I remember when we started seeing that first therapist, I don't remember his name, I'm sorry. He was a court-ordered therapist, and he was that one guy. It took 2 hours to get there and 2 hours back, and she would always do the thing where she does like the hand, and then she's always just like telling us like step by step what to say. She's like, tell him that he does drugs, tell him he has rats, tell him the house is filthy, tell him that she just like she always just tells everything for 2 hours worth of just prepping, 2 hours there and 2 hours back. And I just remember there was one time we were going back, and Tori literally was just like, I was in the back seat so I could hide it a little bit more. When she started talking again after that therapist, that appointment, and she started talking on her way back, Tori snapped and she was like, oh my God, can we just listen to music or something? And my mom yelled at her. She just and we had to listen 2 hours back of her just telling about how she's like such a great parent and then you're just not a great parent. I'm sorry. Yeah, we have been prepped for years. And it is like been ingrained in us forever to lie to authorities about what we experienced at our dad's house and what we experience at our mom's. That just like literally becomes your reality. You like actually think and believe that everything that is going on at my mom's house is good and everything that is going on at my dad's house is bad. You genuinely believe it.
Okay. Why did Tori move out of the apartment that you were living in Hemet, the one that you moved into?
Objection. Is this relevant to what we're doing today?
Well, I don't know about the relevance, but it's definitely sustained with respect. It's how are you going to know why Tori left?
Wait, I do answer it? I'm sorry.
No.
Oh, okay.
Did Victoria get kicked out of the apartment in Hemet?
Yes.
Can you talk about the circumstances in which you witnessed?
She got kicked out because the apartment was just too small. And she lived with her friend Jade and her boyfriend Matthew until she left for the Army. And, yeah, that's that.
Did you witness any violence against Tori at the apartment?
Yes, she got choked again there because Tori was doing, my mom was doing the same thing actually she did to Tori at the time. She had a Tori in a position where she, I wasn't really talking to her as much and the siblings weren't, and she had her completely iced out from the family. And Tori one day, we worked with our Gabriel's babysitter, so she went to our Gabriel's babysitter's house and she was wearing a low crop top, and she picked up Gabe, and then I think she spent the day with him because she wasn't she wasn't able to really see the siblings at this time, so she I think if I remember correctly, she just picked up Gabe without permission, and she spent the day with him, and when she came back and dropped him off, she was with Matthew, and all the kids were everyone was downstairs, and Tori was wearing a low crop top, and she made a big deal about Tori wearing the low crop top because our babysitter has a dad, and she was just like, you're representing the family, and that's weird to wear a low crop top in front of a dad. And I think Tori just swiped it off, and then my mom grabbed her by the neck and started choking her, and then Matthew tried to stop her, and she said, shut, Matthew, and then the neighbor came out and then started yelling, and then I remember I took all of the kids, and then I went upstairs, and then later that day I got in trouble for not getting involved in the fight because I went upstairs. I should have, she wanted me to back her up during that. That was just in public.
That was right outside of the apartments?
Yes.
When was this?
You're going to have an opportunity to question. This is not a roundtable inquisition or inquisition. Go ahead.
When you moved to Ohio from California for your senior year, did you notice any changes in your mother?
Absolutely. It was night and day when she moved back in with her parents because she just wants to please them so much. So she definitely, her chaos amplified a lot more. And it was just way easier for her to be chaotic because of how you could she had so much control over the space because it was so much smaller. And so it just became way more controlling, way more intense, way more rules, way stricter, and just the chaos amplified, and then the punishments got stricter, the rules just got just became that wasn't a rule back then. Or honestly, me and Tori would have FaceTime calls that we would be I don't think this would be happening if our parents were still together.
What were the living conditions like at your grandparents' house? Where did you guys stay? Where did you sleep?
When I first moved in there in the summer, for the first 4 months, we had a bunk bed and my mom's bed, and then it was my mom and then the 6 of, is it 5? No, Tori was in the Army, so 5 of us living there. So 6 people in total. So it was when I remember I was like on the bunk bed for a while. I was on the bottom bunk, and sometimes I would share a bunk with Dalen, except like I'm 17 and Dalen's like, so it wasn't enough room, and none of us would actually sleep because I was scared I was gonna kick her off the bed. Jacob slept on the top bunk, and then it was my mom, Gabe, Jocelyn and Dalen would switch out. Sometimes Jocelyn would sleep with my mom or as Dalen, and that was the first until my cousin moved out, and then we got another bed for the rest of the year that I lived there, and then I shared with Jocelyn. So it got easier when my cousin moved out.
You mentioned to Ms. Brown that you had a violent incident involving your mother and grandmother while you were living at the Grubach's house.
Yes.
Can you tell the court about that, please?
So in the morning, I took a walk, and Gabriel, he pushed the bottles out the shower, like the shampoos, conditioners, body soaps. He just opened the window, pushed everything out, and it landed on the driveway. And all the stuff was on the driveway, and I went on a walk, and I saw it, and I just kind of pretended I didn't see it, and I still went on my walk. And then on my walk, I got a call from Mom, because she obviously knew I saw it, and she was telling me to come home and that I was in trouble because I obviously left it there, and then I denied it. I was like, no, I didn't see it, and she was like, obviously read through that, and she was like, yes, you did. And I eventually came home, and she did one of those things where she gets really close to your face and she starts like lecturing you, yelling at you, but when she lectures, she really emphasizes her words, so she's like spitting in your face, and you can't correct her because she'll just get more mad. You can't correct her on anything. And I was just getting so mad, and then under my breath, I mumbled how many more days it took for me to turn 18, because I associated turning 18 with freedom. And when she heard that, she came back into the room, and next thing I knew, I was literally just like on the floor, and she was just punching my chest, slapping my face. And it was for a long time because my grandma came upstairs. All of my siblings were watching. She was punching my chest, slapping my face. She was saying horrible things to me too. She was saying like, I don't love you. Your siblings don't love you. The only reason you're living here is because you have to. And by law, like, you're 17 and I need to put a roof over your head and food in your body. And I don't want you here just as much as you don't want to be here. And my grandma.
Let me ask you this before you continue. This was your senior year in Ohio, correct?
Yes.
Where was your father?
My dad was at his house that he's still living at.
So he was in Ohio at the time.
Mm-hmm.
And Euclid.
When he moved, it was confusing for me because nobody ever told me when he moved, and when I saw him for the first time, it was a surprise. So I actually don't. That was in the summer. I remember seeing him sometime at the end of summer, but I don't have my dates correct. I think at that point he moved because he didn't move for a while because of COVID. I remember that. But when he did move, I don't know exactly what date he came because I wasn't aware of it.
Did you have contact information for him?
No. Actually, after I got beat up, she threatened to she said, I remember when I was done, she was just like, I'm going to go send you to live with your dad. And at that point, I was like, no, like, I don't want to. Like, I was like, no, please don't send me there. Because I was scared. And she was just like, she would always like compare me and just like say I was like my dad. Like, if I ever did like things wrong, to like keep that she had it pretty good in my head that I did not like him for a very long time. And I was scared.
Go ahead, Mr. Fortner.
And you said that your siblings, does that include Gabriel, were watching this go down?
Everyone, and my grandma. Grandma went upstairs to watch, and she was like cheering in the background. She was kind of like, because I was like looking over, I could see. And she was like, and then after I was done, actually, my grandma, I remember I yelled, I was like, why do you treat me like this? Because like I said, at the small house, you don't really get much space after that. And my grandma said, like, boo-hoo, cry me a river. I remember that specifically because I wrote it down in my diary.
He also mentioned to Ms. Brown about another incident that scared you involving your Uncle Nick, your mother's brother.
Yes.
Can you tell the court about that, please?
Yes, so that was in December. I was finishing up my...
December of what year?
2020. Yeah, I was finishing up my first semester of my senior year. Yeah. December of 2020, and I was online at that point because in the wintertime, the COVID rise, and then we went back online. So I was actually home alone, and I don't think they knew I was home, but I was at home doing my online classes.
So what happened? What happened?
I was on a lunch break. My Uncle Nick was there, and I was gonna go take a shower, and he was downstairs yelling. He was yelling about like my Aunt Cynthia, saying stuff about that, and I remember I was texting my mom, and I was like, my uncle's here, do I go downstairs and say hi, or do I like, but it's like tense, it's weird, I feel uncomfortable.
So you were texting your mom this?
Yes, because, yeah. And, because she came pretty fast so he was hearing me, I was walking, texting, and then I took, a towel out of the cabinet, went to the bathroom, and when he was hearing footsteps upstairs, that's when he realized someone was home. And like I said, it was very tense downstairs, so, he was like, it was like silent, it was like, hold on. And then he went upstairs, and then I went into the bathroom, because I obviously knew he was coming up to check if people were there, and I don't know the guy at all, and I also just know he's yelling downstairs. And so I was in the bathroom, and I remember he started opening all of the doors to look and check and see if people were in, and I got really scared, so as quietly as I could, I tried to click the bathroom door, but he heard the click, and then he started pounding on the bathroom door, and he was like, open up the door, bitch. And he was like, he thought I was recording him, and he was like, give me your phone, open up the door. At that point, I call my mom, I'm like, I'm really scared, and they go back downstairs, I hear they're waiting for me to come downstairs and give me their phone. I'm just like, I get in the shower because I'm just like, okay, I'm gonna pretend things are normal, and my mom gets home, I have a frog in my throat.
Yeah. Just take a minute.
Okay. My mom gets home. I hear them just screaming downstairs, and they're obviously screaming about me. My mom comes upstairs, grabs me. I was in the shower for like 2 minutes, and I just get out, put my clothes on, grab her hand, and I go back downstairs, and Uncle Nick is like growling at me, and he's like, and then then they start yelling again, and then my grandpa Grubach literally just like points out the door and says, get that fucking bitch out of here. And my mom was like, we're gonna get an apartment. I finish up school for the day, and then I go to work, and then I stay at my Aunt Cynthia's house after that. And then when I was done with work, I was preparing, my mom was telling me that we were gonna get a motel for the night because of how tense things were at home. But then after work, she changed her mind, and I was like, and we went home the same night. And I just remember like holding my little sister's hand, going back upstairs. I didn't want to go back down, and then like the next day, like I just like had to act like things were normal again. Yeah.
Your mother doesn't live there anymore, does she?
Thankfully not. I'm very glad she's out of there. She needed to get out of there. For everyone's sake.
Go ahead, Mr. Fortner. How much more of a direct do you have?
I have 3 more questions.
Okay.
What did you experience from your mom and siblings when you moved in with me after being separated and estranged for all this time?
What did I experience from my mom and siblings after I moved in with you,
Yeah.
2022?
After
Okay. When I moved in with you, it was like a night and day switch. My siblings just didn't like me anymore. Like, I went from having like a very close relationship with them my whole life to them dismissing me. They either wouldn't talk to me, and if they would talk to me, it was rude, and they would just say like very rude things about me, or just like talk down to me. They would just do things like, if I left things in the bathroom, they would like squirt my bottles into the sink and ruin like my shampoos or something like that. Just something to be like, come on, why? They were just rude, not nice. And when I grew up with them, I obviously was very close. And when I moved in with you, it was exact opposite. It was like they thought I was their enemy.
Did your mother tell you that you betrayed the family?
Yes.
Do you know what she was referring to about that?
She referred when I moved to Texas to live with Rowena.
Okay, and how did that betray the family, did she say?
I betrayed the family because I didn't either do one of her options with A, moving back into the Grubach house with her and becoming a babysitter for the kids again, which was a hard no for me. B, Tori told me she got clearance from her army base in Korea to let me live with her, and I just didn't want to do that. And I said I could come after I moved to Texas, settle in. She told me.
Let's stop for a second. So your sister Victoria got clearance for you to move to South Korea. Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. And did you go to South Korea?
I did not.
Okay. But at the time, you and Victoria were close, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And at the time, you did not have a relationship with your father, correct?
At that time, it was either, I think at that period he sent his first text and I responded for the first time, but like,
So
no.
you had no,
Yes.
you had basically no relationship with your father, right? You had not rekindled any relationship,
Not yet,
correct?
no.
And so you had no home there, and you were close with your sister, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the way that you described things where your mom was living was extremely chaotic, correct? So help me understand why you didn't go spend time with your sister in, like, I don't know, like an exotic, adventurous place.
Well, when she, I think I just.
You were looking for freedom, right? Your testimony
was.
earlier was, I was looking for freedom. I wanted to get out of there.
Yes.
Okay.
I think when she
You
asked.
probably would have been taken care of there, right? I mean, you were going to be living with your sister
Mhm.
on the barracks, right?
Yeah, it would have been a set thing for sure. She initially, I had made plans earlier, like I had been making plans to go to Texas for like since the Wallaces told me that they were moving and I couldn't live with them anymore. I just had it so set in I like shipped my car at that point already. I think she asked me to live there probably the week I was leaving for Texas. I remember she told me to put all of my things in a storage unit because she told me that she was going through a hard time. Victoria. We were on FaceTime and she was telling me to come out because she was having a hard time. And I was trying to figure out what the hard time was. And I was like, is it your marriage? Is it work? Is it just your mental? And she wouldn't tell me any answers. And so I kept on just making assumptions and all of them were saying no. And then she kept on telling me there was a deal on tickets where I could come out. Like I was literally moving to Texas within that week. And she was telling me she was like, let me get you tickets. I can move you out within the week. I was like, okay, yeah, let me get my things in Texas. Let me settle in and then I'll go out there. And she kept telling me like, no, like put your things in a storage unit and then come out here. And I was like, no, I don't want to do that. Let me get settled in. And then right after that, I'll come there. And then she was like, shit, it's just no. And I was like, let me finish my Texas mission because
So wait, I thought your testimony earlier was that you didn't want to go, but now your testimony is that you were going to go?
I was going to go for vacation. I didn't want to move with her though.
Okay.
Honestly, me and Tor, we have always been close, but my mom has always put a toxic dynamic on us, and I didn't think it was a good idea to live with her. I didn't want to because I thought it was going to end up in a toxic situation, and I would have loved to have visited, and I would have loved to have seen, and that's what I was saying when I was like, let me move to Texas, and then let me come visit you for a month or so, or 2 months, whatever it is. But I just didn't want to live with her. I just thought it would be a bad idea, and it would have ended up toxic.
Go ahead, Mr. Fortner.
What changes have you seen in Gabriel since I took custody of him at the beginning of the summer?
I've seen Gabriel grow into his identity. I've seen him go from being one of the 4 kids, from being just like, because we've always been grouped, it's always me and Tori, the 2 kids, and then the 4 kids. She's went from like the 4 kids to now he loves biking, he loves art, he loves, you and him communicate, and he can communicate his emotions and work through his emotions, and whenever he gets angry, he can talk through it and get hugs and love, and just like, he's just grown into himself. He's just a happier, like more developed, like healthier version of himself.
Okay. And then the last thing, is there anything that you want the court to know or anything that you want to say before we're done?
Yeah, I think I just want to tell my mom that the truth will always come out. Like, no matter what happens, no matter
Address
like
the court.
Oh, sorry.
This isn't truth and reconciliation.
I'm sorry. I think, the truth always comes out, and whenever there's lies, you're always going to find holes in the story, and the truth is just going to prevail. That's it.
Okay. How much, are you finished?
No further questions.
Do you have cross-examination, Mr. Boyle?
I do.
Okay, let's take a 5-minute restroom break, and then we'll come back. It is currently 11:41, so we'll come back at 11:46. Ma'am, you're still under oath. Do not discuss your testimony with anybody, including your parents. Okay, we're back from our recess. Mr. Boyle, you may conduct your cross-examination. Thank you.
Just one moment. You said since Gabriel's been in Eric's care that he's really come into himself, right? He's really established his identity. Mm-hmm. I'm going to read you a couple quotes. I'm going to ask you to comment if that accurately reflects who he is. Okay? So, Gabriel told her he had a dream that he killed the devil with the sword and that a devil is making his mother act that way. Does that sound like somebody who's well adjusted?
I don't know. I'm sorry.
Yeah. I got another question.
Objection, there's another. Do you have any education in dreams?
Well, you asked her though. You asked her the question whether he's adjusted. So the objection's overruled. Mr. Boyle, if you have to move to a different spot as well, you may do so.
Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate that.
Somewhere.
It's a little pressing there. So, that when Miss Brown spoke with him, he said that he threw a bucket of water at his mother and she fainted. Does that sound like somebody who's well adjusted?
I guess that's not a good thing to throw a bucket of water at your mom.
So he stated that at his mother's house, his siblings say he's the ball and they play catch with him and throw him. Does that sound like accurate?
They say he's the ball?
That's what he told the guardian.
Oh, that's not good. No.
You know, he stated in the presence of Mr. Fortner with the California court that his mother hit him with a belt. You referred in your testimony earlier that your mom hit you and your sister Tori with a belt frequently and often. Yeah, is that true?
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh. And you didn't give the court any specific examples of when that actually occurred, if I'm correct.
I mean, it occurred like the belt, I'm just thinking. I honestly don't really remember why I would get in trouble when I was a kid. I was like...
That's not the question I asked. I asked you, when specifically did your mother hit you with a belt?
When we got in trouble?
That's not an answer, right? That's not a specific...
Well, I guess the question really is like, do you know when?
When?
Not like under what circumstances would it happen, but when.
Oh, when it happened. Give me a second to think.
I'm okay. I'll move on unless you want to answer the question.
I can't think of anything off the top of my head right now.
So you can't think of a single instance where your mother beat you with a belt.
Think of like why
you also said...
Hey guys, this is not a game, okay? It's not a game, so she's tried to ask the question. When he starts asking you a question, you can't then interrupt. Okay. And if she tries to answer the question, you can't interrupt, okay?
Understood. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. Hold on a second.
So you also said that Tori got it the worst, that she hit Tori the worst with the belt.
Yes.
You know, Tori was in here last week and testified on your mother's behalf.
Yes.
She stated she was never choked by Alexis.
She did.
Yeah, and she also stated that she was never beat with a... I don't know if she did state.
Are you aware of that?
Yes, I am aware of that.
Your father shared her testimony with you?
Yes.
So, and you also said in your testimony that all the children were abused. with the belt specifically, but you said they all suffered abuse. But again, aside from a couple of fantastic stories, you didn't share any instances of abuse of these other children. So can you please share with the court specific instances where all of the children were abused by Ms. Fortner?
Okay. Okay, I could start, like, if you want me to start with Jocelyn next.
Give me a specific instance where your mother abused Jocelyn, please.
Okay. So, there is a specific time when Jocelyn had $20 and she spent it at the ice cream truck, and this is when we still lived in the Golden Poppy house.
Which is in California?
Which is in California, yes. So Jocelyn spent $20 from her piggy bank at the ice cream truck, and my mom is very cheap, so she doesn't like waste some money. She just likes to save money. And so Jocelyn, what I saw from my room, I was sitting on my bed and I literally saw Jocelyn and my mom run across the hallway, and then Jocelyn ran into my parents' closet at the time, and went into the fetal position. And my mom opened the door and just started kicking her, Jocelyn and I at the time were like.
How old was Jocelyn at that time?
This was before the divorce, so I was probably 13, making Jocelyn, she's 5 years younger than me.
So Jocelyn would have been 8?
Yeah.
Yeah, so your mom was kicking an 8-year-old.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Do you want me to do Jake?
No, we can move on because I think all the stories are going to be very similar. You accuse your mom of sexual abuse because the door didn't lock in the bathroom at the Grubach home?
I wouldn't say sexually abused, but she was definitely just didn't have good sexual boundaries with me. Like, she was just, it did have a lock. She wouldn't let us lock it. And just she just thinks it's like a joke. Like, she sings about, like, her thing is like she's.
Excuse me, sir. I'm sorry.
Like, she has I don't know if this is weird to say, but it's true. She has songs about she sings about pussy, and she just sings and claps. You do. She sings and claps, and then she it wasn't sexual abuse. It was just bad boundaries. She'll grab you, grab your ass, open the door, make a comment about your body. It's just whether you have clothes not on or not, she's gonna come in the room, and if she does want to grab you, she can.
But that's not abuse.
I would say it is.
Okay. I don't know if that's the legal definition, but that's okay. You also stated in your testimony that your mom stole money from you and Victoria and used Victoria's money to buy groceries, and you referred to your mother as cheap. Do you know that your father doesn't pay child support and has rarely done so over the course of the 5 years that they've been separated?
I don't really keep up with the child support thing.
So do you understand that a mother caring for 5 children under the age of 18 is kind of financially strapped, especially when they're not getting any economic support from their
Well, she
spouse?
put herself in that position. That's not my fault.
How did that happen?
She gave birth to 5 kids.
Well, 6 kids.
6 kids.
Well, what about your father's responsibility? Would it surprise you to learn that he owes over $60,000?
That wouldn't surprise me. He doesn't really have any money.
I know, but what about his responsibility to you? What about his responsibility to those kids?
For me, honestly, he shows up for me emotionally, and he shows up for me now, and I'm just my mom doesn't, so it's just, I don't know, it doesn't really matter to me. I just am looking for a parent to show up for me.
I appreciate that, and I know that this is very hard for you.
Hold on, I got a question. Are you in an emotional state where, whatever parent will offer you emotional support, you're going to go to that?
Yeah, honestly, if my mom just said sorry and took accountability, I would be fine. If she just said sorry and, took accountability, changed it. That's what my dad did. My dad wasn't really that present that much in my childhood, and he apologized to me, and he showed me how he's gonna change and do better for Gabriel and me. And I'm like, okay. And if my mom did the same, okay. But she wakes up every single day and chooses to not let me see my siblings that left in April till now. She every day chooses to let them think that I'm an awful person and I betrayed the family by moving to Texas. She wakes up every day and lets those kids think that me and my dad are a bad guy. She wakes up every single day and keeps this whole thing going. She keeps tormenting me, and I'm sorry, this is all because of her. Everything is because of you, literally.
That's interesting. I appreciate your emotion.
Hey, let's try to be a little bit more objective, okay? Like, not objective in the sense, I understand you have a client, but like, just chill out, okay? Ask the question. Don't make any comment, okay? This is not Law and Order.
No,
It's not, this is not a television show. These are people's lives.
Absolutely.
This is someone's life. Right?
Absolutely.
So just ask the question.
So you just referred and said that your mom has been withholding your siblings from you.
Yes.
And that they've been withholding her siblings from Gabriel. Is that your understanding of what's going on?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm surprised you to learn that your dad doesn't want the children to be around Gabriel.
No, I know that's the truth because she has them at a point that they're violent at her house. Like, we're not in her life anymore and she can't do, the abuse to us. So it's just, she has the kids. She has them at a point where they think we're the bad guys. So she has them doing awful things to us. They treat us like garbage. Treat me, my dad, and Gabriel like garbage because we're just living our life and we're not just, serving mom constantly.
Well, let me ask you this, girl. Hold on a second. Let me ask you this. How would it be that your mom is treating Gabriel like garbage? Because she has to see Gabriel in a supervised setting. She has to go and jump through all these hoops, and the court has sanctioned her to do so out of abundance of caution. But do you understand that those are the only circumstances currently that she's able to see Gabriel? Mm-hmm. That doesn't sound like she's treating him like garbage.
Yeah, that doesn't sound like he's treating him like garbage. I just know that for the first 5...
How could you make a statement like that if it's not accurate?
I'm so sorry. Can you repeat that one more time? I'm so sorry.
How could you state that she's treating Gabriel like garbage? Because under the circumstances we're currently in, she's only allowed to see Gabriel in her supervised setting, be it your father or, a paid facility.
And I think that's a good thing. I don't...
The question, though, is how could she be treating Gabriel like garbage?
Oh, right now
she's
not.
Circumstances?
Oh, no. Right now, it's not because of the supervision.
Why do you look at your dad when you testify to me?
I don't know. I think I'm just comfortable with him and I feel overwhelmed. So I just look around and just, feel safety again. I'm sorry.
Do you have any more questions, Mr. Boyle?
I'll stop questioning.
Do you have any more questions?
I do have some more questions.
If you think that they would be relevant to the court making a determination, then ask them.
Thank you. 2 months after you moved in with your father, you ceased communication with your mother. Is that correct?
I think by the time I was already living with my dad, I wasn't talking to her anymore.
So, once you moved in with your father, 2 months later, you ceased communication with him?
No, it was before that. It wasn't by the time I was living there, I was already not talking to her.
I don't have any more questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Ms. Brown?
I don't know.
Thank you for your testimony, ma'am. Excuse me, stand. You may wait outside, or you could go to school if you wish.
Okay.
Oh, it is? Okay. Do you have another witness?
That's the call, Mrs. Fortner.
Let me ask you something. You had the opportunity to cross-examine her before, so what is new about what you're about to do? Because you're calling her on cross-examination, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so help me understand why you were not able to question her before, because you did question her before, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so help me understand, because you don't have any motions pending.
Well, I wanted to question her for a couple of things. I got clarification from Gabriel's school that his enrollment's not in jeopardy. I have some information from Lake Catholic about Jacob, who has been in a lot of trouble this year. He got suspended.
You just got this information?
Yes. Yes.
And it just became available to you?
Yes, because...
Or were you able to get it beforehand?
No, I wasn't able to get this beforehand because his school wasn't Lake Catholic wasn't cooperating. They didn't call Miss Brown back either. So I called and kind of raised the stink, and I think they sent Miss Brown some stuff, and
Miss Brown, did you get some information?
I did
recently?
on Friday.
On Friday you got it?
Yeah.
Okay, and what, to your knowledge, Ms. Brown, what caused the log to unjam?
I don't know. I just got an email saying, here are the records that you requested at the beginning of January, like right when you got back from school. Basically, it just seemed like they were now declined. They didn't really say anything else.
Okay, have you reviewed all the information?
Yeah.
And has it affected is it going to affect your final determination or your final recommendation?
No.
Okay. All right. Let's see, Ann. You're still under the same oath that you took before.
how much would you estimate in the last 6 years total that I've paid you in child support?
I don't know, I just know how much you haven't.
Do your best, yes.
Can't guess, don't know.
Is it more than he owes? Has he paid you
He
more?
owes $80,000, so I
Okay,
don't know.
has he paid you more than he owes?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Would it surprise you to see that I've paid, I'd like to enter this into exhibit, this is number 12 on mine, but
Okay.
would it surprise you to learn?
Is this my copy?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Have you sent all this stuff over to Mr. Boyle?
Yes.
I did see a copy of this, thank you,
Do you want-
yesterday.
Would it surprise you to learn that I have paid a total of almost $70,000 in the last 6 years?
Nothing you do surprises me.
But you had testified before that I would never pay it. I've never paid. You said that I never paid $3,000, that I never did.
I didn't say you never paid. I did
Well,
not testify.
clarify
that.
your testimony then.
Is that a question?
Yes, well, I mean, you had testified.
Her statement so far, her testimony so far is that it would not surprise her that you did pay more, that you did pay anything. It's her testimony where she doesn't think that you've paid as much as.
You will.
There you go. Thank you.
Okay. Did you contact Lake Catholic, that's Jacobs High School, and instruct them not to speak with me or the guardian ad litem?
No. You have direct access to them. They have the divorce decree. You've always had direct access to them. Actually, you can even log into their account, which is to the account online through, which one do they use? I don't remember what they use.
Fax website, is that what you're trying to think of?
They use
Fax
fax
portal?
and something else.
I was just trying to answer.
I would have to pull it up on my phone.
Okay. Why did Jacob get put on a performance plan at school?
You should probably have asked Jacob that
She
when it
said,
happened.
ma'am, to your knowledge, why was he put on?
A performance plan? Jacob got in trouble at school during a assembly for making an inappropriate gesture.
What was the gesture?
He was bored and.
I don't
Okay.
care about
He
why.
pretended-
I want to know what the gesture was,
He
man.
pretended to hang himself.
Why, he had been tardy a whole bunch of times according to his school. Can you talk about why he's had such frequent tardies?
I don't know, because I get off work, I take him to school, I take Galen to school because I'm doing everything on my own without any help from you. I pick him up from school.
Why is it that Jocelyn doesn't have those tardies? They go to the same school. Do you not drive them together?
I would have to see what you're talking, I need to see what you're talking about.
To your knowledge, has he been tardy to school?
Yeah, they both have.
Okay. How many tardies do you think that Jake has had over the last year? The academic year of 2023, 2024?
The whole year so far, there's probably been about 7.
And for each kid?
Not Galen. Galen's not, Galen has to go to school a little bit earlier than everybody else, so.
Okay, I'd like to go over this response that you had sent to California. I'm going to give this to you.
What
We
is
will
it?
object to this evidence.
Well, you filed a motion to terminate shared parenting, correct?
I did.
Okay, so the court has to take into consideration everything. So. How about some foundation rather than just handling
Okay.
this?
When I filed for full custody of all of my children, this was her.
Okay, but ask her a question. It's not like we're standing up and we're reciting Hamlet or something. What I want you to do is I want you to ask her a question regarding this. Say, okay, I don't want to sit here and teach evidence, but ask her a question regarding the document.
Do you remember filing this document?
Yes.
Did you write this document?
I typed it, yeah.
Okay. Is it your...
Where's the exhibit?
Oh.
Thank you.
One second. Is it your contention... Sorry, give me 1 second. Hold this up.
And then around April 15th, you've taken a look at, you've been handed with the mark for identification purposes as respondents exhibit number 11, correct?
Okay.
What is that?
This was a response to what he filed.
What do you mean, what he filed?
He filed paperwork with California, and after Victoria gave it to me, then he sent it to Victoria. Victoria said, Mom, you need to contact California. Dad filed some paperwork. I didn't, so I heard him, I filed it. I responded.
Okay.
I did
What other follow-up questions do you have?
Okay, so you never received a physical copy of this in the mail?
Of this?
You said that Victoria had sent this to you.
No. Victoria sent your initial 40 pages? Your initial 40-page, your initial filings, and you told her that you wanted her to be, I don't know, involved or whatever you wrote, whatever your cover page was, and she sent it to me and said, Mom, you need to contact California, Dad's pulled something.
So, but Victoria sent this to you, you never got the physical copy?
Not until it was brought to the court's attention, and then I got the physical copy.
And when did you do this response? When you got Tori's or after you got the physical copy?
I don't know.
Okay.
I used Victoria's paperwork to start writing this.
Your first line on there is for 20 pages front and back. So how would you have received an electronic copy and been able to look at the back of pages?
Objection.
Let's start asking some relevant questions, Mr. Fortner. Not quibbling about the page numbers or whatever. Just that. Let me just get this very clear to everybody, okay? There's a very serious accusation. There's a very serious situation happening where Gabriel is not spending any time with his mother. The family as a whole, the evidence thus far I've seen, the evidence as a whole is that the family is in desperate need of intervention and help. And I want you to take this seriously enough, both of you, you including Mr. Boyle, that you ask questions to ascertain information so that the court can evaluate the information as to its credibility, so that the court can make a decision because the two of you have been unable to do so together. So please, ask a question.
Okay, I'll skip ahead to the last thing. If you go to the last 2 pages, this appears to be a letter from Victoria, our daughter. Starts off with, "My name is Victoria Lynn Price."
Have you seen this man? Have you seen this statement before?
I have some.
Okay, go ahead.
Did Victoria write this statement?
Yeah, she emailed it to me.
She emailed it to you?
I think so, yeah. She mailed me a copy. No, she mailed this because this was certified. She notarized this.
Where did she have it notarized?
I don't know, read it. Notary expires, wherever this notary stamp came from.
Where's that? I don't see a stamp. That's what I was gonna ask you. Is this a legit
This is
notary?
a copy. This is a copy. Okay?
Is there a question about this?
Well,
It was notarized.
I'm guessing the question is, did she actually write this?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is this a legit notary? Because there's no stamp here.
The stamps don't come up or whatever. I don't know.
Is
The
it an
court
embossed-
has,
is it an
the court,
embossed stamp?
yeah, the court has the actual, I gave you a notarized copy. This is notarized.
Okay. You testified that I was not involved in the kid's life very much prior to the divorce.
No, you weren't.
Okay. I'd like to submit this. This is pictures that you can look at all prior to the divorce.
Is this the witness's copy?
Well, no, that was for you. I can get hers.
Okay, well.
What's that supposed to prove?
Well, let's say,
one day.
Hold on a second, man. Hold on a second. Showing you what's been marked for identification purposes is Respondent's Exhibit 14. Could you take a look at those, please?
I'm showing you these.
Hold on. The witness is looking at your exhibit, okay? Right.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so do you recognize those now?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, and what are they?
These are pictures and.
Okay, they're pictures
of the
what?
family, of my children.
Okay.
Of our children,
Do you know when they were taken?
Oh, yeah, this was a Halloween that he didn't show up for. This one was Halloween that he didn't show up for.
Okay.
Okay?
Is he depicted in any of those photos?
Not in the Halloween one.
Okay.
This was all taken by me on Halloween.
Okay, these photos that were taken, were they taken during the time you were married?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Were they all taken at the same time, or they were taken in different instances? Meaning, like,
I
were they
think
taken
these are all the same year.
Were there some years where Mr. Fortner was not around? When I say
Yes.
not around, I mean
Yes.
like he had things in your house, but he wasn't staying there. There've been accusations about him messing around.
He moved out for, what was it, 8 months? I think it was 8 months, and went to San Francisco while we were still there for a job that he ended up, you know what, I'm not even gonna get into that, but, and then he came back after that. That was in, Jacob was, I got pregnant with Dalen right when he came back. So.
Can I have the exhibit 11, please? Thank you.
Again.
Okay, hold on. There's no question put to you, ma'am. So.
All right. This is 2018.
Hold on. Okay, everyone, hold on. This is how this works. Okay. The calling party asks a question. The witness answers a question.
After seeing these pictures, is it still your testimony that I was basically an absentee father?
These were after our separation.
Some of them?
So far, are these dates accurate?
Yes.
This is after our separation. Every single one so far is after our separation. This one, yeah, it's after our separation. Yeah, these are all after our separation. So yeah, that's still my testimony. You were an absentee father. And the accusations are, he doesn't deny the affairs he had. He's never denied them.
Oh, okay. That's not, at this juncture, no, that's
Yeah. Yeah. Every single one of these is after the separation. Here's one of you at the dentist office with Gabriel. So,
Yes, you notice in those pictures
so why
that...
did he show up for when he was intubated?
Man.
I'll ask the...
Hold on a second. He asked the questions, you answer the questions, okay?
Do you notice in those pictures, many of them are me at different kids' sporting events, such as lacrosse, swim,
So far, no, I haven't seen any
different events?
This is Jocelyn's lacrosse.
Okay.
Did you take this or did I? Because some of these pictures I took.
It's from my Instagram, I took it.
Yeah, and we share Dropbox.
A Dropbox? I'm sure.
No, you set up the Dropbox.
Hey
You share
guys.
Dropbox.
This is not marriage counseling either.
We share pictures. Some of these are pictures I took.
Man, wait for a question to be put to you, okay?
Okay.
You testified that I had only showed up to one of Jocelyn's lacrosse games. There's evidence there that I showed up to multiple.
Is that a question or a statement, sir?
Do you want to stay with your statement that I only showed up at one lacrosse game?
I'm looking for evidence, otherwise.
That's okay, I can move on. I want to play a video.
Does the witness have knowledge of the video?
Yes, I delivered the thumb drive to...
I mean, does she have first-hand knowledge of it, though? Like, is she gonna be able to authenticate the video?
Well, I'm gonna ask. It's one of Gabe at the Toolbox house, and I want to see if she knows anything about it.
Have you seen this video before? What exhibit number is this?
This is...
For the record, the court received another flash drive from Mr. Fortner. Mr. Fortner, before we get to any questions you have for Mrs. Fortner, the court has another flash drive that you delivered to the court. So here's the first flash drive that was delivered to the court. Does this flash drive that was subsequently given yesterday at 4 p.m., does it contain the same information as the first thumb drive?
No.
So this will have separate information?
Yes, sir. So this would be exhibit video. This would be HH.
Okay, well, I think the petitioner is using letters, so what was the last numbered exhibit that you used?
That would be 13, I please.
Well, I have an exhibit 14 here, too.
Can we make it exhibit 20?
Sure. Okay. So exhibit number 20. Okay, so why don't you do this? Turn the camera around to the court and the witness. Ma'am, Mr. Fortner has shown you what's been marked for identification purposes as respondent's exhibit number 20. Do you recognize this?
I haven't seen this video, but that
You've
looks
never
like
seen this?
Gabriel.
You've
That
never-
looks like Gabriel.
Okay, but you've never seen this video before?
So far, I have to watch it.
Okay, go ahead and play it.
It's pretty short. Oops, I have to do that.
I want this pop. I want the pop shop.
Were you home when this happened?
What does this video purport to show?
His sister Jocelyn choking him?
So a couple of kids playing together.
Hold on a second. Mr.
Where's the rest of the video?
That's the whole video. It came off Jocelyn's phone.
Where's the rest of the video?
That's the entire video.
That's not, there's no way that's the entire video. That's not,
Have you seen that video before?
no, but I will tell you something right now. That's not the rest of the video. That is not the rest of the video.
How do you know that's not the rest of the video? If you've never
Because
seen it
your
before?
whole thing in the Army and after the Army was messing with people's on the computer. All
When you
that-
say messing with people on the computer, what do you mean?
He would pretend to be a 16-year-old Mexican girl. He would get guys to give him his information. He'd say they're pedophiles, and then he would splash all their social security numbers, bank accounts, emails, anything.
For the military, or you would do this
Oh
on his
no,
own?
this was on his own time. This is what he did instead of going on vacations with us. This is it.
You said going on vacations with you. Are you referring to your summer trips to Ohio?
I'm referring to Arizona, Vegas, Ohio, where
In the summer, you would generally go to Ohio, right? While we were married?
no, I think we generally go to Arizona. Like, we went to Arizona more times than Ohio.
Okay. How many days leave a year do you remember me having in the Army? Do you remember?
30 days a year.
Is it your contention still? Well, are the kids playing? You've been saying a lot in a lot of these paperworks that you're concerned that Gabriel plays a lot of video games in my house, and Jake brought it up in his statement too. That he played video games all day at my house. Do you not let the kids play video games?
If they play video games, they have to do something active for the amount of time they want to play video games. So if they want 2 hours on a video game, then they have to do something active for 2 hours. Or they have to make sure they do an hour of homework and an hour of activity, and then they can sit and play video games for 2 hours.
Okay. I'd like to play this video for, this could be Exhibit 21 then?
So Jake playing a video game?
Okay, hold on. Do you recognize this?
That looks like Jake. That's Jake. That's Jake.
Do you recognize the house?
Yeah.
And do you recall when this? Is there anything about this video that you would know when it happened, or the house that you're in? That house is it the house that you lived in, or
That's
is that
one
your
of the
parents?
bedrooms, yeah.
Is it your parents' house?
Your parents' house?
Yeah, that's the upstairs.
Okay. Hold on.
Oh, for fuck's sake. I'm not buying all this. Look at this list. 2 wine fighters, 1 book bag, 1 cat there, 1 pack colored pencils, 1 pack crayons, 2 packs of flashlights, 2 5-pound dividers, 1 pack of erase markers, 2
Positive.
2 erasers, 1 glue, 5 glue sticks.
This?
Okay, so the voice that you hear, who is that?
That's me yelling.
Okay, and what are you yelling about?
I happened to buy all the school supplies.
Why were you yelling about it?
Because at that time, I was only making $15 an hour underneath the table. I was going to school full-time. I was in clinicals 20 hours a week.
When was this now?
I want to say that's either 7th or 8th grade of Jacob. No, that maybe going into 8th grade.
So how long ago was it?
I can't.
What grade is he in right
He's
now?
in 9th, so it's just going in a year and a half ago. Going into.
And that's the
8th grade.
house you live in now, correct?
No.
That was the house that you lived in with your parents?
Yes.
How long have you lived in the house that you're in
Maybe
now?
it was the year prior to that time. Maybe it was 2 summers.
And where did that video come from?
He must have been recording himself play, and then Rick had maybe replaying with him. I don't know where.
Jacob had sent me this. He sent me 2 of them. One of them was edited with all your yelling out of it, and the other one was this. He sent me this one by accident first.
So then he got it from Jacob.
One hand sanitizer. One thing I learned, one thing next time. 2 boxes of Kleenex. 1 pack of markers. 1 pack of markers. 3 packs of markers.
We need to watch the rest of this video.
Well, is it in one of these? Is it one of these?
2 notebooks.
This is in there, but that's okay. We don't have to watch the whole thing. I just wanted to show kids theirs is an average day. They were playing video games. Jacob was sending me this just to show that. Okay. He testified that Gabriel's enrollment at his school was in jeopardy.
Yes, that is my understanding. That is what Mrs. Dobbs said when we were both in that meeting. These are mandatory.
I sent an email to the school. I'll give you this in just a second.
Were you aware that Mr. Fortner sent an email to the school?
No, he does not include me in anything.
Okay.
And I asked if his enrollment was in jeopardy.
Mrs. Dobbs.
Mrs. Dobbs isn't
Gail
there.
Milo, I know she's not there, she's sick.
Right.
But Gail Milo is a secretary, the front desk secretary. Mrs. Dobbs is who we had the meeting with. Mrs. Dobbs is the principal. Mrs. Dobbs is the one that sat there and said that these are the requirements to maintain school, I can't remember exact words, but it's like good standing in this school. We were to help those 4 things. We were to do homework. We were to.
Well, she's saying that his enrollment is not in jeopardy.
Yes, this is Gail Milo, the secretary,
So,
not Mrs.
okay.
Dobbs, and she's not even the secretary to Mrs. Dobbs.
Do you think that she's not giving accurate information?
No, I'm not saying it's not accurate now, but I'm saying maybe you should talk to Mrs. Dobbs, or who's the interim principal right now? Do you know her name?
You talking about Mrs. Dodd?
What's the interim principal's name? Do you know?
No.
Okay.
Okay. So, just to clarify, you think that Mrs. Milo is giving accurate information there? When she says that his enrollment is not in jeopardy? Or do you think that it's inaccurate?
Four mandatory things that we're not supposed to do. She's got the fall facility pack to do 6 hours. 6 hours. She's missing that. Other than that, then if she says he's not in jeopardy, then he's not. However, when we sat in that school, when we sat in the office, she made it very clear those are requirements to maintain.
Well, I'm glad we could clear it up then. In December of 2020, I had sent you some messages about Gabriel, who showed up with a big busted up face, fat lip, fat nose, and I had asked you and the kids about it and gotten different answers. So I'm wondering if you could tell us now, under oath, what happened there.
What year was this?
2020.
Do I get a copy? Frankly, I remember seeing these in a text you gave me the other day, Mr. Fortner, and if it looks next to the picture, it says not delivered on November 25th of 2020. So I'm not sure if Ms. Fortner even had a chance to see the picture when you're.
Well, we've spoken about it too. It was a pretty big deal.
Okay.
You can see that I contacted with a CPS agent on it. It was definitely more than just that.
He was, if you're implying he was hit?
No, I'm asking you what happened. I'm telling you that.
Where's my responses to this when you ask what happened?
I'm just asking you now.
No, I want my responses. What are my
You didn't
responses?
answer then. You didn't answer them. So I'm asking you
So
now.
you're saying-
Let me ask this. Are her responses somewhere else in there?
No. She actually didn't respond. That's why I was.
She didn't respond to this at all?
No.
Well, this is an email, it wasn't to Mrs. Fortner.
No,
It's an email to,
Your Honor.
hold on, Mr. Boyle. When I speak, no one else does, okay? To Ohio Department of Children and Family Services, right?
That's the top email. There's a few pictures on there though. And messages that I tried to send with
Okay,
her.
what were you gonna say, Mr. Boyle?
I'm just going to say, if you look at on the second page, dated November 25th, 2020 at the top, if you look at the photo allegedly sent to her, it says not delivered.
I don't see what's in there.
It's very small, it's, okay, the pages are out of order.
So that would be, you're right. Looks like the picture didn't go through, but the message is did. But like I said, I had
I
tried
don't
to
see
get an
where it says
answer.
not delivered. I don't see any page that says not delivered. I'm looking at the email page.
It's,
I'm looking at this page, does not say not delivered. This page does not say not delivered. There's another page that I think you're,
at the text. If you look under the photo, it's small because it's hard to read, but it'll say not delivered under that text.
what I see is today and then the time. Oh, I see, there is something there. I can't. It's so dark, I can't.
On the,
This happened at your house?
No, it happened at your house.
These dates are your days.
That's, of course, that's when I took the pictures.
So you're saying you suspected me of beating up Gabriel's
No,
face?
I'm asking
Hold
you
on.
what happened
And then
there.
you send a text, do you want the kids tonight? We're on our way home. So you know what happened, so just tell us what happened.
I'm asking
Well, you're the
you.
witness, man.
I don't know, I honestly don't know, I
Okay.
can't remember, but
Okay.
Testimony
it's
is I
not
don't remember.
abuse.
I have no further questions.
I don't know what,
Okay.
no,
Thank you
what?
for your testimony, man. Now excuse from the stand. Do you have any other witnesses, Mr.?
No, sir.
Okay, then pending admission of your exhibits, you rest.
Yes.
Okay, so far, what we have is the video from Gabriel's room from June 14th, 2023. Is that contained on either one of these jump drives?
Yes.
On the first one or the second?
Second one.
On this one?
I believe so. That was, you're speaking of the video.
From June the 14th, 23, that you cross-examined the CFS worker on.
Yes.
And then respondents number 2 is a video from inside your living room on the same date. Are you moving for those admissions?
Yes.
Okay. Any objection?
no objection.
Any objection, Mrs. Brown? I'm sorry, yeah. Next we have Respondents Exhibit 6, which is an email with Gabriel's school dated February 2nd of 2024 about volunteer work. Are you moving for its admission?
Yes.
Any objection?
No objection.
Any objection? Admitted without objection. Next we have a Lake Catholic paperwork regarding Jacob. Are you moving for its admission?
Yes.
Any objection?
No objection, sorry.
Okay. Any objection? Okay. Next we have exhibit number 10, which is an email about Gabriel's nose injury that we just went over. Are you moving for its admission?
Yes.
Any objection?
No objection.
Any objection?
No.
Next we have exhibit number 11, which was Mrs. Fortner's response to Mr. Fortner's petition for something in California. Are you moving for its admission? Yes. Any objection?
No objection.
Any objection? Next we have exhibit number 12, which is an audit report of the California child support. Mr. Fortner, are you moving for its admission?
Yes, sir.
Any objection, Mr. Boyle?
No.
Any objection, Ms. Brown?
No.
Be in there without objection. Next we have pictures of dad with the kids in exhibit 14. Are we moving for its admission?
Yes.
Any objection?
No objection.
Any objection?
Mm-mm.
Okay. Be in there without objection. Next we have the video of Gabriel, which is exhibit number 20. Are you moving for its admission?
Yes, sir.
And is it on the second thumb drive or the first?
The one they dropped off yesterday.
The second one.
Yeah.
The second one. Okay. Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No.
Finally, we have the video of Jacob playing a video game and mother complaining in the background. Are you moving for its admission?
Yes.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No.
Okay, they'll be admitted without objection. Okay, so now we get Ms. Brown. Let's take a 5-minute restroom break and then we'll conclude with Ms. Brown's testimony and then I'll hear a closing argument. Okay? So it is 12:41. Let's come back at 12:50. Okay, we're back on the record in Fortner versus Fortner. Both sides have completed their cases. This time the court is going to call Ms. Brown as a court's witness. Ms. Brown, wherever you prefer to sit here or sit where you are.
I can sit here.
Okay, could you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You put your hand down. Ms. Brown, could you start off by telling us your name and spelling your last name for the record?
Candace Brown, B-R-O-W-N.
Ms. Brown, you're a practicing attorney in Ohio, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And do you primarily focus in family law,
Yes.
domestic relations law? On a previous date, did the court appoint you as the guardian ad litem for the minor children in this matter?
Yes.
Did you conduct an investigation?
Yes.
Did you complete your investigation?
Yes.
Did you, per the rules of superintendents, place your report and recommendations in a document?
Yes.
Is that document kept in the normal course of business?
Yes.
Is it one of your responsibilities to keep that document in the normal course of business?
Yes.
Do you have a copy of that document?
I do.
Okay. And has it been provided to Mr. Boyle and to Mr. Fortner?
Yes.
Okay. Has it been provided to the court?
Yes.
Okay. The court will, for the record, will mark that exhibit as Court's Exhibit Roman numeral 1. And at this time, I would ask Ms. Brown that you testify in the narrative as to your investigation and any remarkable findings that you made, your recommendation, why you made that certain recommendation.
Okay.
And proceed.
Okay. So I will go through my recommendation, I guess, first.
Okay.
I'll just go from memory, I suppose. So I recommended that the parents keep shared parenting, recommended that dad be the residential parent for school purposes for Gabriel, and that mom remain the residential school purposes for Jocelyn, Jacob, and Dalen. I recommended that in the meantime that mom keep the community visits that she currently has every weekend for 3 hours where dad takes her keys. In recommending that, that's not meant to be something that continues for a long period of time, but just for the time being, because I also recommended that the parties engage in unification therapy, and I recommended a progressive schedule for mom to start seeing Gabriel in more of an expanded one-on-one type parenting schedule once reunification therapy starts. So, I recommended like how many sessions in my report. That's always hard to tell because I think in the past we used to say, based upon the recommendation of the therapist, that visits could expand, but we can't necessarily do that anymore. Therapists can't make recommendations about custody or visitation, so I had to kind of come up with something like that would progress the schedule along. So recommended that mom eventually get to every other weekend, overnight with Gabriel, and then for dad to engage in reunification therapy with the other 3 children as well. And, that I don't have a progressive schedule because I don't know when that progress, where that's going to be, but I recommended, as the parties agree, for Dad to start visiting those children again. Recommended that the parties try to get back to 5522 schedule, if possible. I know that might be difficult just because of the older children's resistance, and I don't know if they ever, I don't know if the girls ever did the 5522 in the past anyway. That would be the goal. So I recommended then also that Gabriel engage in individual therapy, and that the older children continue with their therapy as well. I recommended that in the meantime, before Gabriel would start visiting at Mom's house again, that the siblings at least have contact through Zoom so that they can talk and see each other that way. Recommended that the parents use our family wizard for communication. I don't know if I'm forgetting anything. That's kind of like the overview.
If you need to review your that portion of your report, you can do so.
So I did note too that Mom works the night shift, and so I recommended that if she reaches the point where she's having overnight visits with Gabriel, that Gabriel stay those nights with Dad. The other children are currently alone at night during those nights, so Gabriel I think would be too young for that, so I recommended he go with Dad for those nights. That's also one of the reasons I recommended Dad to be the residential parent, because Mom does work nights. Just a small reason, but overall, I think we've noticed the trend of just the divide within the family, and that reunification therapy is needed. I think it's going to be hard for Gabriel to transition back into a regular schedule. I think because the other 3 children, they could go the way of the oldest 2, where they just refuse to see Dad, so they may just say, oh, no, this is the end of my relationship with Dad, and then what's going to happen to Gabriel? He'll still go back and forth, between the homes. I think that would be difficult for him if he's the only one visiting, both parents. So that's why I kind of recommended a slower schedule to get Gabriel back to Mom's home, just because the overall dynamic, I just don't know, there's so many pieces I think that the family needs help with. Gabriel's in the middle, and I think just recognizing the divide, and that he's at an age where I think he's recognizing he needs to take a side perhaps, and so I think that those things need to be looked at before they just say Gabriel goes back to Mom and everybody continues on with how things were for him. So that's kind of an explanation, I guess, what my recommendations are coming from. I don't know if you want some more explanation or just questions, perhaps.
You heard the testimony of Nikoletta Fortner, correct?
Yes.
The information she shared about sexual boundaries, had she shared that with you during your investigation?
Yes, she did.
Okay. You made a statement. You said there's so many pieces that the family needs help with. What are those pieces that you see specifically that the family needs help with? I mean, I see. So what the court sees is there are 2 adult children who have aligned themselves with a parent. Victoria's aligned herself with Mom. Nikoletta has aligned herself with Dad. And then you have these 3 other children who have aligned themselves with Mom. And then you have Gabriel, who's kind of young and is really at a point where he doesn't have the maturity level to align himself with one parent or the other, but due to the accusations has spent so much time with Father. It's possible that he could be picking up things that Father and Nikoletta have been describing. It may not be intentional, it might be just happenstance, or it might be what's the word I'm looking
it may not be a purposeful action, but it might be a knowing action on behalf of dad. So those are the things that the court sees in this problem. That there are so many pieces. The family's in desperate need of reunification. Are there any other pieces that the court's missing in terms of what needs to be remedied?
I don't think so. I mean, I think it's just the individual relationships. I mean, recognizing the older 3 children.
If the court were to order reunification therapy for the children with the respective parents that they are estranged from, would it be the same reunification therapist that would work with the entire family or more than one?
I think the same.
Okay, and who do you propose should do this?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know if they would have to go through their insurance. I mean, there are places that we've used in other cases. Center for Effective Living is the place that we've used. I had a case where there was a reunification therapist on the east side.
The Center for Effective Living, is that with Dr. Carricky?
Yeah, but Dr. Leach is there as well.
Did they take insurance?
I don't know if they did or not.
In your investigation, where would you place Mr. Fortner in terms of economic status?
As far as paying for that?
Does he have insurance? Do you know whether he has medical insurance?
I don't know. The only
Other than the VA?
Yeah, other than the VA, and I think that I've only talked about insurance in relation to Gabriel. He had CareSource. So.
Do the other children have CareSource?
I guess so, because they're the certificate. I was going to mention another. I know there's another reunification therapist. I don't know their insurance. Philip Epstein on the east side. I had a case with him. He did a really good job. But it's just a matter of the resources, and I know that's always difficult when these things are ordered. The parents have the resources and insurance to do it.
What happens if the parents don't have resources for reunification therapy? What does the court do then?
I think we would just have to make sure that Gabriel's in individual counseling. That's something that's already in place, and the older 3 children, and just come up with some other kind of progressive schedule. I mean, it'd be nice to be able to help them overall so that these same issues don't continue, but, I think that we would just have to do it that way.
How long have you been practicing again?
2006, I graduated from high school.
Okay, and in that time, how many cases have you handled as a guardian ad litem with respect to domestic relations cases?
Oh gosh, I mean, too many to count.
Enough?
Yeah.
Enough that you've seen trends of parental alienation?
I would think so.
Does this case possess elements of parental alienation?
Yeah, perhaps. I mean, just based upon, some of the testimony we've heard in my investigation. I think that sometimes how kids become so aligned with one parent or the other, someone would say that it is.
What is the court to do? Let me give you a hypothetical. Parents are unable to financially pay for reunification therapy, such that the court is forced to come up with a schedule. We put ourselves back in a position where we've been during the pending litigation. One parent says, I'm fine to handle my child. The other parent says, no, you're not fine to handle your child. They have to be under these circumstances, no matter what. And if there is progress made, what is there to prevent another parent from sabotaging that progress?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know what we would put in place. That's why sometimes I guess it's helpful to have outside professionals who, talk to the children and kind of, know what's going on from the children's perspective. So if one parent tried to sabotage, we could, check with the Gabriel's counselor or the other counselor and say, how are these kids actually doing? That's the only other way I think we could figure something out.
Okay.
Did the cameras in Mr. Fortner's home, what effect, if any, did it have in your investigation? Meaning, what were your thoughts about that in terms of whether they were in the children's best interest?
I mean, I've heard it, so whoever I talked to, they had cameras in his home, and I think I was aware of it when I was there. At first I thought maybe it would be something that would be excessive, why have those? But I know that also these days a lot of people have those just for security. They have like cameras, inside and outside their house. So in one sense, it's becoming more normal. I think the only thing in relation to the kids would be if the kids would videotape themselves, like just hanging out. Some of it has, served as evidence and kind of gives us a picture of what's going on in the home. But on the other hand, if they're like always running during a visitation or something like that, I can imagine the kids probably aren't comfortable with that and don't need to be monitored constantly.
Okay. Had you seen the video evidence that Mr. Fortner had presented to the court today?
No, the video of Gabriel with Jocelyn was new to me. He had emailed me and said he had it, but I don't recall him sending it. And if he did, it would have been after my report was filed. And today was the first time I'd seen that. And also the video game, I didn't see that one either.
Okay. You heard Mrs. Fortner complaining in the background, correct?
Yes.
What effect, if any, does that have any effect on your recommendation?
It seems that it might kind of lend more information to the allegations of it being a chaotic environment with Mom. Just kind of hearing her in the background and, the kids are doing things and she's talking about school supplies. I think, that Gabriel had said that and Nikoletta testified to that, so that kind of maybe lends some more credence to that allegation, I suppose.
In your report, there was discussion about Mr. Fortner posting videos on YouTube about psilocybin and the effect and hallucinogenics and its effect on trauma, its therapeutic effect on trauma. Did you do any independent investigation on YouTube to find these videos?
I didn't, because Alexis provided them to me. So
did you watch them?
I did.
And what did you see?
I just saw him talking to somebody, I think about psychedelics. It was like a conversation, kind of like he was having a panel discussion or something. And during it, he put something in his mouth, but you can't really tell what it is. And he doesn't comment like, oh, I just ingested this or that. So it seemed kind of like he was discussing his own personal beliefs about psychedelics and, that kind of thing. But it wasn't like a video. I don't know, video of him doing drugs or anything like that. One thing I noticed in the video, it was like a video of a computer. And I could see like a reflection, and it seemed like Mom and one of the kids were like trying to zoom in to see what Dad put in his mouth, like they were gathering his evidence together, and that kind of struck me as well. Just kind of seeing them trying to get the YouTube evidence, of his dad.
Is there anything else that you think the court should know in its deliberation concerning your testimony that's not contained in your report?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Boyle, do you have any questions for Ms. Brown?
I know that you, thank you, I do. Just a couple. Thanks for your report, it's very thorough. You only met with Jacob, or not Jacob.
Gabriel?
Gabriel once.
As far as an interview, I saw him at a visit with his mom too.
Yeah, but you only spoke with him once at Dad's home.
Yes, that's correct.
And Gabriel is aware that he's being recorded at home by his father.
I don't know. He didn't say that to me.
But he did say that to Karen Dugan, so that's what you testified to.
Yes.
Okay, and Karen Dugan shared that with you.
Yes.
Okay. Wouldn't it have been prudent to possibly interview Gabriel outside of father's control, maybe at a school or somewhere else?
Yeah, it could have been. We're required to do the one interview. Dad wasn't in the room. If I had more time, maybe I would have. Normally we do one with both parents, but Mom's visits were so limited that I wasn't able to do that. So it maybe could have helped.
And, with Gabriel and the questions, at least in your report, with what he was talking about with Karen Dugan, didn't that raise any concerns for you about, like, Gabriel's, like, Miss Tyrrell testified that Gabriel's alienated from his siblings, right? It creates like a personal split when he's split from his parents and his siblings because they're part of him. So he has a fear of rejection, right? That's Miss Tyrrell testified to that. So wouldn't it be likely that if Gabriel is aware that father is supervising him and listening to what he's saying, that he would say things in order to please his father and do things, act or omit things in order to please his father because of fear of rejection?
Yeah, I mean, that's always a possibility.
You heard Ms. Tyrrell's testimony regarding the passing off of the keys, something that's been going on for the last month or two with Alexis and Mr. Fortner. She said that she doesn't recommend it because it creates additional conflict, because a child is more thinking about these other parents and this other conflict. Does that recommendation stay the same after her testimony? Would you prefer these public supervised visits under Mr. Fortner's control?
I mean, yeah, it's something that I wouldn't recommend continuing indefinitely into the future, and that's not something I necessarily would have come up with myself, but it was something that the parties previously agreed to. It's our temporary order, so I just thought in the meantime, status quo until, therapy starts at a more progressive schedule.
I just, and obviously this is a high conflict, divorce, high conflict custody dispute between these two parties. I just, was Mr. Fortner's actions in withholding Gabriel contrary to court order in any way justified based off the evidence you saw in your investigation?
Withholding him, initially, do you mean?
Initially from his mother and his brothers starting May 28th.
I don't know. I mean, first you listen to Dad's justification that Gabriel was afraid because of what he said to the Children's Services worker in California. I don't have any information whether he said that or not. That's kind of the first indication of his dad's story. There is the video from the police body cam where he says he wants to stay with Dad, and
in the presence of father.
Dad was in the house.
And he continually looked at father when he was answering the police questions.
I'm not sure. But that he said it gets crazy in there, and that he was more comfortable with Dad. And so I don't know. I don't have completely, definitive, opinion about whether Dad had the authority or should have withheld him. But there were some things that possibly Gabriel was expressing he was uncomfortable with and, concerned about.
Okay. And then I have no further questions.
Mr. Fortner?
Thank you. Ms. Brown, do you feel that Jacob would benefit from an intervention service, such as his other school recommended one called Bright Star? I'm not sure if you've ever heard of that.
I don't think I have.
Well, there's services that go in that with troubled teens that are getting violent and stuff, and Jake's been in trouble for a while. He just heard from the school finally. Do you think that he would benefit from an intervention service like that?
I mean, possibly. I know when they emailed me on Friday, the school acknowledged that he's had those discipline incidents, and they did say that his behavior has been improving. I think the last one was maybe in November. I mean, maybe. I know he's his individual counselor that's worked with him on his aggression, so I don't know if an additional intervention would help or not.
Okay. Do you know if it would be possible for us to keep the kids' current counselors and just do the reunification therapy through them? So I would go to Dr. Higglebottom or whatever their current doctor is, and then she could come see Gabriel at his current therapist at Signature Health.
I mean, normally they don't combine the two. Normally therapists have to keep either an individual client or do the family therapy. So I don't know if they would do that. I mean, if we can't do family reunification therapy, maybe each parent talking to each individual counselor about the kids, that may be the way that we have to go. But I don't think we would do the reunification therapy itself.
Okay, understood. What was your opinion on Ms. Tyrrell and her testimony?
Her testimony, her testimony was pretty much, what I had talked about with her before. Initially, I was, I think, swayed by what she had told me, just about Gabriel and her opinion. But then as I, investigated more and talked to the older kids, I kind of got more information, I guess, just about the family. I think she was trying her best in her role, but I think she had limited information overall about the circumstances. I think she's been doing this deal for a long time.
Right. Do you agree with her? She had testified that traumatized kids, abused kids will open up readily, right away, to a new therapist, or maybe in your case, a guardian ad litem. Is that your experience as well as a guardian ad litem, that the kids will generally just open right up with all the details?
I mean, not necessarily. It just depends. I mean, sometimes if they've told their story enough, they don't necessarily want to keep talking about it. So, maybe they'll mention it and then move on to something else. I think it just depends upon the kid, in my experience.
What is your opinion about Karen Dugan and her testimony?
I don't know that her opinion of the person is, when you talk about her opinion, she's not here to testify as to her opinion as to her character. She can testify as to, you heard the testimony of Ms. Dugan. In your investigation, did her testimony match her investigation?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Was there anything about your, did you find her, was there anything about the information she gave you or anything about her testimony that you found not to be credible?
I mean, not necessarily. I mean, there was a video that Mr. Fortner played of the interview, and it doesn't show them talking, so, the point about Gabriel whispering with his cameras, it's hard to tell if that happened or not. That would really be the only part that might not be credible, but, maybe it was, just wasn't caught on camera. I don't know.
Go ahead.
She had also testified that Gabriel had told her that he felt safe with his mother. And did you recall the video where he actually said the opposite of that?
Yes, the one that's played. Yes.
Okay, I have no further questions.
Okay. I have a couple of follow-up based upon some questions that Mr. Fortner asked. You had just received information from the kid. Did you just receive information from Jacob's school or from all the kids' schools?
I had previously gotten information from Dalen's school and Gabriel's school, Lake Catholic, where Jocelyn and Jacob go. I just got their information last Friday.
And based upon the information that you got from the school, are those kids, we've gotten information that Jacob has had some regression issues at school. Is that correct?
Yeah, he's had some discipline throughout the school.
Okay, and do you know what the instances were that he was disciplined for?
Yeah, I have it printed out. I brought it.
What is it?
Do you mind if I reference it?
Not at all.
Okay. So in September, his shirt was untucked. Got a reminder. Another one in September, excessive tardiness to school. Next step will be a detention. September 28th. He got a day out of school suspension. It mentions the dates, but it doesn't say. It says the event is OSS, and I don't know what that means. October 10th, next tardy will result in a detention. November 1st, not in mass dress code, but in warning. November 7th, it's a long description. He was observed in English class. His behavior was both disrespectful to the effort of the teacher, put in the class, and disruptive to the learning environment. Some examples of inappropriate behavior include putting pencils in his ears to gain attention, small conversations with peers. He was supposed to be focused on his work, playing with the bottle, talking with neighbors, throwing crumpled paper, the garbage, and upon missing, attempting to additional times. The teacher said he talked to Jacob after class, expressed his disappointment. The disruption actually deterred the teacher from hearing other students at times. What surprised the teacher the most in the conversation with Jacob is that Jacob did not think his behavior was at all disrespectful or disruptive, and the teacher assured him it was. Said he did not have time to go much into detail about what appropriate studenting looks like, but he touched on it briefly. Please continue this conversation at home. I hope to notice a complete turnaround. And then it said and then November 8th, Jacob will be placed on a success plan contract. January 4th, Jacob was incapable of staying in his seat after repeated warnings. So I guess that one's not recent. I didn't see that one. And that's it for Jacob.
In terms of, you said the other child was Dalen or Jocelyn?
Jocelyn.
So was there anything remarkable about the paperwork you received from Jocelyn?
So Jocelyn's grades were better. She's got like a 3.5 GPA. I think Jacob's is like 2.7. Jocelyn just had a dress code violation, excessive tardiness as well. Ex tardy will result in detention. She seemed to be doing better in school with grades and behavior.
Was there anything else that you received after your report that you think the court should know?
No, I don't think so.
Other than it's already been testified to?
Yeah, right. Nothing else.
Mr. Boyle, anything based on the court's questions?
I don't have any additional
Mr.
questions.
Fortner? Okay, thank you for your testimony, Ms. Brown.
Sure. Your Honor, one other thing, my guardian ad litem fees, should I testify to
Oh,
that?
I'm sorry, yes.
So should I just go through the motion, or?
Yes.
So I did file a motion regarding ad litem fees. Those provided to Mr. Boyle and Mr. Fortner. Total amount of fees is $5,985. Each parent did pay a $750 deposit. So after that deposit is released to me, each party would owe $2,242.50 each.
Say that again?
$2,242.50.
Does that include today?
It does not include, so that was my motion, so I would add 6 hours for the first day of trial, and then, I don't know how long we've been here today, 3? At $150 an hour.
Anything else with respect to your fees?
No.
Mr. Boyle, anything with respect to the fees?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Fortner?
No, thank you. Or, no, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. I'll take Court's Exhibit 1, please. Okay, this is now the juncture of closing argument. Closing argument, like opening statement, is not evidence. Closing argument is merely what the evidence showed and what the court should do. As a result, you don't get points for giving a closing argument. You don't get points for or against waiving. It's completely up to you. Mr. Boyle.
I would like to present my closing argument, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Ms. Brown, Mr. Fortner, Your Honor, may it please the court. We're here primarily because of control and loss of control. Mr. Fortner lost control of his teenagers on April 1st when Jacob fled from his house after an argument between the two. Shortly thereafter, Mr. Fortner kicked his other children out of the house and then withheld his youngest son, who is capable of docility and control. Mr. Fortner's attempts at controlling Alexis during their marriage, I don't need to bring up, but that has been ongoing to today. We're here today because Mr. Fortner took it upon himself to act as a vigilante and effectively take his son from his family, from his mother, with no credible evidence of abuse. In fact, after multiple investigations showed contrary, unsubstantiated. Mr. Fortner, the evidence showed. Ms. Dugan even chastised him about wasting resources. We're here today, again, because of this. The evidence shows and has shown that the allegations of abuse against Alexis are fabricated and that they're not credible. If they were, they would have been substantiated. The evidence shows that Mr. Fortner and his daughter Nikoletta have been under control, have had Gabriel under their control since May of 2023. That this in that, you know, I apologize.
It's okay. Take a minute if you need to.
Thank you. It's unfortunate and it's sad because these kids are the ones caught in the middle of this. I would like to see a resolution to where we don't have to come back here in a few years because Mr. Fortner concocted another abuse allegation and has withheld their child again. I propose to the court a bi-weekly weekend visit where Mr. Fortner picks up Gabriel from school on Friday and drops him off on Monday. I don't believe that these parents should have any contact between themselves when it comes to these children at this time.
So just so I'm clear, you're saying do not adopt the guardian ad litem's recommendation, have the alternating schedule begin immediately upon adoption of the decision. The court writes that decision immediately upon adoption of the decision.
That's correct.
Okay.
The
225 schedule, is that what you're saying?
No, it wouldn't be a 225 schedule. It would be more closer to what we used to call standard time, which is bi-weekly weekends.
Oh, so you're saying that Gabriel should live with mom, and that dad's schedule with Gabriel would be one overnight on Wednesday, and then alternating weekends from Friday after school until Sunday.
I would say I wouldn't even give him the alternating weekend. I think the alternating weekday on Wednesday because I think it's disruptive to the child's schedule.
But they
do live really close. Yeah. So I guess it's probably not that bad, including because Mr. Fortner doesn't work, so he can pick his child up at 2:30 when school lets out or 3 o'clock. I am asking the court to use its powers of equity to create some semblance of justice here for Ms. Fortner. We've been here, she's been restricted access to her child for no reasons other than Mr. Fortner's assertions. This child's been stripped from his siblings and his mother, doing irreparable damage for the rest of this child's life. You will remember this. I mean, there's no doubt about it. Those other kids are going to remember this. And it's going to hurt them. They're going to be dealing with this for a long time. Now, what the evidence showed was Ms. Fortner recognized that and put her kids, the ones she had control of, in therapy. Mr. Fortner, on the other hand, after months of allegations, didn't put his child in therapy or counseling until pressured to do so by the court, which didn't occur until December of 2023, about a month ago. I applaud Mr. Fortner for moving to Ohio to be with his family. I think that's an honorable thing. But the fact is that it would be less damaging to these children for him not to be there at all. Because the types of conflicts that these children are in the middle of, if there wasn't a conflict, there wouldn't be these problems. Now, I'm just going to go briefly through, I asked the court to look at the best interest of the child when making its decision.
And the court has the factors, and it'll apply to the information that it's been given.
And I just want to run through some of those quickly and apply some of the evidence that we've seen in this case. Obviously, the wishes of the parents and how they're communicated, Mr. Fortner took it upon himself to take the kid. And when the California judge told him the order stands, he told the judge no. Ms. Fortner, on the other hand, when it became apparent she couldn't get her kid back but through legal means, got a foreign parenting order registered and filed with this court to modify for immediate return of the child and to modify the parenting order that was in place. So Ms. Fortner follows the rules when it comes to parenting. The child's wishes, Gabriel's 6, 7 years old. He's still very young and very And so I encourage you, when you speak with him, to get his honest opinion.
So you do want the court to interview Gabriel in addition to the other children?
I do.
Okay.
Based off of what you've seen, the testimony, the evidence, I think that it would be a good thing for you to talk with him. Again, the child, Gabriel's been under the father's control the whole time. Father obviously expresses displeasure to Gabriel when he speaks with his mother, whether that's documented or not. I mean, obviously it's not part of the evidence. The child's introduction with parents, interaction with parents and siblings. There's nothing to indicate that Gabriel had anything but positive interactions with his siblings. Do siblings fight? Yeah, of course. When there's 5 people living in a 3-bedroom or 4-bedroom or 5-bedroom house, there's going to be a little bit of conflict, but nothing unhealthy, nothing that raises to the level of alienating him from his siblings. The adjustment to home, school, and community. Gabriel's adjustments following Mr. Fortner's actions, he's doing okay in school, but emotionally he's not. And that was testified to by Ms. Tyrrell, who has a first-hand view of Gabriel before this began, as well as during the course of the events of this past year. Another factor is the mental health of all of the parties involved. Mr. Fortner has a documented mental health problem he testified to. The children obviously now have mental health problems because of what they've been put through by Mr. Fortner. And Mr. Fortner, when it became evident that the child was saying unbelievable things in school to the school counselor, instead of giving credence to the school counselor's concerns and allowing the school counselor to work with this child so he has a normal relationship with his family, instead Mr. Fortner withheld consent for treatment for counseling. Just because Mrs. Tyrrell didn't believe that Gabriel, that the things that Gabriel was saying that are documented in Ms. Brown's report. The court also has to consider the parent most likely to honor court-ordered parenting time. Mr. Fortner has not done so, and he still continues not to. In fact, just the other weekend, on one of these visits where Ms. Fortner has to give him her keys, where he does whatever he wants with them, there was a conflict. And instead of dropping Gabriel off to mother at the mall, Ms. Fortner decided to just say, oh, well, he doesn't want to do that, we're not doing it. So if the court continues to give him control of these relationships, the abuse against my client is going to continue, and the abuse against that little boy is going to continue. Mr. Fortner still does not pay child support. He provided a case audit, which I applaud. I encourage the court to look at that and make those considerations when Nikoletta Tesla argues that mom's just so stingy and upset with money. Well,
Nikoletta Fortner?
Nikoletta Fortner. I apologize. Thank you, Your Honor. And the fact is that Ms. Fortner's been doing this with 5, now 4 minor children on her own, in a home, by herself, not with his help. And I commend her for that, because honestly, it's not easy. And so this idea of there being a chaotic environment with a single mom and 5 kids, I don't know. How easy is it to control 5 teenagers or 4 teenagers? Just a thought. Continuous willful denial of parenting time per court order. Again, Mr. Fortner did that. He was instructed on the court order on April 13th when he first spoke with California Social Services. He was again instructed on the court order on May 31st when the judge told him that the court order is enforceable and that he should return his child. And Mr. Fortner just instead denies that occurred. The ability to co-parent. We see how these parents co-parent. I have a hard time imagining it going well in the future. I'm sure that Ms. Fortner will do whatever she needs to be able to be a mother to her son, but that still doesn't make continuous obstacles placed in her path by Mr. Fortner something that is acceptable. And the ability of each parent to encourage the sharing and love and affection and contact with the other parent. I think the evidence in this case speaks volumes about how Mr. Fortner feels about encouraging affection between the children and Miss Fortner. A history of child or spousal abuse. Alienation is abuse. So what's been going on to Gabriel is abusive. The stripping of his identity by taking away his siblings and his mother and instructing him that they're dangerous is abuse, and that should not go on. And the fact is that there's no evidence of physical abuse, which is why Mr. Fortner alleged to have taken the children in the first place. I think again, this is it's a tough case. There's a lot of conflict here. Justice lies somewhere in the middle. It's a sad thing to watch these kids be weaponized against each other's parents. And I would encourage Your Honor to read Ms. Brown's report thoroughly, because there's actually quite a lot of really good stuff in there. I disagree with the recommendation totally, but I think she did a great job on documenting what she did. And I think the court, when it reviews that fully, which I'm sure it already has, will feel similar to me. So again, I request that you get Gabriel back to his mother and try to come up with a parenting schedule to keep these two from bringing us back in here in a month or a year or 2 years. With that, I will close.
Thank you, Mr. Boyle. Mr. Fortner?
Thank you. Our last permanent order from California, I am not violating that in the least. You can hear me reference this in the video to Karen Dugan as well. There's a clause in there that states that either parent may take any necessary action to protect the safety of the child, and that's what I've done. So I'm following the order to a T. This weekend, there was a conflict. She basically wanted unsupervised visits with him at the movies. She wanted me to wait in the lobby while she went into the movies, and then wait in the food court while she went shopping in the mall, and I wasn't willing to do that. I did offer to bring him anywhere else. He wanted to go to the trampoline park, and that's where they've been going. So I wasn't comfortable giving her an unsupervised visit like that. So that's why I didn't send him. I want to read an email that I had sent July 17th, 2020.
This isn't in evidence.
Yeah, it's not in evidence.
I just want to read it.
I don't care.
Oh.
It's not in evidence.
Okay.
This is a juncture for you to give a closing argument as to what the evidence showed and what the court should do as a result.
Well, okay. The evidence.
And let me be clear with everybody what the choices are. The choices are either I terminate shared parenting or I don't, and I leave the status quo. The status quo would be that, that schedule resume and that you have shared parenting. The temporary supervised schedule is only temporary.
Okay.
I guess I could modify a term, and the term could be the schedule, but that's only based upon my own findings. But you filed no motion.
No, I don't believe that any of the evidence that was submitted here shows that I should lose my parental rights to any of my children. I think the evidence showed that there was and is parental alienation on the part of Mrs. Fortner. I think there's a deep history of it, and a lot of the evidence will show that as well. I completely support Ms. Brown's recommendation. That's all I've been wanting is reunification counseling for everybody. I hate that
Why didn't you file a motion for it? Why didn't you ask the court for reunification therapy? If you've filed a lot of things, you obviously know what the courthouse is, you've dropped off exhibits, how come you haven't asked for reunification therapy?
I didn't know that was, I'm not a lawyer, I don't know what I'm doing exactly. I thought that since it was in Ms. Candace Brown's report that is something that we could discuss. So perhaps I made a mistake in not doing that, but nonetheless, this is what I've been looking for. with everybody. The whole family has been divided since the divorce happened.
Okay.
And the kids have gotten worse and worse. You can look at the pictures that I showed you, and you can see how close I was with my children until the divorce. And I think the evidence here shows that there was a very unhealthy environment.
Aren't some of those photos, though, taken after the divorce?
Some are.
Okay.
Yes.
When were you divorced?
December 2017.
Okay. Okay, go ahead.
Yes. And I'll admit that I'm not perfect. I'll admit that the homeostasis for this family, even after the divorce, but definitely prior to, is that Mrs. Fortner would handle a lot of the organization and the doctor's appointments and things like that. When I moved out here, they had already been here several months. So I know I didn't know last time the name of Gabe's doctor. I still don't. I don't know the name of my primary care physician's doctor, but you can see pictures in there of me taking him to the doctor. So yes, I'm not perfect. This is new, a lot of it, and I'm doing the best that I can. I'm learning to do the role of both parents. Like I said, even after the divorce, the homeostasis of our family was that Alexis was handling those nuts and bolts. She would tell me he has an appointment, take him, and I would take him. She would set all the kids' dentist appointments were on my days as well. I would take them to the ortho, I should say, not dentist. The order to take Gabriel from his stable environment and let him see his dad 4 days a month is completely ludicrous. That would destroy that little boy. That's the truth. I've never wanted to take him away from anybody, especially his mother, because it hurts him. He needs his mother. I have enjoyed very much the way that he has been interacting with her on their one-on-one visits. And that's why I definitely support the recommendation, because that can continue. They can continue to rebuild a relationship with each other. They can also attend counseling with one another. And by the time, as that progresses, I think that he would be in a better position to be able to communicate, to be able to navigate, his mother. And that's what I want, is him to have the knowledge and strength to handle his whole family. And all I want from him is to have all the good parts that come with having all these siblings. I want them to love him. I want his mother to love him. I want to love him. I want us all together loving everybody. And that's what I think Ms. Brown's recommendation is going to lead to. That's the most tools that I've been offered in 6 years that I've been trying to do this. And I've been trying to do this for 6 years. So, in conclusion, I just want to voice strongly my support for the recommendation. And I hope that the court decides to adopt that in full. That's all.
Okay. Ms. Brown, anything?
No.
Okay. All right, the case is now heard and submitted. Well, it will be heard and submitted after I hear from the children, but I think it is helpful to understand what the next steps are in terms of the process. So we're going to schedule 2 separate dates to interview the children. If we can do it all in one, that'd be great, but I think 2 is probably going to be how it's done. After we set those dates and I conduct the in-camera, neither parent will be permitted to be inside, nor Mr. Boyle. It'll just be Ms. Brown, each individual child, and myself, and a court reporter. We'll record the testimony or the statements. They will not be permitted. They'll be under seal. They will not be permitted to either side unless there's an appeal, in which case the Court of Appeals will have the ability to read them. Once I have made a decision, I will formalize it in a written decision. It'll be posted on the docket. Once it's posted on the docket, it'll be mailed to each of you and to the guardian. The day after it's on the docket is the first day of the objection period. You get 14 of them. If you don't file an objection, or you don't file it properly, consistent with the rules of civil procedure and the court's local rule, the court will adopt my decision. It'll become an order of the court. It must be followed. If one of you files an objection, one or both of you files an objection, then Judge Goldberg will review your objections. She'll review my decision. She'll review the evidence and the law, and she can either reject it and send it back,
She can modify it and adopt it, or she can adopt it in full. And if it is adopted in any way, it's an order of the court and it must be followed. Are there any questions concerning the objection period and thereafter? Mr. Boyle?
No, Your
Mr.
Honor.
Fortner?
No.
Ms. Brown?
No.
Okay. And we're going to go off the record and we'll pick dates for the in-camera.